Looks like we're just about ready for things to start.
Ms. Cunningham, are you ready to proceed?
I am not.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Detective Evan Obert to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
Please state your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name.
Evan Obert, E-V-A-N, last name Obert, O-B-E-R-T.
What is your occupation?
Corporal with the Davenport Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Davenport Police Department?
7.5 years.
Could you describe your prior educational background?
Bachelor's degree from Luther College, and then I attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in 2016.
Is that when you began your formal career with the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
Could you describe for us the different capacities that you've served the department over the course of your 7-year career?
I completed the FTO program and was assigned to night shift for approximately 2.5 years. And then I was promoted to the Detective Bureau, where I was in that unit in the Special Victims Unit for 3.5 years. I was promoted to corporal in August of last year. As part of that process, I was moved to afternoon shift patrol. I've been there since, and then was reassigned to the Detective Bureau for this trial preparation of this case.
All right. Detective Obert, were you involved in the investigation of the report involving a little girl by the name of Breasia Terrell, who was reported missing on July 10th of 2020?
I was.
Okay. Were you the lead detective for this investigation?
Yes.
All right. Now that being said, before we talk about your involvement in the investigation, what I want to do is I want to do just a little cleanup. There are some items of exhibits that we needed to introduce, and so I'm going to take care of that now, and then we'll start talking about your role in this investigation. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I've previously provided counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-2. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 150-2. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 150-2?
I do.
How do you recognize this exhibit?
It was a search warrant that I drafted and had signed by a judge for the maroon Chevrolet Impala that's registered to Andrea Culberson. Purpose of the search warrant was to collect mud that was on the undercarriage of the vehicle, along with dusting for lane prints on the outside of the Impala.
Now, Detective Obert, throughout the course of this investigation, were there a number of search warrants that were applied for and presented to the court for approval?
There was.
Do you have any idea the total number of search warrants that had been applied for and approved for execution in the course of this investigation? And if you're not sure, that's fine.
An approximate would be 20.
Okay. At any rate, were you the author of this particular search warrant?
I was.
Was this one of several search warrants that were approved for the Chevy Impala?
Yes.
Okay. And then just for purposes of perspective, with each search warrant that was applied for relative to the maroon Chevy Impala, as information was coming in from various witness statements or officers were making various observations about the condition of the vehicle, would that then form the parameter for any given search warrant that was applied for?
Yes.
Okay. What's the date of this search warrant?
July 20th of 2020.
Does your signature appear on the application for search warrant?
It is.
Did you present it to a magistrate for review?
Yes.
And then was there a search warrant that was signed off by a magistrate authorizing this search?
Yes.
Okay. And then what date did a magistrate sign off on the search warrant?
July 20th of 2020.
Okay, we are interested in only very limited information. With the application for search warrant, did you include an attachment A that basically set forth a probable cause statement in support of your request to be able to collect the items of evidence that you've identified?
Yes.
Okay, within the context of the probable cause statement that was set forth, was there any information included within that attachment A of observations made by Detective Tharp when she had responded to the evidence bay with civilian crime scene technician and odors that she had noted when they opened the trunk?
There is a line in the affidavit about a detective opening the trunk and the smell bleach.
Okay, thank you. Let's set that aside then. And let me go ahead and take that exhibit from you. The next matter that I would like to address before we talk about your involvement in this investigation involves laboratory reports generated by FBI analysts out at Quantico. Was the FBI involved in this particular investigation?
Yes.
Were there a number of items of evidence that were seized that were turned over to the FBI for submission to the FBI laboratory in Quantico?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, yesterday we had testimony from FBI analyst Linda Otterstatter, who did a trace evidence analysis, and then also from analyst Tiffany Smith, who did DNA. There were a few items of evidence that were submitted that did not give us location information. So we're just going to address that issue if we could. Have we gone through the process of preparing basically an exhibit that sets forth location information for items in their laboratory report that didn't give us an idea of where they came from?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I previously provided counsel States Exhibit 152. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you States Exhibit 152. Do you recognize States Exhibit 152?
I do.
How do you recognize States Exhibit 152?
It is a printout of different items that were tested by the FBI lab and as properly associated DPT items, FBI items, and then lab number items.
Okay. And then is there more specific location information so that we understand where those items were seized from during the course of the investigation?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 152.
No objection.
Exhibit 152 will be admitted.
And then, Your Honor, may I publish this so that we can get this information into our record?
You may.
Okay. Okay. How many items are we talking about here on this exhibit?
8.
8? Okay. All right. How is that document captioned at the top?
Location information for items of evidence set forth in FBI laboratory reports of analyst Tiffany Smith and Linda Otterstatter, which do not have location information associated with them. I think is what it's supposed to say.
Okay. All right. Now, number 1. What is item number 1?
Laboratory item 35.
And to be clear, is that the item or the number the laboratory would have attached to an item of evidence when it came in?
That is correct.
What is their laboratory item 35?
Shirt from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Okay. And our DPT evidence item number would be what?
437.
And then to be clear, during the course of the investigation, had Aisha Langford dropped off a bag of clothing at the apartment for the children?
That is correct.
Okay. And was that clothing provided to the Davenport Police Department in
Yeah.
the course of the investigation? And then when we received it, did we actually receive the original bag and another plastic bag that had the clothing that went into evidence?
We received the bag and then the clothing. That's
Okay.
correct.
Now let's go to our number 2. What is item number 2?
Laboratory item number 36.
Okay, and what Davenport Police Department item number would that be?
430.
Okay, what is the physical piece of evidence and then the location where that item came from?
Raw from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Okay, take us to number 3.
Laboratory item number 37.
Okay. The Davenport Police Department item number,
435.
what is that item?
Underwear from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Our next item,
Laboratory item 38.
what is that item
431.
for the Davenport Police Department?
Yes.
And then what is the item of evidence?
Washcloth from plastic bag containing children's clothing.
Okay, our next item,
Laboratory item 48.
and then does our laboratory item number 48 have an associated exhibit with it?
The laboratory item 48-1, the sheath
Okay,
from the machete.
and then what was the Davenport Police Department item number for the machete?
Davenport Police Department item number was 457.
Where was that machete and sheath seized from?
The apartment of Andrea Culberson.
All right, and then there were photographs that had been introduced through one of our civilian crime scene technicians that had responded to that address, showing a sheath with the sleeve over it underneath the mattress, but on top of the box springs. Is that where this item came from?
Yes.
Okay, so then essentially, how many machetes do we have in play?
2.
And the location for the second machete would have been where?
743 Schmidt Road, the defendant's motorhome.
And then what is our next item?
Laboratory item 54.
What is the Davenport Police Department evidence item number?
Is this Davenport Police item number 32.
Now, the description on the lab reports stated shirt from Henry Dinkins. Did you provide information so that we know specifically which shirt we're talking about?
Yes.
And which shirt would this be?
It'd be the shirt that the defendant was wearing when he came to the police station on July 10th.
Okay. Would that have been around noon when he was interviewed?
Yes.
And then finally, our last item, what is that?
Laboratory item 55.
What is the descriptor for it?
Shirt from plastic bag
What's our Davenport Police item number?
24.
And then when it says shirt from plastic bag, is there a further descriptor so we understand its association to items of evidence that were seized?
It's a child's shirt contained in the plastic bag. There's an MJ logo on it.
Okay,
Emblem.
all right. Were you on duty on July 10th of 2020?
I was.
What day of the week was that, if you recall?
That was a Friday.
All right. Did you become aware of a report being placed by Aisha Langford at 8:29 a.m. that morning to our communications specialist, Mona Varelli, that Breasia was missing?
I do.
Okay. At what point in time did you become aware of that call having been made?
When we were advised by Sergeant Pfeiffer of the call, and we started being en route at around 10:45, 10:50-ish.
Okay. Now, what was the dynamic of the investigation that prompted the Detective Bureau to go out to the apartment complex?
Officer Burkle was the first one on scene. He gathered information from the people that were on scene. He made the determination to reach out to his sergeant, which then in turn led to the sergeant of the Special Victims Unit to be notified. Reference 10-year-old girl that has been missing for an unknown amount of time. And our objective up there was to canvass the area, see if anyone has seen her or recover any video footage that could potentially show the Breasia's whereabouts.
Certainly. Now, with you having been on the department for a period of time, have you taken calls or responded to calls where parents or caretakers have contacted law enforcement and indicated that they can't find their child?
Yes.
Okay. And in the circumstances where you've responded to those types of calls, describe how that typically plays out.
When we get there, speak to the person reporting the missing child, gather history of that child, if there's a history of them running away, or potentially other people that they could be with, friends, other family members, and establish that sort of better knowledge or understanding of the person that's gone missing. Or
Okay. And typically is that child found fairly quickly?
Depending on the history of the child, if it's a younger child that maybe 2 or 3, we've had several where they've wandered off and we're able to find them fairly quickly with the assistance from neighbors. And then if it's a child that has history of running away, it may be days before they're encountered again.
Certainly. Did this particular case have a different feel from prior calls that you've handled?
One of the things that stuck out initially was the report by the defendant and Aisha, the mother, was that this child has never ran away before, and the fact that this was her first time spending the night at this residence.
Okay. What is significant about this being the first time Breasia had ever stayed out at the Jersey Meadow apartment complex?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
What's significant about that? The fact that this would have been her first times to be out at that apartment complex?
Unfamiliar with the area or anyone that would be living around there, so the likelihood of her wandering off is, I'd argue, slightly diminished.
Certainly. So then when you arrived, along with other members of the Detective Bureau, describe what was developing out there at the apartment complex.
Statements were being gathered by Andrea Culberson. DL was also there. Other people were doing just canvas searches of the area, being that it's near some other residential places, and then knocking on doors of apartments, trying to speak with others, and then also video camera footage. Unfortunately, that entire apartment complex did not have surveillance cameras.
Sure. And then was Aisha Langford also a subject that law enforcement was speaking to out there at the scene?
That is correct.
Okay. Now let's talk about this. When you're out in the field and there are individuals who have been identified as witnesses, are the interviews in the field extensive like they would be once individuals are brought into the police departments to be interviewed?
Field interviews do not gather as much much information as say an interview down at the police station. Just that it's a controlled environment. We can have a private conversation without anyone else listening, or have to just worry about other people interrupting while we're talking to individuals and gathering information.
And just as a matter of standard procedure, is it common practice that once the field interview has been done, individuals will be brought down to the Davenport Police Department where an interview can be conducted in a more controlled environment?
That is a common practice, yes.
And was that a practice that was followed in this particular instance?
It was.
Okay. Now, were you involved in either knocking on doors or doing canvasses that morning?
Not that morning, no.
Okay. At some point in time, were you redirected from that location?
Yes.
Okay. Explain.
I was standing next to Aisha Langford, just gathering some initial information, and she received there was a phone call between her and the defendant. She asked where he was, and while standing there observing the conversation, she questioned about him being in the area of downtown, and that's when I asked for her to ask if we could meet him somewhere down there. In that area. He responded that he'd come back up to the scene. And then just for time and convenience sake, I offered the suggestion of the Davenport Police Station since he was already downtown, and that someone can meet with him quicker and get information.
When you had that conversation with Mr. Dinkins, how did he respond to that?
When he had that conversation with Aisha on the phone, it sounded like he agreed to meet down there.
Okay, and then, so let me clarify this. Was this suggestions that you were making to Aisha that she then communicated to Mr. Dinkins?
Yes,
Okay, so you never had any direct conversation with Mr. Dinkins?
that is correct.
Okay, throughout the time that you were out there at the apartment complex, was Mr. Dinkins ever on scene?
No,
Okay, and had there been discussions with Officer Burkle about Mr. Dinkins having left the scene after that initial point of contact?
yes,
Okay, were you aware of Officer Burkle trying to contact Mr. Dinkins multiple times by telephone and not being able to connect with him?
I vaguely remember there was at least some sort of reach out to him about trying to get a hold of him again.
Okay, what happened next?
I responded to the Davenport Police Station.
Okay, what time would you have gotten down to the Davenport Police Department?
It was shortly after the defendant arrived at the police station.
Okay. What time did Mr. Dinkins arrive at the Davenport Police Department?
12:01 p.m.
All right. Now, before we talk about your contact with him, there's another topic of conversation that I want to discuss with you. Who was the party that called to report the child missing?
Aisha Langford.
Who was the individual that the child had been in the care and control of?
The defendant.
Did Mr. Dinkins ever call the Davenport Police Department and report that child missing?
No.
Did you find that troubling?
That was one of the things that we'd wonder. Maybe he wanted to give Aisha the chance, but it definitely was something to consider.
Certainly. Is Mr. Dinkins present in the courtroom today?
He is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for our record?
He's wearing glasses and plaid shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that identification?
The records so reflect.
When you arrived at the Davenport Police Department, where was Mr. Dinkins located at?
In an interview room on the second floor of the police department.
Okay. Are these rooms where interviews are typically conducted for any individual, whether they be, a witness or even a potential suspect?
That is correct.
Okay. And so had Mr. Dinkins already been taken up to that interview room before you got there?
That is correct.
All right. Now I want to set the stage for the sequence of events relative to interviews that were being conducted. Who was the first individual to be interviewed at the Davenport Police Department that day?
The defendant.
All right. What time did his interview start?
I began speaking with him at approximately 12:11 p.m.
That being said, did Aisha Langford ever come to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
That is correct.
Did DL ever come to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
That is also correct.
Did Andrea Kohberger come to the Davenport Police Department to be interviewed?
That is correct.
Who were you involved with as those individuals were responding? And actually, let me rephrase that question. Who was conducting, or who was the lead detective on the interview for Aisha Langford and DL?
Myself and Detective Hamas.
All right. Who started that interview process off first?
At the police station, it was myself.
Okay, with those two?
Yes,
And then when you started to speak with them, had you concluded your interview with Henry Dinkins?
that is correct.
All right. And then who would have been involved in the interview of Andrea Kohberger?
That would have been done with Detective Ann Siebert.
Okay. Were those interviews then occurring at different points in time?
Yes,
And so with that being said, as each interview is occurring, is more information coming to law enforcement where you could put together the big picture?
that is, I'd agree with that, yes.
When you walked in to start your interview with Henry Dinkins, what information did you have for purposes of, setting up the construct of questions that you would be asking?
The most I had is that Andrea at some point in the night woke up and the defendant and Breasia were both missing from the apartment. And that was essentially it.
Okay. And then did you have any information about Henry Dinkins having come back to the apartment a short time later with Andrea having contact with him in the apartment and seeing Breasia standing out there on the passenger side of the maroon Chevy Impala?
That was not information provided until 4 days later.
Okay. So when you started your interview, you had very limited information.
Yes.
Okay. Describe how that process started.
Gathered his information, and then some of the topics that we discussed was how he got down there, where was the Impala that was registered to Andrea Kohberger, and then also gathering information about Breasia and the events that unfolded from when he picked her and DL up until he notices that she is missing.
Okay. When you say that you gathered personal information, what types of information are you collecting?
Address, phone number, place of employment, stuff we ask every person that we interview.
Certainly. Was there discussions with Mr. Dinkins about the nature of his relationship with Andrea Kohberger?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, was there a discussion with Mr. Dinkins about the nature of his relationship with Andrea Kohberger?
There was.
Okay. Did you have discussions with Mr. Dinkins about the nature of his relationship with Aisha Langford?
Yes.
Would there have been discussions about any familial relationship he had with one of her children?
Yes.
All right. And then through that process, you indicated that you'd asked him about a vehicle that he had been driving.
That is correct.
Okay. And why was that a topic of inquiry?
Being that he was gone for a certain amount of time, it was just something that we wanted to double check on, a potential place that Breasia could be.
Certainly. All right. So if Officer Burkle has arrived out at the apartment complex, generally what time of the morning would that have been?
When he first meets with Officer Burkle, that is at 8:55 a.m.
All right. And then so after Mr. Dinkins leaves that apartment complex, is his whereabouts essentially unknown until he arrives at the Davenport Police Department at noon?
There was some pings that we were able to get general locations, but that was sporadic.
Okay. And was that later on in the investigation?
That was prior to him showing up to the Davenport Police Department.
Okay. And then we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But at any rate, with a missing child, is it concerning that Mr. Dinkins was out moving about and officers had no idea where he was going or what it is that he was doing?
Yeah, I mean, we typically like to have people until we can gather all their information, and a lot of people will wait and be like, all right, do you need me? Can I head out? Can I do this or that? It was just the sudden leaving of the defendant that was concerning.
Certainly.
In the amount of time.
All right. Now, when you were speaking with Mr. Dinkins in the interview room, are the interview rooms set up with any type of video surveillance cameras?
They are.
Okay. Are these interviews recorded?
They are.
Did your contact with Mr. Dinkins, was it recorded?
It was.
And then was that interview preserved and placed on a disc?
It was.
Okay. We're going to play that, but what I want to do is I just want to generally touch on topics of conversations and what it is that we should be looking for. So you've had the conversation about relationships, correct?
That is correct.
Relative to the conversation about what vehicle he had come to the department driving, is there anything that we need to really focus on when you engage in that portion of the discussion?
His initial statements about where that vehicle is, and it's first told that someone else is out driving around, and then later in the interview it was advised that it was around the block.
Okay. Had there been a bolo put out for that vehicle?
Yes, it was relayed over radio traffic to for other officers to be aware of this maroon Impala that we need to locate.
And while you were in the interview room with Mr. Dinkins, were you notified that a patrol officer actually had located that maroon Chevy Impala?
That is correct.
Okay. Where had that maroon Chevy Impala been located relative to the address of the Davenport Police Department?
It would have been at 4th Main, which is 1 block east of the police department.
And is there parking right there in front of the Davenport Police Department where an individual could park?
That is correct.
Okay, so was this portion of the conversation about that vehicle and information that he's giving to you something that became of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was this portion of the conversation about the vehicle and its location, was this a topic that became a subject of interest as you went through the interview?
It was.
Okay, and then from there, did you have any discussions with him about how it is that Breasia and DL were spending time with him?
Yes.
Okay, did he talk with you about contact that he'd had with Aisha Langford relative to making arrangements for DL to stay with him?
That is correct.
Okay, and then were there discussions about activities the previous day when he'd picked the children up on July 9th?
There was.
All right. Did you have any discussions with him about what he had done after he picked the children up on July 9th?
Yes.
Okay. Did that include discussions of what occurred at the apartment once he returned to the apartment with DL and Breasia?
That is correct.
And then were there any discussions about sleeping arrangements?
There was.
All right. And then beyond that, did he talk with you just about the nature of the child or the nature of Breasia and whether or not she'd be a child to wander off?
He said she'd never ever leave.
Okay.
Along those
And
words.
then throughout the interview, what is it that you wanted to be able to establish so that we understand this when we watch your conversations with him?
One of the most important parts I was trying to establish with the defendant was the exact time he says that he noticed that she's missing from the apartment.
Okay. Where you have a missing child, is it important to establish a timeline?
Yes.
Why?
Based on the time that she's gone missing and the circumstances around where she was at when she went missing, based on time, it helps us gauge, all right, how long or how far, if she did truly walk away, could she have gone in this amount of time? How far do we have to take our canvas? Are we talking she's been missing for an hour or several hours? When you have several hours of her whereabouts unknown, it starts to become concerning about, especially when no one else is reporting seeing this girl walking in that immediate area.
Okay. And would it be concerning if the child has been missing for several hours and Mr. Dinkins hadn't reached out to the Davenport Police Department to report the child missing?
That is correct.
All right. Then as you're trying to establish that timeline, do you engage in any discussions with Mr. Dinkins about where he had been at and traveled to once the child was described as missing?
Yes, we had a conversation or tried to have a conversation about where he would have been out, what he says, looking for her. And at one point in the interview, I printed off some Google Map printouts of the general area of the apartment complex and the surrounding areas, and brought it into the interview with the defendant and just simply asked him to mark on there kind of areas that you checked so we could cross-reference that.
Okay. When you presented those Google Maps to Mr. Dinkins, what kind of response did you get?
He said he's just been all over the Quad City area and that he wouldn't mark on the map any place that he specifically went to look for her.
At any point in the interview, did he ever mark on those maps?
No.
At any point in the interview, did he ever give you specific information as to locations he had traveled to when he said he was looking for her?
Not in reference to looking for her, besides going down in the motorhome, but that was for a different reason.
Certainly. And then did you, when you are dealing with subjects and you're doing interviews, do you watch just their emotional comportment?
Yeah, of how they're composing themselves while they're talking. Are they relaxed? Are they nervous, on edge, or angry, mad, upset? Those are observations we make as we speak with people.
And as the interview progressed, what is it that we should look for relative to his emotional composure?
It probably can't see it well in the recording, but being as how close I was sitting next to the defendant, I noticed how heavy he was breathing throughout, and just statements that he make it that this is crazy throughout.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel with Martha States Exhibit 125. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's the Martha States Exhibit 125 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize States Exhibit 125?
The case of it, yes.
All right. And what is our Exhibit 125?
It's going to be the video recording of the interview with the defendant and myself.
Okay. Was this the interview that occurred on July 10th then when you had your contact with him at the Davenport Police Department?
That is correct.
Have you had an opportunity to review the video interview that you had with Mr. Dinkins?
Prior to today, it's been a while, but I've reviewed my report
Okay.
along with it.
And then was your contact with him properly documented through that video surveillance or through that video footage?
Sorry, what was that?
Was your conversation and contact with him captured on that video camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 125.
Exhibit 125 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may we play State's Exhibit 125?
You may.
Your Honor, this is about an hour long.
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, if the witness wants to step down, since it's an hour long, I have no problem with that.
He doesn't.
So I'm fine with that also.
Okay, I'm done with that too.
Just sit.
I mean, sit.
Detective Obert, oh, that's right.
What's up, big dog?
You didn't see your phone?
No, I was calling the officer back. Yeah, I'm down there. Hello?
Okay, what's taking you so long to answer my phone call and text messages?
Well, I didn't see your phone call. I just answered it just now, did I?
Okay, you're at the police station?
Yes, sir. I'm right here right now.
Alright, do you have any info for us?
What type of info? Like what? Like what?
Tell them that, hey,
Yeah, he's in the interview room right now. And
hey, we're in an interview with them. We got it.
Hang tight.
Your phone's gonna be sitting right here, okay?
Okay.
Henry?
Hey, what's up?
I'm glad you're able to make it down.
I was gonna come down, man.
It just makes it easier. We just can make contact with you right away.
But I was right there with the officer when he called.
Yeah, but then you left.
Because she left and
Who left?
Aisha, and it made me mad because she was, basically blaming it all on me. But
First, let's just start with your.
my name,
Yeah.
Henry Dinkins.
Henry.
Yes, sir.
And then can you spell your last name for me?
Dinkins.
I'm gonna quiet this so you don't have to. We don't have to get distracted here. There we go. Middle initial.
E.
Date of birth.
August 2nd, 72.
Good phone number for you.
I don't know the number part. It's out there, but I don't
Okay.
know.
And then the address is your address up there,
No,
or
no. I live in my mobile.
and where's that?
I don't know the address. I just know it's right there by Nestle Parinas. Right there. That's that.
And
Because
what
I don't
is
have
it?
it. It's a mobile home.
Mobile home, and is it on Schmidt Road?
Yes.
And what does it look like?
It's all white. It's got King Highway on it.
King Highway.
Yep.
And say if I were to go on Rockingham,
All you gotta do is go down. You will see them.
on Schmidt, take a left on Schmidt Road.
Take the Smith Road, go down, and you will see like the back of the trailers. You will see them, and then
Like the semi-trailers?
semi-trailers, yeah. And then you pull into there, and you will see it right there.
Okay. All white, and then it says what on it?
Kings Highway.
And that's where you stay?
Yes.
Is there an address associated with
I mean,
it?
I don't know the address, you know what I mean? But there's an address on the building.
Okay.
But I don't know the address on the building. That's what the officer was asking me, and I told him I didn't know it.
Okay. And so do you have agreement with that building?
Yes.
To have your
Yes.
mobile home there? Okay.
Yes.
All right. And where do you work at?
I don't work right now.
Okay.
I was working at Wilton Precision Steel,
Okay.
but I was waiting until after the corona stuff was over with.
Okay. And you are currently dating.
I mean, she's like a close friend,
Okay.
but we close, you know what I'm saying?
How long you guys been friends for?
A few years.
A few years.
Yes, sir.
And what's her name?
Andrea Kohberger.
And did you drive her car here, or
I'm gonna leave that blank.
what do you mean? Well,
I mean,
I get it.
Yeah.
I kind of get what you're going at, but is her car parked out front?
No.
No. Where's her Impala at?
Her and Paula's with my homie right now, so
Where at?
they moving around in it.
Who's moving around in it?
My homies,
Who's that?
Lil Vince.
What's his real name?
Vince.
Well, okay. Vince what?
Harris.
And they're riding around in it.
Until I call him.
Okay. And anyone else with Vince looking for it?
No,
Do you have a phone number for Vince?
no, I don't.
Okay. Just so I can confirm with him that's what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is crazy, man.
Okay. So let's start out with yesterday.
Yesterday,
Or did you have the kids prior to that? Well,
yesterday, Lil Dink wanted to come with me.
Okay, so let's backtrack here. Lil Dink is
Notorious.
okay, and he is
My son.
your son,
And
and that's with
Aisha.
Aisha. And Notorious' last name is
I don't know what last name she
okay. How do you spell his first name?
got. Detorious.
And then you
It should
have
be Mosley. Yeah, I'm
Notorious Mosley, and his mother is Aisha Langford.
Aisha Langford.
Okay, and then do you have any other biological?
No, I raised Breasia,
Since how old was she?
my baby.
Okay, and so you raised her with Aisha?
Yes.
How long were you and Aisha together for?
Like 2 years. But we stayed close friends.
But you guys stayed close. So how long? So you guys
We've
were
been
together
friends.
for
We've
2
been
years?
friends all the way to now.
Okay. How long ago did you guys break up? Break it off.
It's like 6 years ago. I'm only guessing that. I'm not.
Yeah, approximate though.
Right.
So Notorious Breasia are kind of what you consider your
My
kids.
yeah,
Is that
they
fair
my
to say?
kids. They my
Okay.
kids.
Okay. And so did you pick them up yesterday, or when did you pick them up from Aisha, or how did that exchange go?
Man, I'm trying to stay cool right now. Me and Aisha, I had seen them, and they said they wanted to come and spend time with me
When do you mean when
yesterday.
Yeah, okay. And where at?
I don't even remember. But they wanted to spend time with me, and you know me, I'm like, yeah, y'all can spend time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. It's just like crazy. This is crazy.
So, what time did you see them yesterday?
I don't even remember.
Was it early in the morning, late in the evening?
So it was probably around in the afternoon sometime.
And this was at Aisha's house.
I don't remember where we was talking, but I picked them up at Aisha's mom's house.
Picked them up from Aisha's mom's house at approximately what
I
time?
don't remember what time, sir.
Like evening, what time of day?
Well, I think it was around the evening time.
Evening time. So you picked them up from Aisha, and what car were you in when you picked them up?
I don't remember. I think it was the Impala. I don't remember. It probably was the Grant. I don't know.
Okay. And then, so you pick them up, bring them back here, or bring them back up. Do you take them straight to your mobile home, or
no?
What you guys do?
We went
Just
down,
run me through your day.
We went to my
What you
cousin's
remember.
house. We went down to my cousin's house, and they played with my little cousins, and they wanted to go.
What cousin's house was that?
At Vince.
Oh, Vince. Okay. And where does he live?
On Taylor.
Taylor and what?
Between 5th and 6th.
You know the exact address or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I guess they wanted to go to the house, so we went to the house. They started playing the games at the house, and then they took their showers, and then they got in the bed. You know, me and Andrew laid down. I got up. I left. Came back.
What time did you leave around?
I don't even remember, sir. I mean,
And what the sleeping arrangements? How is that? Like
What do
who
you
sleeps where in the house? And
I mean, the kids were in Andrew's room.
okay,
Me and Andrew was sitting out in the living room.
okay.
We was in the living room, and I had left and came back. And then when I left, I think I went down to Little Vince's house, but nobody was there. And when I came back, you know, I did a little look around. I didn't see Bree. No, that wasn't that time. I don't remember. No, that's a lie. That's a bald-faced lie. It wasn't even at that time. I don't ever look at the time, so I mean, I'm really confused with the time. But I know when I went and looked for Bree, I
So,
only seen Lil Dink in the bed.
Okay.
And I left, so I went like moving around, and I
left the apartment?
like the
or-
apartment, yeah, and went like out and about, where she was living,
or-
and out there in I don't know the apartment buildings out there. I don't know.
But you're, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. So just so I can get this straight, so you pick them up from Aisha's, you go to Vince's house,
Right? They
play with the kids. Then you head up to Andrea's house. Okay. Did you go to your trailer at all?
No.
Okay. And then so you guys go there. You said the kids shower and they get ready for bed, and they sleep in Andrea's room, in the same bed together.
Yes.
And then you and Andrea in the room. And then at one point you leave in the night. How many hours do you think was between when you first got there and then you left the apartment?
Probably like about 3-4 hours.
Okay.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
around.
Around figure.
And so then you leave, but is everyone still in those same like kind of areas when you leave?
No, when I was there.
When you left?
Yeah, when I left, ain't nobody came out of no room.
Yeah, everyone was.
Everybody was still, situated. Detorius was before I left. Detorius was still playing the game, and I went in there, and he said he was done playing the game, so I turned the TV off, and he went to sleep. And then, I went in the living room. Sat around for a while, bored. Left, came back.
How long were you gone for?
I don't know, probably I assume 45 minutes to an hour, 30 minutes. I don't know, somewhere around there.
Okay, and then you come back, and then kind of what do you do when you get back? Nothing. Did you just go to bed, or did
No,
you
I wasn't
stay in the living room?
I was in the living room. I wasn't even
Okay.
tired.
Yeah.
But I got when I was there, I periodically checked them to make sure they was good in there, because we had the air conditioner on, so I unplug it because it gets too cold.
Okay.
So I pretty much, like I said, when I realized that, and it's kind of odd because I never known Bree to ever leave, ever. Never, ever, ever leave. It was just odd, you know what I mean? And when I realized it, like I said, I went looking around. Then when I came back, Andrea was up. She like, what's wrong? I'm like, man, something ain't right. You know what I'm saying? I was freaking out a little bit. So she like, I'm like, man, I'll talk to you in a minute. I'll talk to you in a minute. We gotta figure this shit out. And you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want her stressing. You know what I'm saying? So, and then when I came back, I grabbed Dink. And I'm like, man, he like, Dad, where is Bree? I said, I don't know. He's like, and then we rolled around, and then I text his mom. When I text his mom, she was at work, and she was like, hey, Bree's missing. She's like, well, stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing with me, Henry. So I'm like, man, no, I'm not playing. I'm for real. And she was like, um, stop playing with me. And I said, look, man, I'm not playing. So I gave Dink the phone. Dink told her, like, Mom, you know, we don't know where she at. So then he handed me the phone back, and I'm like, I got to talk to him. Like, man, your mom mad at me. He said, Dad, I don't understand why mom mad at you. You know, you haven't done nothing. I'm like, I mean, but I'm still responsible. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you know, don't know what to say or do. You know. So then me and her met up, and she was like,
You and Aisha met up?
Yeah.
Where at?
at Burger King.
Okay.
And Aisha was like really upset. And I said, you know what I'm saying? I understand how you coming. I feel what you're saying right now, but you know, you stressing out right now. It's not going to help us out right now. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
We have to figure this shit out, you know? So I was like, well, you're responsible, you know, and it made me feel so fucking bad because, you know, I am responsible. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, I was like lost. Didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to say to her. I was lost for words. I couldn't even talk to her really. And she was yelling and screaming. And then she said, I'm gonna call somebody to come out there to Andrea's apartment. I said, okay. You know what I'm saying? So we went out there. When the dude approached, you know what I'm saying?
The dude as in
the officer.
Okay.
Man,
So did you call 911?
No, she did. I told her I was gonna go to the police station at first. She said, no, let's go to the apartment. You know what I'm saying? So I said, well, we can call at the apartment. You know what I'm saying? And Aisha was like, because first I'm thinking like she ain't really missing. You know what I mean? Something, you know what I'm saying? Maybe something, I don't know. But once it really set in that can't nobody find her, that's when it hit me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, she's missing. You know what I mean?
So did you call 911 or did
Aisha did.
Okay, you didn't call 911.
No, because
And Aisha called with her own phone?
I'm not for sure, sir. I don't know.
Did Aisha ever have your phone?
I called Aisha first because I was really.
But did Aisha ever have possession of your phone?
No.
Okay. So let's backtrack here a little bit. Do you remember at what point, or approximately what point of the night, you realized Bree was gone?
I don't remember what time it was. So
were you sitting around and then kind of like run me through again of when you noticed she was gone?
Like, you know, when I came back the second time, you know,
After being gone for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I did like a little check, you know,
Okay.
and you know, and she wasn't there.
She wasn't there. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So.
And you don't know what time you got back?
No, I don't.
Gotcha.
I don't remember. And I was like, I was scared at you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, wow, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? But I didn't think it was like this serious. You know what I'm saying? I really was like confused.
Okay. And so you get back, and then
Then
we put a time frame in between at least. Like, are we talking like 10 to 11 at night? Or are we talking like
after hours? It was
like,
probably after hours. It was
like
probably like closer. I don't remember the time. I'm not gonna.
12 to 2.
I didn't even. The reason why I don't remember the time is because I didn't have my phone.
Gotcha. Where was your phone at?
It was sitting right there on the table, and I mean.
What do you mean sitting right there on the table?
It was sitting right there. Well, not on the table, I think it was sitting on a ledge.
In the apartment, though.
In the apartment.
But you were in the apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, but when I left, I didn't have my phone.
When you left to
go down to Little Vince's.
Little Vince's, okay. But then you got back.
When I got back.
Okay.
And then I left again. I left twice.
And where'd you leave for the second time, or what was that?
I think I went to the quick shop. Got a pack of cigarettes or something like that.
What do you remember? What quick shop?
Quick shop on 53rd.
Okay. And about what time would that have been?
I don't. Like I said, I don't.
And you got a pack of cigarettes there?
Yes.
So just so I have it straight, you went to Vince's, you come back, how long in between when you got?
I'm trying to put the time frame together. I could be
Yeah.
off, but I know where I went.
Yeah, and that's what I'm just trying to.
I'll
figure out.
And then,
So you got back from Quick Shop with the cigarettes, and then what happened after that?
nothing.
No, well, okay. So but then you got back.
And then like I said, I got back. I don't know what time it was, sir.
Okay,
All I know
that's fine.
is-
We can move past that.
All I know is
At one point or another, you noticed that Bree is not in the
in the room.
Okay. And then so, what do you do immediately after you notice Bree's not?
I go outside.
Go outside. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's
Yep.
the first thing I did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I went outside.
Okay. And then, like, just around the area, or did you get in a car and drive
Well,
somewhere?
I went around the area first,
Okay.
and then I started moving around, like trying to get close within the areas. You know what I mean? Trying to look to see if she was walking. You know what I'm saying, or whatever.
And for the sake of, I'm not looking to hand me off on a driving charge. If you went and drove and tried to find her in certain places,
I went in the area where out there. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to see.
around the apartment complex.
You know, like outside. You know what I'm saying? Like when I pulled in, I would have
like those businesses and stuff like that.
No,
or-
like the streets.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm
The
saying?
nearby streets.
I don't know what streets. I mean, I don't. Like the streets that would go back, the streets that would go forward. You know what I'm saying? It was like by Blockbusters.
Blockbuster. You mean
The video.
Family video?
Family
Yep,
video.
yep,
You know, I call them
yeah,
Blockbusters still.
gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? But
Yep. And then how long were you looking for her approximately the first time?
What you mean the first time? I looked for a while. I've been looking for a period.
Yeah, no, but then you do come back to the apartment you said earlier.
When I went looking for her, I did come back to get.
Yeah. So I'm asking just how long was that time frame of prior to picking up?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. But did you have your phone then when you were looking for her or no?
No,
Okay.
I wasn't even thinking about the phone.
About the phone. I know.
I wasn't even.
Yeah.
The phone wasn't even a concern.
Concern.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Finding her was
Yep.
the concern.
For sure.
So the phone really wasn't a concern.
So you come back, you grab Dink, and then is that when you and Andrea have the conversation about what's going on, or
No.
or did you have the conversation prior to you leaving that long time?
I never really talked to Andrea, period, until basically I talked to Aisha. You know what I'm saying?
So Andrea had no idea until after you spoke with Aisha?
She didn't have no idea, period. Like she didn't have no full understanding what was going on.
Did she know Breasia was gone?
Yeah, I guess she did. I don't know.
What do you mean you know?
Because I don't know if she went in the room.
Okay.
That's one thing I don't know if she went in the room. So
She knew you were upset or you were panicking about something, but she didn't know
she
what.
didn't know, but I know when I came back to get Dink was laying on the couch.
Okay.
Dink was in the bed at first.
Yep.
So evidently she knew then.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That Bree is not in the house.
Gotcha.
You know, I mean, we didn't talk about that,
Okay.
but I mean, it's like common sense type of thing.
Yeah, it's like, putting two and two together. Gotcha. So then you pick up Dink and you guys go looking again, right?
Right.
And sometime during that time you call Aisha, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you guys meet at Burger King?
Yes.
Okay.
No, McDonald's, not Burger King. McDonald's on Kimberly.
On Kimberly, like East Kimberly?
Eastern. Yeah, it wasn't no Burger King. It was McDonald's.
So you guys meet there in that parking lot, or did you guys go inside at all? Or?
No, because she was mad, and she was like furious. You know what I'm saying? She really didn't even want to talk to me. But only thing she kept saying, "Hey, you're responsible. You're responsible. You're responsible. You're responsible." You know what I'm saying? Why wasn't you watching? I'm like, what you mean? She sleep. The fuck you mean? You know what I'm saying? Who watches? You know what I'm saying? I periodically check, but.
Any places you could, I mean, you probably already checked them, but any places in particular that she enjoys or goes to?
I ain't been around my kids in a while, so.
Do you know how long has it been?
Some months.
Like,
Other than, you know, being down there with the river with them, you know what I'm saying, barbecuing for them. As for really having a bond like the way we used to have,
like spending the night.
like period, like our close bond period, like me spending time with them, being with them, around them all the time. That's been some time back, you know what I mean? So
And how long do you think you were at Vince's place for?
he wasn't there.
No, I'm talking about when you took the kids there after picking them
Oh,
up from
for a while. For a while, for a while.
several hours, probably.
See, it was some hours. I know it was some hours.
Was it dark when you guys got home from Vince's?
No, it was still
Still a little late.
It was still a little light in there.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is giving me a headache.
I'm gonna write some things down. And you said the kids like took a shower, did what they need to do to get ready for bed right when they got home? When they got to the apartment?
After they ate, played the game, you know,
Okay.
you know.
So it was a little bit, yeah. Okay. And this, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the first time that her and Detorius have spent the night up there?
Yes. That's why I'm really confused. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you know, Lil Dick used to stay with me all the time when I lived on 35th. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Can you grab my phone so I can see who that is?
I
please,
got
sir?
Tomorrow.
Yeah, can I talk to him?
I will just leave it for a second.
I just wanted to tell him to come down here. You know what I mean?
Because I thought you went and picked them up or they came with you or something like that.
What you mean by that?
I was told that you went and got your mom or your mom came with.
No, they was out of town.
Your mom's out of town?
They was closer towards Iowa City. They said they was turning around.
Gotcha.
Because I mean, I thought they would be there, but they wasn't there.
Gotcha. So, okay. First time that they spent the night, apartment 8, right? Was that it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you spent the night there multiple times though prior to this?
Periodically.
Periodically.
Yeah. And then, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, periodically, off and on.
Okay. Just so I make sure I have everything right. Kids go to bed. They sleep in the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
So you guys sleep on the air mattress out in
Yes,
those rooms?
yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't go to bed. You go back to Vince's.
I went down there, but they wasn't there.
But no one was there, so you didn't.
Well,
then-
hold on. Let me rephrase that. Did nobody answer?
No one answered. Okay, gotcha.
I don't know if they was there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
It was just no reply.
So did you go straight to Vince's and then straight back?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Like you didn't make any stops anywhere else or anything like that?
Not that I can recall.
And then then you went back and then was it a certain amount of time before you went to the quick shop to get cigarettes or was there?
It wasn't right away.
Okay, there's some lull in between that.
I mean, probably. I mean, I'm not saying like. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and guess the time because I don't know. I don't want to put a frame on the time, and I really don't know the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
So,
and then did you go to quick shop in the Impala, or is it a different car that you?
yes, I went
right,
in Impala.
in the Impala. Okay. Got cigarettes, and then you went straight back. Okay.
That took about 35.
Quick shop on 53rd. Is that the
That's the one by West High School.
West or by North High School? You mean?
North High School.
Head back, and then it's after that is when you noticed Breasia is not wasn't there. Then you go outside, you check first around the apartment area.
And I did see her.
You didn't see her. Then you check some of the nearby streets.
I did see her. That's when I panicked. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I knew Aisha was still asleep, so I really didn't want to call her until I knew that she got up.
Okay.
So when I called her, you know what I'm saying, she was up, but she was at work.
Where does she work at?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know it's a fast food place.
Okay.
And when I, like I said, when I talked to her on the phone, she was like, quit playing with me. You know what I mean? Stop playing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm not playing with you, man. I'm keeping this shit real. Because at first she thought it was a joke. And I told her, this is not a joke. You know what I'm saying? And that's when she said, well, there's only one person here at the job. So I said, you got to get off. You got to get off. You got to get off. You got to get off right now. So.
And you just left your phone in the apartment when
Yes,
you went
I
out
really
looking
wasn't.
for it?
I really wasn't thinking about the phone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, no, for sure.
That wasn't a priority. And I was getting ready to leave my phone when I grabbed Lil Dink because you know what I'm saying. But that's when Andrew said, "Henry, take your phone." You know what I'm saying? I was like, "Oh," I'm like, "Where is it?" So, and then that's when I grabbed my phone.
Gotcha.
And
And
then
that's how you were able to
communicate then.
with Aisha.
Right.
But you never called 911?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Because I really didn't. I really wasn't. You know what I'm saying? It was like I really wasn't for sure. I didn't dial. I should have dialed 911, but I really wasn't for sure. You know what I mean? So I didn't dial 911.
So then you guys, you met at Aisha at McDonald's, and then did you guys ride together? Well, not in the same car, but
we
followed each other back up to the.
We rode up there to the apartment, and that's when Lil Dink came out and said, "Dad, the officer's outside." I said, "Okay, I'm coming outside." So I went outside, and that's when Aisha got kind of like a little frustrated, I'll say, and he was trying to tell us like, give me information. I'm like,
Who? The officer. Gotcha.
He was like, give me information. You know what I'm saying? Aisha, she was so mad, she didn't even want to give him information. I'm like, all right, you got to get a man information. You have to. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying? She walked away. That's when I walked away because I was just as mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, is you fucking serious? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I call her.
Okay.
I'm like, you know what I'm saying? And it made me mad. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what the fuck, man? You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Yeah.
who doesn't give the fucking information? I don't have no picture of Bree. You know what I'm saying? I have just like one or two pictures, period, in my phone with Lil Dink. You know what I'm saying? I used to have a lot of pictures of him in other phones. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't have them in this phone.
Okay.
So,
So you took Taurus with you, and then you met Aisha at McDonald's.
yes.
So you get back to the apartments. How does Dink come out of the apartment when he's supposed to be with you and Aisha at the McDonald's?
No, that's not what I said. I said, Lil Dink, when the officer, him and Aisha was sitting in the car, when the officer came, Lil Dink came up and said that the police officer said it. That's when I came down.
Came down from?
Downstairs.
So you were in the apartment
when the officer got there.
Okay. So you arrived before the officer?
Huh?
So you arrived before the officer?
Yes.
Okay. You and Taurus both arrived.
Matter of fact,
the way you made it sound for is that you walked up and.
No. Me and Aisha made it there. Aisha got the number off the building and had them come.
What number off the building?
Because they got numbers on the.
Oh, like the address number.
The address, yeah. They got the numbers on the building.
Okay.
And like I said, I didn't even know the number. You know what I'm saying? I still don't know the number.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that's when Lil Dink came up and said that a police officer. I'm like, okay, I'm coming down. And that's when I came down, and I got to talking to him, and he was telling me what something that happened with him before. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay. He's like, don't panic. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to keep my composure. But Aisha was already to the limit, and it ended up becoming a spring match out there, even with the officer. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do if you're not giving me the fucking information?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, bro, man. I'm like, if I knew what you needed to know on pictures and all that, I'll give them to you.
Yeah.
I don't have that. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing I can do about that. But she made me mad when she didn't want to give him that. You know what I'm saying? Because he needs that. That's how you get the, you know what I'm saying, they're looking for that person.
Okay.
So,
And then so you leave the apartment while the officers are there, and then where do you
no,
go?
Aisha left first,
Okay, Aisha leaves, and
and
then,
then I left.
okay. And where'd you go after you?
But I was just so mad, I was just rolling around. I
Okay.
was still looking, you know what I'm saying, but I was just riding, you know, just looking around, you know what I'm saying, like.
Do you
I
remember
really
what
didn't-
parts specifically, like some places that you checked or names of businesses? Did you make it downtown here at all?
I came all the way, I went through the whole Quad City.
Did you go back to your mobile home at all?
Yes, me and Lil Dink went down.
You, this morning?
Yeah. And then once we was looking, you know what I'm saying? We got to looking, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, I needed to grab, what was it that I grabbed up out of there? I think it was a couple dollars, whatever it was that I needed. Some money.
So
Because I was starting
was
to
that before or after you saw Aisha?
I saw Aisha. I don't remember, man. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I mean, shit. It was. I seen Aisha. Me and Dink went out, and then we seen Aisha.
Okay.
Because I was starting to get low on gas, and I needed to grab a few dollars so I could have. That's why I got it in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? That's so I can continue to like just ride. You know what I mean? And I was like I said, I was gonna ride until I couldn't ride no more. You know what I mean? So.
And then so Aisha makes contact with you over the phone, and you're down.
I made contact with Aisha.
Yeah, you called her after.
And then
was there a reason why you weren't answering your phone or text messages or anything?
No, because
my phone was trying to get a hold of you.
No, not at this time. Not at this time. My phone be acting up sometimes.
Okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck it is about this phone, but sometimes I gotta text people first in order to call them. And I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? But anybody, you know, when I go through it and see it, you know what I'm saying? Because when I was moving around, my mind really wasn't on the phone. You know what I'm saying? My mind was on Aisha phone calls. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, you know what I'm saying, she found her or something, but anybody else phone call I really wasn't concerned about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wasn't worrying about no other phone call but Aisha. But at first, Aisha said she tried to call me a couple times. You know what I'm saying? It didn't ring. You know what I mean? But once I looked at the phone and I called her back, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And once I got to talking to Aisha.
And so when you said you'd meet us at the station, where'd you go after that?
My sisters.
Two sisters?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Out by the cemetery.
Like on Eastern? Or,
Out by the cemetery.
do you know the address?
No, I don't.
What's your sister's name?
Nita. What my sister got to do with this?
Well, just
She wasn't.
so I know the address, so I can look it up. You know what I mean?
McQuay.
McQuay.
Yes.
Can you spell that for me?
MCQUAY.
Nita is just NITA.
NITA.
So then you went there, but you said they were out of town. You didn't make any contact there.
No.
And then where'd you go after that?
Here.
Here. Okay.
Here.
Oh, and then.
Well, they told me to give them. When I talked to the officer, I said, well, I want to at least have my mom and my sister come down with me. She said, okay, well, just be down here by. I think it was a female. She said, come down by. Can you be down there by 12? I said, yeah, I can make it down there by 12.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So when I left from there, when I left from my sister's house, I came straight here.
Okay. And then, so how is your car not here? You know what I mean?
I came straight here.
I get that, but the car that you were driving was the Impala, and the Impala's not here.
I didn't say I was driving the Impala.
Well, you came in the Impala.
I never said I was driving the Impala.
So you left the apartments in the Impala, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at what point did you not have the Impala anymore?
What do that got to do with the Impala? I mean,
Because you left there in a vehicle, and that's.
I mean, I'm not trying to make it harder on you.
Yeah, I
right?
get it.
But I mean, literally, as for the situation with the driving aspect, you know,
I'm not looking for the driving. I'm looking for the car.
I'm keeping that solo with it.
No, that's fine. I'm more concerned about the car.
I mean, if you want to check the car, you can check the car.
Yeah, we would like to do that.
Yes,
Probably.
you can,
Yeah.
without a problem.
Where is the car currently?
It's reachable.
Reachable as in.
I can get it to you guys at any time. That's basically what I'm saying.
And also to backtrack.
I mean, one thing about me, I mean, like I said, if I had any issues, I would have never came down. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, pull, you know what I'm saying, no extra, but when it come down to the, you know how I feel about the driving situation.
And I know that, but I'm not worried about that. I'm just trying to figure out
What I'm saying is
your back trail of when you left the police asked you to stay
Right.
there and you left, and all of a sudden there's this car you left in, but now we don't know where the
what
car
I'm saying
is.
is you
understand?
Yeah, but if you want to search the car, I can bring the car to search for you.
And I'm just trying to also backtrack, like where. I mean, you don't have to say you're driving the car.
That's my mom. 'Cause I know they probably downstairs.
It says restricted.
Swipe it.
Oh.
Hi, help you. This is Angela from the warranty department. The reason I'm calling.
Yeah, you can clear that out.
Bunch of junk there.
Yeah.
But it also helps just make me understand your route that you took because you had the car and then you didn't. I just want to know where that transition took place.
It's reachable, bro. I just say it like that.
But you don't want to talk about how you eventually switched vehicles or.
Never switched. I mean, that was like, I ain't switching no vehicles.
Okay.
Why would I switch a vehicle?
But then so someone else was with you in the car
Well, why would I switch vehicles? Where you get to switch vehicles at?
because so the Impala you left the apartment, okay, and then now you're here at the station, but the Impala's not here.
It's around. I'll say it that way. It's around.
Okay.
It's
Around the block somewhere.
It's around.
Okay. That helps me better understand.
Yeah, I mean, as for the driving,
And I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about Breasia, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But it's the point that, you know what I'm saying, me.
I know you don't want to get in trouble for something that's when you're trying to find Breasia. I get that 100%. And so, but you can't think of. I mean, you've checked a lot of areas, and you haven't been around.
I don't.
That much.
But see, like I think Bree and Dink said that they cousin TT or somebody lived in that area somewhere around there. I don't remember.
TT?
No, their cousin or TT or somebody. I know that they said somebody lived around the area. I am not for sure who it was. You know what I'm saying? They don't live in the building complex, but around somewhere. I don't even know who it was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know who it was.
Gotcha. All right. Hang tight. I'll talk to my other guys, see what they found out. If they found out anything else, or
What you mean about anything else, bro?
like if they found like some video of her somewhere else, or you know what I mean.
Right.
So. Sorry, a little bit. Some of them are still printing. Of course, naturally, we'd have a problem with the printer at a time like this. Side here. So we'll start near it. And so this is the apartment complex, right? 2744. It's one of the ones up here. I believe it's that one.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to trace kind of like with the pen and trace where you went.
Bro, I don't know exactly where I went. That's why I'm not.
Did you stop at any places?
I don't remember. Okay, I didn't.
Did you talk to anyone when you're out looking?
No, I was just looking. You know what I'm saying? Just looking. I've been through the whole area. Almost all of this area. Almost.
So what ones have you not been to?
I haven't went over there by Castlewood. I haven't went over there. I haven't went over what's the E-mines over there.
Well, no, so this is 53rd.
Oh, no, okay.
This is a apartment complex.
I thought this was the whole.
No.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
So you went
I
through
don't
all these streets.
I don't
and-
drove all through here, all around through there. I mean, I don't hit Brady, Harrison, fucking. I mean, I just, the furthest I went is all the way down. Just like
all the way down where?
like all the way downtown. Just like, you know what I'm saying? When you circle one area, you know what I'm saying? You gotta just continue to go through every area.
Mm-hmm.
I've been everywhere, man. I'm not going to say where and what streets.
Okay.
I just know I've been all through here.
And did you stop at any? Did you go inside while you're looking? Did you go stop anywhere and talk to anyone, ask them if they've seen someone? Do you remember any places that you did that with?
No, I didn't do that.
You didn't do that? Okay.
I just moved around.
Okay. So you were strictly in your car the entire time?
Moving around.
Okay. In the Impala, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got back the second time, when you saw Dink on the couch, did Andrea then say anything? Did Andrea ask anything or say anything to you?
The only thing she
Further
asked
about-
me is like, what's going on?
Okay.
That's all she said.
And then what did you tell her?
I didn't tell her nothing. I was just like, man, right now I'm frustrated. I'm looking. I should have said something to her, but I assumed that she knew some little Dink being on the couch.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was like, right now, man, I don't even want to talk right now. You know what I'm saying? I really don't want to talk at all. That's basically what I kept telling her.
Telling her. Yeah. Gotcha. So there's no.
Like, I'm not gonna draw no map because I really don't know where I was going. I was just moving around, just going around. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not no spot in particular. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go in no stores because when I was moving around, after I talked to Aisha, and her mom said they was gonna move around too. You know what I'm saying? So I assumed that if all of us was moving around, you know what I'm saying, like even Andrea was moving around on feet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So was no sense in me staying close to them. It's just like traveling. You know what I'm saying? The more grounds you can pick up. You know what
And
I
then
mean?
I'm sorry, who else was moving around looking?
And Andrea,
Andrea drove around looking?
no, walking around.
Walking around.
Like
walking around the apartment complex or walking
walking
further?
around complexes and then further. I don't know where all she walked to. She
Okay.
just told me she was walking around looking.
Gotcha.
Aisha mom was looking. Aisha auntie was looking. Aisha was looking. Aisha uncle. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of people, bro.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So
and so was there any texts going around like about the situation, or is it just the phone calls?
I think there was like one or two texts,
What did you text?
if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And so would you be fine if we downloaded the phone to have the call logs and the text
For what reason?
to corroborate everything here about the call logs and the text? It helps everyone out.
Download my phone.
To get the call logs to show that those calls were made at those certain times.
I can show
and
you my
text
phone.
about it.
I can just show you my phone.
I gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? You want to see? I can just show you my phone. I mean, I can just open up my phone and let you go on my phone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
What's the passcode to your phone?
Just give me my phone and I'll open it up for you.
Okay. Well, you'll open up right in front of you.
Right, yeah, I'll open it right here.
And so if you want to just while I go grab your phone, if you want to just take a closer look, and if there's anything that's sticking out, be sure to mark it. Okay.
I mean, what is there to stick out? But
Like for sure, places that you went for sure. think of any or mark any? No.
No, I ain't marking none, but I'm just looking at the whole thing.
Okay.
Oh, my fucking stomach.
Thank you so much.
Why are you looking at me to do my password?
Well, that's what I asked.
No, I said I will open it for you.
Yeah,
But
I
I'm
can
not,
ask
no,
you,
I'm
sure.
not gonna give you my password.
Okay.
I will open it for you so you can look in my phone, but I'm not gonna give you my password.
Okay. And then you're just gonna lock it.
Yes, right after you finish looking.
Yeah.
I will let you look in there. I have no problem with you looking.
Okay.
That's something I don't have no problem.
Okay.
And what the fuck is it? My mind is not even on my phone.
You recently got this phone too, though, right? Yeah.
No, I had this phone for a minute, but
I thought, well, just a new phone number?
no, this number.
Because you said you didn't know it. That's what I was. So
I don't know my number. All I know is 72726.
Alright.
Why you still watching? I don't want to open it, then, bro.
You know?
Not if you staring into me while I'm trying to get my number.
What I'm doing is I'm making sure that you're not going in and deleting anything. That's what my concern.
Why would I
is.
delete something?
You never know with guys. Trust me.
No.
It happens. It
I
happens.
mean, as soon as I open it, I'll give it to
Okay.
you.
Sounds good.
So you can look at it.
Yep. Yeah.
No. Let me try one more time. You only get so many tries.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Cool.
Now, what are you gonna look at?
Just gonna.
I can show you anything and everything.
Was there? That's from a couple days ago. Yeah.
No, that was from when I
Well,
got them.
Wednesday,
That's from when I
yeah.
got my kids to
So
the
you've had-
conversation when they went to bed. Where was it? I think it's good night, mom. You know what I'm saying? You know, good night, love you, Bree. That's when she was.
Well, good night, mom.
You know what I'm saying? That's
What
what
is good night, mom? Though I don't.
that's good night, mom. That's the way she said good night, mom. Too.
Who says?
Bree. They didn't have no phone, so they was using my phone or they used the Android phone to use whatever.
But the phone number was to Lil Dink.
No, that's Aisha's phone, but
Oh,
it's my son, so I don't put her name in my phone.
that's the way you contact.
I contact him. You know
Okay,
what I'm
that
saying?
makes sense.
I don't contact her.
I got you.
Let me see. Okay. So let's see.
But there wasn't anything about this stuff besides the.
No.
Well, go click on
On who?
Lil Dink again and go down to the most recent thing.
Where are you?
Okay, and then.
Yeah, remember when I told you she kept trying to call me and my phone was acting up?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what, you know what I'm
Gotcha.
saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, here, I just show you phones. Now let me get to the numbers.
The call log.
Let me see. Okay, how do I get to this motherfucker?
Then that would be the call log.
That will
Gotcha.
see.
Okay.
Here's yours.
All right.
I mean, I like I said, I have no problem showing you in my phone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
But I guess where's the issue of like you just want to dictate of what we see or?
No, I don't. No, I just like, you know what I'm saying? I look at it like, I don't have no problem opening my phone for you. You know what I'm saying? I really don't.
Okay.
I don't have nothing to hide in my phone from you.
Okay.
Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing at all. So that's the reason why I said I will open it for you.
Gotcha.
I just don't want nobody all in my phone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it don't matter, but I just don't like people.
Well, it does. I mean, it does matter.
No, you miss what I'm saying.
Okay.
When I say it don't matter. When I say that, I'm saying like, you know what I'm saying? If you right here in my presence, you can do what the heck you want with my phone.
Mm-hmm.
basically. You know what I'm
Gotcha.
saying?
Yeah.
I want to know what you're doing with my phone.
Okay.
That's all.
Gotcha.
I mean, it ain't nothing that I'm hiding in my phone or anything like that. That is not. I would like, if you like, okay, let's connect it to something. Okay, I want to see what you're doing with my phone. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, to
Nothing
be able
personal.
to be able to download, we would need the passcode, but
Like I said,
which just helps speed up any suspicion we would have of you.
But I
You know
don't
what I mean?
understand how I got suspicious with my own kids, man. These are my kids.
No,
You
I
know what I'm
got you.
saying? I mean,
I'm just saying it would clear any suspicion, right?
Listen, I mean, I know you're doing your job. You know what I'm saying? And I know what you have to do. I know what you have to do. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no issues with that period. But these are my kids, bro.
Mm-hmm.
These are my kids. You know what I'm saying? These are mine.
Yeah.
I'm really like confused. Like, I wish I'd have been staying in my same state of mind where I was saying no all the time.
What do you mean by that?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Aisha, basically I blocked her where she couldn't even call me.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's
And
that's
why
saying
is
no.
that?
Because me and her have bad communication sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because of the person who she was talking to. You know what I'm saying? And it just caused a little but now she's not talking to that person no more. So it opened up our communication again. You know what I mean? So I mean,
Anyone you can think of that would try to take Breasia?
why? For what reason?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You
I
know
mean,
better than I would, right?
I really,
That's why I'm
the only
asking.
person who would know better than me would be Aisha.
Yeah, but you can't think of anyone that would take her.
I can't see no reason why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Bree's a good kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She's a good kid. You know what I'm saying? She's definitely a good kid.
Okay.
Definitely a good kid.
Then before you might have mentioned, I might have missed it. When you went to Vince's after y'all already went home from Vince's and you went back and you didn't get an answer at the door, what was the reason that you went back there?
Cause that's where I be kicking it sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like just to, drink a beer. You know what I'm saying? Sit down, drink a beer,
hang out
a little bit, talk to, the yin yang, you know what I'm saying? That's as far as I go.
Okay.
For me.
So did you call ahead of time?
No, I don't know. Sometimes I call, but 99% of the time he don't answer his phone.
Okay.
So I don't call.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I just go.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't call him. I just go.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, my babies are good. You know what I'm saying? My son too. You know what I'm saying? They listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? All my kids listen to me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no problem with my kids. You know what I'm saying? At all. You know what I'm saying?
No behavioral issues, something like that.
The mom do. I don't have it. You know what I'm saying?
Like they're defiant
with mom,
yeah,
but not with me.
Okay.
Why? Probably because I'm more lenient.
Okay.
And I tend to give them what they want.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you want, the only way you can get something out of me if you're acting good.
Mm-hmm.
Good grades, respectful, doing the things you have to do. That's when you get stuff from me. Other than that, you don't get nothing from me. You know what I'm saying? And my kids know that.
Mm-hmm.
So this is crazy, man.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like, I'm more hurt for Aisha. Because, you know what I'm saying, that, she had him. You know what I mean? And my baby mama, you know what I'm saying, like I said, I know she feels some type of way behind it. You know what I'm saying? But like I told her, you know what I'm saying, she like, Henry, you should have more of a watch. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never have to watch my kids like that. You know what I'm saying? Never.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I used to keep her and Bree.
Yeah.
I mean, Bree ending. You know what I'm saying? I never have to. Because my kids, you know what I'm saying, we communicate. You know what I'm saying? So I really.
You're breathing kind of heavy, is it? You just
I smoke a lot.
smoke a lot.
And then I'm,
Gotcha.
you know what I'm saying, thinking about my baby.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like, it's rough, bro. It's rough. Even though she ain't my biological, but she's still my baby. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's rough.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I kind of like, you know what I'm saying, think about it. You know what I'm saying? But I try to not.
What do you
And
think?
then I got asthma too, so.
Yeah. What do you think happened?
Big bro, I don't even know. I mean, I'm not gonna even try to even put a thumb on it, a finger on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say something that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because our communication was good all day.
With Bree?
With both.
With both as in?
Dink and Bree.
Yeah.
Both my kids been A1 all day.
Okay.
A1 all day, bro.
And then?
All day A1.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm kind of like stopped up, congested a little bit too. So
Yeah, gotcha.
this is like.
Well, I can assure you, there's a bunch of people right now with the department going out there trying to do what we
I
can.
hope, pray to God that they find my baby. You know what I mean? Because we need her home.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
We need her home.
Yep. And
This is, and I know, like I said, I know I blames me because I should have had more watch on her. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
I know my baby mama. You know what I'm saying? She is like furious at me. Like I never seen her this mad at me ever.
Yeah.
But she got reasons.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's like if I would have had custody of my kids and I leave them over there and something happened, whether they bust a nose or get a scar or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Do you concerned about that? You know what I mean? So
yeah, definitely.
I'm not mad at Aisha. I'm just kind of salty that she won't really communicate with me.
And
you know what I'm saying? And that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Because her mom do. Even right now, you know what I'm saying? I was talking to Donita on the phone.
Yeah.
And me and Donita 100, her mom.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And Donita loves me. You know what I'm saying? And the whole family do. You know what I'm saying? So, but I know what Aisha's going through, and it's just gonna take for her to.
And you know, some things that could help with that, right? Of her not being so mad at you.
She is.
Hear me out here for a sec. To help ease some of that, or lessen it, or for us to be able to go input more to her, is that your cooperation goes a long way with us, and also is not going to make her so mad at you, right? So like if she finds out that the whole passcode on the phone, it is what it is, whatever, she might question that.
Ms. Cunningham, we will take our mid-morning break at this time.
Thank
We'll
you.
be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
I guess we're having a break. I didn't hear him say anything. Let's take a quick look at that.
To her is that your cooperation goes a long way with us, and also is not going to make her so mad at you, right? So like if she finds out that the whole passcode on the phone, it is what it is, whatever, she might question that.
Ms. Cunningham, we will take our mid-morning break at this time. We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes.
Okay, he said 15 minutes. He talks so quietly. Okay, you said that he said, I try not to think that someone could what I have done to a 9-year-old child. I missed that. He's not on a mic. it seems. And so whenever he does speak, I never I catch it. I see them suddenly showing the fat flagpole, and I'm left wondering what's going on. So, let's see. Um, Take a quick look and see what's new on YouTube. We've got the behavior panels doing something. Something about a Lucy Letby who was a nurse murdering babies being found guilty, but I'm not familiar. Is that a British case? Oh, 2018 is when she was arrested. Infant deaths in between June 2015 and June 2016. Sounds nasty. Yeah, it did seem awfully short. Let's see. Okay, what else have we got over in YouTube land? More drama. Okay, let's. Let's see. And some more on Lucy Letby. Oh, Ellen came to say hi. Hello, kitty. There seems to be something that is causing a stir about some convicted criminal gets money for housing migrants in Milton Keynes. Let's see, there was a big to-do in Texas. Let's see, it was Houston. Let's watch this.
Real quick to make sure we get everyone introduce themselves. Not everyone's going to speak, but U.S. Marshal.
Howdy, T. Michael. That's T. Period Michael. M-I-C-H-A-E-L. O'Connor. O-apostrophe. Got the C-O-N-N-O-R. I'm the U.S. Marshal for the Southern District of Texas.
My name is Josh Wright. I'm the Chief Deputy U.S. Marshal for the Southern District of Texas.
With U.S. Marshal.
James McIntosh, Assistant Chief Deputy, Houston, Texas.
Troy Fenner, Houston Police Department.
Jimmy Paul, Assistant Special Agent in charge with the FBI in Houston.
And we have Chief Vasquez with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. At this time, we still have an active standoff. We're still trying to resolve the situation peacefully out here and give the suspect every opportunity to turn himself in peacefully. We're doing our due diligence, working very hard. We understand that there's a larger community out here as well, so try to make sure we keep everyone safe. Earlier this afternoon, into the early evening, our investigators, multi-agency investigators working on this case since yesterday, it's been a long 24 hours, made their way to this location as a possible address where suspect Green could be located at. As they began to make contact with individuals at the house, they determined that he was indeed possibly in the house. As they began to make entry into the home, they were greeted by gunfire. A member of the U.S. Marshal's Office, as well as a member of the Harris County Sheriff's Office, members of the Gulf Coast Task Force were struck during that initial gunfire by the suspect. They did not have an opportunity to return fire, so no law enforcement officers returned fire at the location. At that point, they retreated back. Subsequently, were transported to a hospital to receive treatment. And then the suspect again barricaded himself into the home, and that's where we've been ever since. So we have our hostage negotiation team as well as our Harris County Sheriff's Office SWAT team out here again trying to resolve the situation. The condition of our deputy from yesterday, he's doing well. As I mentioned, he remains critical but stable, and very positive improvement so far. He's doing very, very well, so we're encouraged by that. And the U.S. Marshal and his Chief Deputy will talk a little bit about the condition of those that were wounded here today.
Well, as you can see, unfortunately, we've had a few of these. conferences or press releases, but I cannot not express enough to you the support of state, federal, and local agencies, not just the Gulf Coast Task Force, U.S. Marshal team members, but I mean, everybody showed up and we're out searching for this individual. Fortunately, we had a lead to come to this residence. As they tried to go in, he fired upon them upon entry. Of course, they all retreated. And as he mentioned, the sheriff's deputy, he was first in line, so he got a few rounds, but he's doing well. And so our two marshals were wounded, but not anything that we see that's serious in nature. We're just glad that they were able to retreat and allow the sheriff's office and their SWAT team to take over the scene at this point. So I'm going to let Chief Deputy give you a little more details as to what went on.
Okay, thank you, Marshal. So the Marshal and I, my Assistant Chief James McIntosh, we just left the hospital where we have two of our Deputy U.S. Marshals that are assigned to the Southern District of Texas. Both of them are in good spirits. They're receiving medical treatment and they're recovering. One of those deputies received a gunshot wound to the lower leg. The other one received shrapnel to the upper arm. We anticipate that they'll fully recover and they're in good spirits. Family is surrounding them and we're keeping them in our thoughts and prayers.
You may want to tell them where they're from.
Yeah, so we had a few deputy marshals brought up from within South Texas to Houston to support an operation of ours, Operation North Star, which is a violent crime reduction initiative. We had multiple Gulf Coast members pull away from North Star to support this fugitive investigation. One of our deputy marshals was from McAllen, the McAllen division, and the other was from Corpus Christi. And they'll be here in Houston recovering.
So fortunately, this North Star initiative that's been going on with the sheriff and the chief, us just happened to be, we sent a whole crew, a lot of our deputies up here to assist. So we were able to shift them over to assist the sheriff's office to pursue this individual.
So just to be clear, initially we said two law enforcement officers had been wounded. Technically it's three. One received, was impacted by some shrapnel. The others did receive more grazing wounds, but one did receive what we believe were at least two gunshot strikes to his upper torso. Thankfully, he was wearing his body armor, and again, it was a lifesaver. So we always stress the importance of wearing body armor. And again, in none of this, I want to make sure that we also emphasize that just the wonderful efforts of law enforcement, just knowing what they were facing, an individual that had already fired upon a deputy and seriously wounding him yesterday, knowing he had a serious criminal background, as I mentioned earlier, armed and dangerous, still began the pursuit.
Now we found out that they weren't harmed. You got to see what they did to this house here. Yeah, they destroyed it, trying to make it so they had a line of sight on the guy. I think this here, let's go back over here, use the mouse. I think this is a robot which they're using to try to insert a camera or something into the house. I could be mistaken on that. But I saw the very end of this last night, and the robot plays a key element. No, he wasn't. He shot 3 police officers, and so there was this big, huge standoff. And it looks like they made a hole in the wall. Oh my. Wow. Oh, okay, there's a saw on the end. A circular saw. Wow. Just and I think this is a rental house, so the poor landlord. The damage deposit isn't going to cover this. They broke windows and made holes in the wall. Now, I haven't either. Wow. There goes the insulation. I've just never seen anything like this. I wonder if a homeowner's insurance covers a damage caused because it got a criminal hold up. I don't know. He might be able to get something through a victim's reparations. I didn't even know they had these kinds of robot. Oh, there goes some clothes. They must have gone in. They're going in through a closet, I think. Oh my. It was a nice looking house too. I'm not sure. He shot 3 police officers, but why he shot 3 police officers, I'm not sure of. It's got to be interesting to train to operate this machine. I mean, do they find buildings that need to be demolished to practice on? Yeah, he's not quite sure why he's up there. Hmm. I saw some people in chat talking about oh, is that the one where they demolished the building? I didn't see the building demolished. I only saw where they got the guy out at last. And that was quite unique. Should I speed this up? Let's see, speed. Let's go to 1.5 speed. I wonder if they had some idea that he's supposed to be in that part of the house, because the front of the house is got a brick facade, and so I never knew there was any vinyl siding. Aha. Dogs and cats are always on the wrong side of the door. I don't know. We might have some issues or not. Let's take a look and see whether it looks like let's see. Oh, I'm trying to look for studio and I'm already on it on that. So let's take a look. So far, nothing. All right. They're saying limited ad suitability. I guess the algorithm doesn't like the destruction of the building. Let's speed this up some more. Get it to see if we oh, sounds like we got the break.
The interview that you conducted of Mr. Dinkins at the Davenport Police Department. There was a call that had come in on his phone, and we could hear a voice in the background. There were two officers that had stepped in, and then his call had been placed out in the hallway. Can you tell us about that call and who that call was from?
That was a call between the defendant and Officer Burkle, who was still at the apartment complex.
Okay. Officer Burkle had testified about having tried to call him several times and finally having sent a text during the course of his testimony. Let me ask you this. During the investigation, did you apply for a search warrant for the defendant's phone?
We did.
Okay. Was that search warrant granted?
It was.
All right. And with that being said, with the granting of the search warrant, describe, I guess, describe the search warrant. What type of processing was to be done on that cell phone?
an extraction of the phone. Program called Celebrate is what's used. After we get the search warrant signed, we turn that into our computer forensics lab along with a computer forensic request form filled out, and then certified forensic analyst / sworn officer would do an extraction of that phone.
Okay. Just for purposes of education, help us understand the difference between a search warrant that is seeking to extract data from a cell phone as compared to a search warrant that is sent to the service provider for a particular phone.
Cell phone record search warrants are strictly related to the provider and will include things like subscriber information, call logs, location data, whereas an extraction of the contents of a phone include any activity on it, images, videos, text messages. Oftentimes in cell phone record search warrant returns, text data is limited, or majority of the time there's no text data that is included in the return. Whereas if you download a phone, the contents of the call log and text messages are usually there.
Okay, all right. And to make sure that I understand that, in instances where you do serve a search warrant on a service provider, the records that they produce may not produce what the content of text messages would be?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. In this particular case, was Mr. Dinkins' cell phone then submitted to our forensic digital unit?
Yes.
Okay, and then who performed the extraction on the cell phone?
Corporal Nanabita.
Okay, once an extraction of information from the phone has occurred, what is done with that information?
It's put into what we call a Celebrate reader format. It's a program that allows a clean overview of being able to examine different categories. For example, there will be phone events or activity, SMS messages, or call logs, search history, things of that nature in their own particular order. Makes it easier for us to go through, analyze the data, and then also allows us to generate reports from content we feel is relevant.
Okay, when the extraction is completed, does Corporal Nanabita do the review of that documentation, or does that go to an officer to do a review of that documentation?
The download of the phone is reviewed by the detectives that work the case.
Okay. Were you that detective?
I did. There was two detectives that did a review of the contents of the phone. It was myself and also Detective Sean Johnson.
Okay, and in your review, then did you look at the text messages that were extracted from Mr. Dinkins' phone?
I did.
And then were you able to review the telephone calls that were either coming in to that number or that were being placed from that number to third parties?
That is correct.
Okay, now help us to understand this. If a phone is not powered on, does that limit what will be captured in the extraction reports?
In my experience with, if you were to get phone records back, it does show calls placed, whereas if the phone's off and there's no activity, it's not going to show like incoming calls into that phone download. So if someone was trying to call a phone that was off, it wouldn't necessarily show up in the download of the contents of the phone.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91-1, consisting of 5 pages, and the 91-2, consisting of 10 pages. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91-1 for purposes of identification and 91-2. What is State's Exhibit 91-1?
It is SMS messages, reader report from the contents of the defendant's phone.
Okay. What is the defendant's telephone number?
It is, can I reflect to my notes?
Sure, absolutely. Would it help to refresh your recollection by reviewing your notes?
That is correct.
Your Honor, may the witness refresh his recollection.
He may.
The defendant's phone number is 563-726-4078.
Okay. Now, what's the date range for the text messages that were generated as a result of the Cellubrite extraction?
The extraction of the phone was for the entirety, but this report right here is within the couple days of Breasia going missing.
Sure. Does it include text messages for July 9th
It does.
and July 10th?
That is correct.
And does it go back any further?
Not
the
in this report.
Okay, all right. And then going to State's Exhibit 91-2, what is that particular exhibit?
It is the call logs surrounding the upcoming days of the defendant having Breasia, Terrell, and then her going missing.
And then can you give us the dates that would be encompassed within that exhibit?
It goes from 7/8/2020 up until 7/10 of 2020.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 91-1 and 91-2.
Both of those exhibits will be admitted.
All right. Detective Obert, in the text messages, do you see any text coming in from Officer Burkle?
There is.
What is the time?
It is at, on the report, it'll reference UTC time, which is 4:15 p.m. Central time. That day would have been 11:15 a.m.
Okay, what is the telephone number that Officer Burkle would have been texting from?
563-210-8365.
And what entry would that be on State's Exhibit 91-1?
And it would be number 5.
Okay, has that been highlighted so that it's very apparent if you look at that exhibit?
That is correct.
Okay, and what is the nature of the text that Officer Burkle sent to Mr. Dinkins?
Verbatim, the text message reads, "Henry, it's Officer Burkle. I need you to call me back."
All right. Now, let's go to State's Exhibit 91-2. In that document, do we see Mr. Dinkins telephoning Officer Burkle in response, presumably, to that text message?
Yes.
What entry would that be?
Entry number 6.
And what does entry number 6 indicate?
Outgoing call from the defendant to the number mentioned earlier, we identified as Officer Burkle's, and that phone call happens at 12:04 p.m. on 7/10 of 2020.
And would that correlate generally with Mr. Dinkins' arrival at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, it'd be the same time that's captured on the Axon interview camera.
Okay. Officer Burkle had testified that he tried calling Mr. Dinkins multiple times, but then the call was never answered. In the extraction report, does it identify times when the cell phone would be powered on?
The extraction would include activity of such events, yes.
Okay. Now, if you could explain to us what it means to have a phone powered on as compared to it being powered off. In extraction reports, what information is it going to give you?
It'd be under like phone events or phone activity, and it would keep track or log every time the phone was powered off or powered on.
Okay. Did you look at that information in the Cellubrite records that were produced for your review?
I noticed it while doing the review, but Detective Sean Johnson mentioned that in the first report that was done of a review of the defendant's phone.
As the lead detective, did you go through and review information that officers had gathered that they felt was particularly relevant to the investigation? And was this information that was of particular interest to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what times on July 10th do we have that phone powered on?
At 8:08 a.m., 9:41 a.m., and 11:11 a.m.
Okay, so if it's powered on 2 additional times after 8:08 a.m., does that give any indication that there were periods of time where it was powered off?
Yeah, one would have to logically come to that conclusion.
All right, and the time of 8:08 coincides with what?
Roughly the time the defendant texted Aisha.
All right, and was that the text where he had indicated he needed her to call him?
That is correct.
Okay, have you had a chance to review Aisha Langford's cell phone records?
Cell phone records and phone download, yes.
Certainly, and then I would note for the record, we've already introduced those and discussed those through Ms. Langford, but just very generally, in your review, then did you notice a number of contacts made by Mr. Langford or Ms. Langford to Mr. Dinkins' phone after 8:08 and the 8:29 timeframe when she contacted and spoke with Mona Varelli at the Davenport Police Department?
There was phone calls between the two, yes.
Okay. Could you please describe the clothing that Mr. Dinkins was wearing when he responded to the Davenport Police Department?
When he arrived at the Davenport Police Department, he was wearing a black do-rag, glasses, white t-shirt, blue striped shorts, and then white, blue, and a little bit of red on the shoes.
Okay. What style of shoe did he have on?
Tennis shoes, like, I don't know if they're Jordans or Nikes.
Okay. Was that something that was of interest or note to yourself as detective and other law enforcement officers?
Later that evening, that was something of importance, yes.
Explain how that became important in the investigation.
It was found out from Officer Burkle that when the defendant first made contact with him at the apartment complex, the defendant was wearing gold and black shoes at that time.
All right. And then, of course, we've had the testimony of Aisha Langford about that. Did you have any discussions with Aisha Langford where she described those gold tennis shoes and being very dirty that he was wearing out at the apartment complex?
No, I never had that conversation with her.
All right. And was Miss Langford interviewed by other officers as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you received that information, what did you do to show the difference in what he was wearing out at the apartment complex versus what he was wearing when he met with you at the Davenport Police Department?
So just given that initial information, I wanted to go back, observe Officer Burkle's body cam footage, create a still image of a clear shot of the defendant standing there, so all of his articles of clothing could be seen. And then I did the same thing when reviewing my Axon interview room camera, made a still shot of him sitting there that would reveal all the articles of clothing he was wearing there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked the State's Exhibit 128. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked the State's Exhibit 128 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 128?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 128?
It is a printout of what I put together of the stills that I earlier described, and then a brief summary on top of the time that Officer Burkle makes contact with the defendant up at the apartment complex, and then describing or advising that the bottom right picture is what the defendant's wearing at the station.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 128.
No objection. Exhibit 128 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish that exhibit?
You may.
All right, let me see if I can do, oh, there we go. All right, as we look at State's Exhibit 128, if you're standing looking at the exhibit, the photograph to the left, would have been captured when?
At 8:55 off Officer Burkle's body camera.
All right. And then what's the location where we see Mr. Dinkins standing?
Up at the apartment complex, 2744 East 53rd Street.
Now, on this particular exhibit, is the image rather grainy?
It is.
But can you see the color of the shoes that he's wearing?
Yes.
What color shoes is he wearing?
On the left side would appear to be the gold ones.
Okay. Are those shoes captured on some video surveillance footage that was collected in the course of the investigation so that we get a real good perspective of what they look like?
That is correct.
All right. And then the image on the right, what is the location where we have Mr. Dinkins?
Davenport Police Station.
Okay. And then and focusing on the shoes, can you see that there's a distinct difference between the shoes he's wearing there at the department and then what he had on when he had that initial contact with Officer Burkle?
That is correct.
What time, for purposes of our record, did Officer Burkle have that contact with Mr. Dinkins?
8:55 a.m.
And how were you able to determine that?
Well, the timestamp on there would be 9:01, but it was roughly around there. This was the best shot I could get of his full body, showing the shoes. That's
Sure.
why I chose 9:01.
All right. Did you collect that time from the body worn camera when you saw that point of first contact?
Yes.
Okay. Let's discuss the yellow shoes. Recognizing that Mr. Dinkins had changed shoes before he came to the department, did that pique law enforcement's interest?
Yes.
Why?
Being that, especially after the conversation, after the interview with the defendant, there was never mentioning of changing of shoes. When it comes to the importance of those shoes, there was information relayed that the defendant went down to Credit Island. And when we went down there, there were some footprints that led to a wooded little tree line area. It would have been helpful to, if we were to have those shoes, to be able to match those, the bottom imprints or the bottom layout of those shoes and compare them to the cast printouts that were taken by the evidence tech down there at Credit Island.
Would that have been civilian crime scene technician Jill Foster?
That's correct.
And were those photographs that she took the late afternoon, early evening of July 10th of 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the basis for or the information that the defendant had been down at Credit Island that morning came from which witness?
DL.
Okay, all right. And we'll talk about this later, but did you actually physically go out on a ride with DL to have him point out locations he and his father had traveled to?
That is correct.
Is that one such location that DL pointed out to you?
That was.
And then when you'd gone out on that ride with DL, did he show you where on Credit Island his father had parked when he before he got out of the car and wandered off somewhere?
Yeah, he gave us a general parking area, yes.
Okay. And then the child's description of where they parked and his description of his father's direction of travel, did that match with the location where those shoe impressions were found?
There were shoe impressions of where DL generally pointed.
Okay.
He said he saw the defendant going.
Did you go down in that area yourself?
Yes.
How would you describe the soil?
At some points, water, if it all depends on how much water is there, it could fill up past it or it could dry out. At that certain day, it was very muddy / kind of marshy type soil.
Okay. Were officers interested in finding those tennis shoes to be able to collect the soil as well from the bottom of those tennis shoes?
That was another avenue that could have been done, being that we collected soil from the vehicle and also from different areas throughout Davenport.
Okay, now let's go to the second half of that discussion. Jumping ahead, was there a search warrant that was obtained for the maroon Chevy Impala?
There was.
All right. And then was that vehicle seized?
It was.
At some point in time, was there an interest in the gasoline, the amount of gasoline within the tank of that Impala?
That is correct.
Now, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But was there a search warrant obtained to determine how much gasoline was left in the tank of the Impala when it was seized by law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay. In order to remove that gas tank, what had to happen with respect to the vehicle?
The vehicle had to go up to where our fleet mechanics are, so it could be hoisted on top of a lift.
Okay. And once the vehicle was placed on a hoist and lifted, what was noted by Detective Garner?
That there was clumps of mud under the vehicle.
Okay. What was the weather conditions the evening of July 9th?
There was a torrential downpour at approximately 7 p.m. And then there was also some rainfall at around midnight from July 9th into July 10th.
Okay. Were those weather conditions something that was of import to law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, down in the area of Credit Island, where DL had described his father parking, in that area, how would you describe the surface where vehicles could pull off and park?
That was kind of the one where he would have parked at was more of a gravel lot.
Okay. Having been down there, was that surface such that a vehicle would bottom out and collect any type of soil or grass clippings?
I would say no. I mean, I was driving a similar CID car at the time, just an older model Impala, and it's not like we got stuck when we drove and parked in that same area.
Okay. So then was there a question about where those clumps of dirt and grass would have come from?
Yeah, it was a concern.
Okay. Did that remain I guess, a big question throughout the course of the investigation and up through the discovery of Breasia Terrell's remains on March 22nd of 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Let me see what else. All right. So the next topic of discussion relative to those shoes and the cell phone records. Was law enforcement interested in knowing the movements of Mr. Dinkins after he left the apartment complex once he had had that contact with Officer Burkle?
Yes.
Okay. In order, well, we saw the interview that you conducted with Mr. Dinkins. Was he willing to ever provide you any location information whatsoever?
In reference between the time he left Officer Burkle's to then meet with me, it was kind of just general area, said everywhere, but then he does provide that possibly went down to the motorhome, but he wasn't entirely sure if it was before or after meeting with Aisha, and then also possibly being in the area of his sister's apartment.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm going to, or I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 74, pages 1 through 4. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 74, pages 1 through 4. And then actually I've done a printout of that. Could you look at that exhibit? Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
These are printouts of what I showed the defendant during the interview.
Were these the Google Maps that you were asking him to identify locations he had traveled to?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point in time, did he place any markings on those Google Maps to show you areas that he indicated he had been out looking for Breasia?
Not with a pen. He pointed at a couple of different spots during the interview, but he would not mark down anything.
And what spots did he point to on the interview, just as a refresher?
Just in general areas of the maps of kind of around the apartment complex.
Okay. For purposes of our record, how many maps are included within that exhibit?
4.
Okay. Page 1, what area of
Uh,
town does that map focus on?
It focuses around the apartment complex area, which would mainly consist of 53rd Street being the main thoroughfare and Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. Page 2.
This goes further over to the east, still has some of the apartment complex, but then it starts, then it shows all the business areas, and it mostly captures 53rd and Elmore Avenue.
Page 3.
This would be southeast of the apartment complex. 46th Street and Elmore Avenue would be the two main thoroughfares in that printout.
And page 4.
This would be southwest of the apartment complex. 2 main thoroughfares there would be Jersey Ridge Road and 46th Street.
Okay. Now, what 2 locations did he identify having gone to during the interview that morning after he left the apartment complex?
I'm talking about like the early morning hours. Like the first things he talked about was the Vince's place, which is 509 Taylor Street. And then he also mentioned Taylor Street and the Quick Shop on West 53rd Street, which the exact address would be 201.
All right. So Vincent Howard, did officers go out to that location and do an interview of Vincent Howard?
Yes.
Okay. Were you, did you go out that location with another detective?
There was a couple detectives that went there first and made contact with him. I did a follow-up interview with him. Could have been a couple weeks after the events.
Okay. And then during law enforcement's discussions with Mr. Howard, did he corroborate what Mr. Dinkins had indicated, as well as DL, for activities they engaged in on July 9th? Once Mr. Dinkins picked up DL and Breasia and before they returned to the apartment complex?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So let's talk about the second location. And this is prior to Mr. Dinkins' contact with Officer Burkle. So he gave a second location that he went to. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that location is what?
Besides going back to 509 Taylor Street,
Yeah.
was the Quick Shop at 201 West 53rd Street.
All right. We've only got a few minutes before noon. I'm going to table that discussion. We'll come back to that after the noon hour. But now what I want to focus on is after he had his contact with Officer Burkle, where did he tell you he had gone?
That he was out looking for Breasia.
Okay. Did he ever mention stopping at 2 separate locations?
He mentioned going down possibly to the motorhome, but he wasn't sure if that was before or after meeting with Aisha, and then also Nita McQuay's apartment.
All right. And what was his stated reason for going down to the RV on Schmidt Road?
In the interview, it was believed to get gas money.
Okay. Did he indicate that he was running low on money?
And gas.
Okay. And so that's the reason that he gave for going to the RV over on Schmidt Road the morning of July 10th. And that's after Aisha has been notified that Breasia is missing, correct?
That is believed so, yes.
All right. That's his explanation, correct?
Yes.
All right. Who is Nita McQuay?
The defendant's sister.
Okay. What address does she reside at?
1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4.
Was there a search warrant obtained for Nita McQuay's apartment?
There was.
Why?
It was to try to locate those gold shoes, and then phones were also seized during that search warrant.
Okay. Whose phones were seized?
I can't speak for certain if it was Nita McQuay's that day, but there was phones located in the apartment complex that were seized.
Okay. Now, was Nita McQuay's phones one of those?
event. I don't know if it was on that day or a different day, but her phone was eventually taken.
Okay. Who is Helen Mosley?
The defendant's mother.
And was her cell phone seized at some point in the investigation?
I would have to be refreshed by notes.
Okay. And then let me ask you this. We've had Special Agent Fennerin talk about a number of cell phones that he processed and produced CAS data for. With that being said, was Helen Mosley's one of those phones that CAS data was generated for?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Why were officers interested in looking at Nita McQuay's phone and Helen Mosley's phone?
Because the defendant had some sort of interaction with them that morning.
Okay. With that being said, when those phones were analyzed, both for Nita and for Helen Mosley, did that put them anywhere in the vicinity of that apartment complex or locations associated with Breasia, where her remains were later recovered?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
And sorry, can you repeat it?
Yes, when the CAS data was obtained from Nita McQuay's phone and Helen Mosley's phone, did that data, as far as the locations of those phones, ever place them in areas of interest where Breasia would have been located?
No.
Or even the area where her remains were recovered later? No. Okay, all right. Now, let's stay with that topic of Nita McQuay's residence. Did the defendant tell you that he had gone to his sister's that morning?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any sense of when he did that after his, in relation to his contact with Officer Burkle?
From our conversation, it sounded like it was after the fact, and it was right before he came down to the police station.
Okay. Were there concerns about the phone being powered? Were there concerns when you saw that the phone had been powered on 3 separate occasions for Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yeah, I mean, average person, to have your phone go off and go on 3 times, but it's not even logging the time that it's turning off. It's definitely a confusing thing to read in a cell rate report.
Sure. If the phone had been powered on, would that then generate location information?
It would.
Okay. Given that Mr. Dinkins had changed shoes, were officers concerned about anything that he may be doing relative to himself and clothing items he may have been wearing earlier, or even bathing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. With that cell phone being powered off, were officers able to track his movements then that morning?
No, there wouldn't be a way in besides video surveillance or statements from witnesses.
And with respect to Nita McQuay's apartment, does her apartment have a bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to establish that Mr. Dinkins actually had done more than just change tennis shoes based on events throughout the night of July 10th after midnight, and even when you had your contact with him at the apartment or at the Davenport Police Department?
Yes, there's video surveillance from the Quick Shop that shows the defendant wearing a different pair of shorts and a wife beater.
Okay, all right. And so then were there concerns that he could have potentially bathed even before coming down to the Davenport Police Department once that was discovered?
That's a possibility.
Okay. Now, if an individual bathes and changes clothes, is that going to potentially impact evidence that officers would seek from that subject and clothing that they were wearing?
That could affect what evidence we'd get out of from the defendant, yes.
Were officers interested in any type of DNA evidence that existed in this investigation?
Yes.
And would that involve clothing worn by Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
And would that also involve any type of DNA that may have been on his body?
That is correct.
Would that include anything underneath his fingernails?
Yes.
Okay. And Even anything in the area of his genital region?
That is also correct.
Your Honor, this would be a great breaking point for the state.
We will adjourn at this time. We'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you.
I think we'll go back and watch some more demolition. Okay, here we go.
To the suspect, to the individual, take them into custody. If they're not going to give themselves up, then still safely take them into custody. And, you know, as they're speaking to him, like Jessica said, we don't know if he's talked back. They're trying to gauge the safety in getting into his space, right? Because we feel like we saw a hand or human movement there. But, you know, the closer they get to him, the more dangerous it becomes for the law enforcement officers that are there in that area. That arm has gone inside now, and I guess it's extended pretty far in there now. It looks like it. Then, I mean, it's breaching. It's made its way in there, and so there's been a combination of tools being used all night: the drones, the rook, the kind of arm that's been going in, the robotic dog that has had cameras and given law enforcement visuals, and so I think the combination of all that led them to kind of hone in on this particular side of the house. And what we believe to be a closet, right? Maybe he was holed up in a closet.
Yeah, at this point, the SWAT team with their destruction equipment, I guess, is almost the way to think about it. It's almost a masterclass on how many holes you can punch into a house and still leave it standing, right? They've hit the front several times. Now they've moved to the side here, and apparently this is some sort of communication brought them to this side of the house.
And it looks like there's some movement there. You see the kind of there in the silhouette of the window there. It looked like it's some movement going on. I saw some flutters of movement. So I don't know. And it's a key question, like Elisa was saying, have they been able to make contact with him recently? Has he responded back?
Yeah, there's that SWAT officer again.
He's peeking his head around
the corner.
That's right. That's right.
Well, and what becomes the purpose, you have to wonder, of approaching him on the second floor? You know, obviously you're exposing his position. Maybe perhaps because we see all the clothes, we feel like this was a closet. They've exposed his position, given him one less place inside the house to hide. But at this point, you know, how do you pull him out of a second floor closet? How does that begin to unfold? You know, how you see in the movies or how you've seen in other literal SWAT standoffs that we've covered, you know, they're walking them out the front door somehow, some way, or out of a window. They've torn a hole in the side of the house. So, you know, if you're not going to be near a window or a door, they'll make an opening in order to bring you out.
That's right. And again, as we've been saying, since they have him cornered and believed to be barricaded in a place, they're not going to let him just walk out of here easily. He's going in custody or something, you know, and if he even is able to slip out of the house somehow, there's a massive perimeter around this neighborhood, and somebody is going to, and that's how law enforcement works, right? That's their goal, that's their plan. They want to be able to identify where he is and then have him cornered.
And the technology and the advances here in the last decade are truly incredible, how they use drones and robotics and other equipment to get inside of a home. They don't have to do as much guessing as they did 10 or 20 years ago. They can get a good idea with heat-seeking equipment and the like of where an individual is inside the home.
And you can see that SWAT officer still holding on to the side of the house. And so, you know, this has got to end somehow. And we have crews there that have been staying in place and holding it steady for hours. Kudos to them. They've been giving us great vantage points. Wes Sewell, our photographer out there with our Jessica Willie, they've been giving us amazing close looks at what exactly is going on in real time. Our Daniela Hurtado, she's at the staging area as well, a couple of blocks away. So this is ongoing, and some families are still in limbo, haven't been able to get to their homes or to their street while this is going on. And so that's probably a factor as well of why they want this to end sooner than later. I mean, of course, they want to bring this guy down. They want to bring him to justice. But then also, the longer this goes on, this is going to inconvenience quite a few people in this neighborhood who have school and work tomorrow. But of course, they want to keep their SWAT officers safe. They want to keep their task force members, the U.S. Marshals, safe. And they want this guy to be brought out peacefully. I've been saying that all night. That is the goal number one. They would like to do it that way. But of course, you know, anything can happen in the blink of an eye. And their goal is to protect themselves first.
Right. And they're not going to, they are not going to end. They're not going to risk letting him get out in their vantage point. They're not going to risk letting him get out of that house to hurt someone else.
That's right.
He's
already shot 4 people.
They've
four law enforcement officers, we should say, deputies.
They've ripped multiple holes in the home and have been watching him. You're right. The preference is for him to come out peacefully, but they're going to put an end to this,
and if
either way. He's not going to leave the
his
house.
Streak, at least then Eric, and God forbid, starts trying to shoot his way out, it may not end well for him because, he's already hit several people, severely hurting Deputy Joseph Anderson with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. And so, they have to make split decisions. The SWAT team does. Depending on what he does. Hopefully, he comes out peacefully. But again, if he decides to fight his way out, they're prepared for that too.
And if you think about it this way, in the last 24 hours, this is their third attempt to put him into custody.
Yeah.
There was the original traffic stop 24 hours ago, which began the manhunt, right? Because he shot a deputy, critically injuring Deputy Joseph Anderson, who is still at the Texas Medical Center.
When you talk about that, Elisa, now it kind of comes to light, though. Now we understand a little bit of his motive.
Right.
Because he was out on bond and he knew what was going to happen. He was out on bond for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and a felon in possession.
I think we see an arm.
You see an arm?
There's a green light. Yeah, that is definitely an arm because there's a.
And
that was a light from a weapon.
Too. Good eyes, Rudy. They put a light or a beam on him to highlight where exactly it looks like an arm there. Does that mean he's attempting to come out? Does that mean is he trying to show he has nothing in his hands? Okay, that's his arm. He's trying to show he has nothing, at least in that hand. We haven't seen 2 hands, but I'm sure they've told him you need to show us your hands. Okay,
there's both hands right now.
Both hands have let us know he has no weapons in his hands. At this point, I'm sure they're going to try to apprehend him.
We have not seen any movement from the officer that we believe is right around the corner still. I do believe you can see the edge of that officer around that corner. And you wonder in what way they would get him down from that second floor. Does the machinery help them? Does that officer come around?
Or does somebody come up, from the front and try to go upstairs if there's any stairs left? We don't know what's left, but to try to come in that way. But as you said, they forced him out. They forced his hand. They've been able to identify where he was in the house.
And you wonder how they did that too. You can only imagine that it was because that robotic dog had maybe cornered him.
He's giving commands right here. You see that? Sorry to cut you guys off, but he's giving commands presumably to Green, either to surrender, give himself up, something.
And so you're in a precarious position at this point because that's not a spot where you should be walking around. If you're a roofer or have ever had a roofer come to your house, you're physically in a dangerous spot anyway. So he's shown his hands, he's receiving commands, and now let's see how they manage getting him into custody in an area that's already a little bit precarious to be doing work on.
Well, you wonder why at this point he just wouldn't come downstairs and walk out the front door with his hands up. Because he can't really walk out.
How's he going to get out of this? Is he going to jump from the second floor? They've got to get him out somehow.
Unless the house is so interior is so demolished at this point that he can't make his way to the front door. But that's kind of hard to comprehend. It would be the interior would be that demolished, but that doesn't really seem like a spot he can really come out of.
And we don't know what's going on from the ground either. We don't know if they're trying to send crews in, from the ground level.
Right. While he's occupied
and go up the stairs if there's stairs left,
Let's see what comes out with the arm.
He's on.
He's on it.
Oh,
he's
on the arm. And you can see law enforcement has a weapon trained on him. That's the green dot right there, in case anything happens. So that is definitely a rifle.
They
laser.
will take care of business if they have to, because again, this guy, armed, dangerous, has shot 3 law enforcement deputies. Another was hit with shrapnel. They are not playing with this guy.
And certainly they had people waiting on the ground for him.
Sure.
So after a 24-hour plus manhunt, going on probably 30 hours now, the man you're looking at on the left-hand side of your screen, 34-year-old Terrell Green, who was already out on bond with an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and felon in possession, shot a deputy last night, shot 3 more technically tonight. 2 he grazed. 1 was hit by shrapnel. So 4 total deputies he's injured in the last 30 plus hours. It all comes to an end with him riding on the arm of a SWAT
And he's got to
construction
know. We don't know
equipment.
who he's had contact with the last 24 hours, his mom, girlfriend, somebody. But I'm sure a woman in his life, it's usually a woman, who says, you know, listen, you're going to get yourself killed. You need to do, you know, if you need to surrender because you're going to get yourself killed.
And from the look of the clock, that took 5 hours.
Yeah.
As we understand, this happened in the 6 o'clock hour, where he made that last attempt at getting away by shooting at those deputies, but ended up barricaded in the home. But that was about 6:30 to 6:45. We are nearing midnight, and they are finally gotten this individual to give himself up.
Yeah. And he obviously saw the tactics being used and probably was able to realize something clicked, or maybe he was calling somebody, I don't know, talk to somebody who said, this, you can't get out. It's not going to end well. You have to come out peacefully because you're cornered. You can't go anywhere.
Okay, and that was a I saw just where he got pulled out last night. I was wondering, oh, what's this? Yeah, let's see. I was reading online. They call the robot the Rook, and they got it a few years ago. Let me see what else I can find on this. Let's see if we can find some photos. Let's see, anytime, past day. Here's the front of the house here. You can see they bashed in the windows on here and the garage, and I guess that's where they were excavating them out of the side of the building. Let's see. Here's where they're going after the front of the building. So, yeah, I don't know if they can salvage that house. Let's see if we can find. Here's the house before early on. See something here that looks like smoke. So I wonder if they had tried to do some gas. Let's see. Here's some daylight shots. So they went in. Looks like made a mess of 2 windows in front and possibly a little one. You can see the insulation hanging out here. There's the door. Looks like we've got some stuff that's happened here by the front door. Let's see. Yeah, see, we've got the jagged wall. This is not just a small window that they've gone through here. Let's see. It says law enforcement used heavily armed vehicles and a high-tech surveillance equipment and a dramatic standoff with manhunt suspect barricaded in the northeast Harris County home, virtually destroying a two-story residence in the process. Authorities bashed gaping holes in the home in their successful pursuit of Terrell Green, who is accused of shooting 3 police officers in a 24-hour span. Green ended the 5-hour standoff by climbing onto a hydraulic arm of a vehicle known as the Rook that smashed into a second floor of the residence. It was really something just out of the movies, seeing how they operated things when things came towards the end, Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez said. The damage stunned homeowner Michael Hill, who told Houston Landing on Thursday that he's just beginning to survey the property. Hill said FBI officials searching for floor plans contracted him prior to law enforcement battering the residence. The authorities said he certainly didn't ask for permission to breach the home. There's a neighbor looking on. Or is this is the homeowner? Okay, it says Craig Brown picks up. Okay, no, this is somebody else. Okay, let's see. It's obviously shocking, said Hill, who had been renting the property to a tenant. I don't know a lot about the circumstances. I can imagine they feel like they needed to act quickly. It seems a little extreme to me, but I don't know whether they could have waited longer. The unusual police tactics followed an aggressive day-long manhunt for Green, 34, who faces 3 attempted murder charges. Gonzalez said Green shot the sheriff deputy Joseph Anderson during a Wednesday evening traffic stop, then shot 2 more law enforcement officers Thursday evening when he descended on Hill's property in search of the suspect. Anderson was in critical but stable condition and improving Thursday night, while the gunshot wounds suffered by the other 2 officers at the arrest scene were not considered life-threatening. Video of the standoff, broadcast on ABC 13, captured the dramatic hours leading up to Green's arrest. 2 heavily armed vehicles circled the property for hours at various points, bashing into the home to create larger holes. A drone and robotic dog were seen entering the property. Oh, a drone went in. Okay. Nearly 5 hours into the standoff, a SWAT officer guided the Rook as it used its hydraulic arm to smash into a second floor corner where Green was hiding. The arm then entered the home and a shirtless Green latched onto it. Law enforcement authorities lowered him to the ground, appeared to point laser-equipped rifles at him. Gonzalez said Green was taken into custody without incident. Well, if you can call demolishing a house without incident. The situations are not all textbook where it happens a certain way. You have to improvise a bit. In a follow-up statement Thursday, Harris County Sheriff's spokesperson Jason Spencer said the agency's top priority in those situations is to preserve human life, even if that means damaging some property. Hill, who has owned the property since 2009, said he'd been renting the 1,650 square foot residence to a tenant for 3 or 4 years. He did not know the connection between the tenant and Green. Gonzalez said to the investigator, believed Green knew someone living in the house, but details on the relationship were not known. Deployment of the heavy vehicles and expensive surveillance technology has been a point of contention nationally. A law enforcement official has defended the purchase and use of such machines, arguing that they can be used to help end standoffs peacefully. Critics, however, often argue that the technology is excessively expensive and contributes to the militarization of law enforcement. Justin Rutherford, a sales representative for the Rook dealer in Ring Power Corporation, estimated about 80 law enforcement agencies across the nation have used the armored vehicle. The machine, advertised as a cost of $426,000 to $560,000, is a piece of construction equipment that has been modified for law enforcement purposes. It's like a chess piece, Rutherford said. So when Rook shows up, it's pretty much checkmate, game over. Statement: Ring Power Corporation officials said they would like to salute law enforcement officials for resolving the standoff without any deaths. So that is the former rental property. I don't know. I guess it depends on whether this is covered by insurance or not. And the guy didn't even live there. So, man, that's crazy. It could be. Whether or not they'll get anything is another matter. We had a tenant got a domestic violence situation, and he left, and the gal called the cops, and the cops came and did a search of the property and busted down doors in the house. Nothing like this. But they had to establish whether he might be hiding out in the rest of the home. They were living in the basement, and so they busted several doors that were locked to get access. So yeah, a lottery ticket might maybe too. Pretty crazy. Okay, so let's go over here to the flag poll and see what else we've got. Maybe a nice little soft sit trial. Let's see. Okay, here's a soft sit trial from Van Balian.
I am commanding you that you are not going to touch none of us. I'm the Alpha Omega. I will have to bill you $250,000 for 15 minutes. Do you want to continue? Don't touch me.
Okay guys, today we head to California for a traffic stop where a sovereign citizen couple get pulled over for no registration plates and make some pretty outrageous claims and threats to prevent California highway patrol officers from enforcing the law. Like claiming to be private attorney generals, we've heard that one before, the Alpha and the Omega, which is a new one for me, and threatening to charge officers millions of dollars for using their names because they're copyright protected. And when all those tactics fail, well, the driver just decides to resist arrest. Right, let's get into the video.
I do. I think it's in here. Let's see.
What's your name and badge number?
I'm Officer Thomas with the California Highway Patrol. It's ID 19714.
Okay, can I see your credentials also?
My credentials?
Yes.
Absolutely, they're right here.
Your license and everything else?
My license?
Yes.
No, I'll show you my work ID though.
Yeah, we need your bond number also.
No.
You're required to by...
So I'm employed by the state of California as a police officer.
Leonard Thomas?
That's my post officer ID.
But they're a lot different than Virginia's.
Yep.
This is California.
Okay.
Just want to make sure.
Yep.
So the reason why I'm stopping you is because of number one, you got the no plates on the vehicle, and number two.
That's why we put something on it because we wanted to make sure you were aware of it. Because I am a federal whistleblower, and that's my primary obligation is to make sure that everything, all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted, and everybody's properly.
Private attorney generals.
Oh, I see. You're a private attorney general. In the same way that Anthony Williams, the guy who is now doing 20 years in federal prison, was an attorney general. Or more recently, One Stop, you know, the guy who got arrested for impersonating a law enforcement officer. Well, at least you're in good company.
So do you have a driver's license with you?
I do, but I don't need to show it to you because I'm not driving.
I'm not asking
And
you.
I'm not have to show you. I'm not obligated to show you.
The driver in the driver's seat.
I'm not
He's not
obligated to show you.
driving.
I'm not driving.
Even traveling in the state of California, you're required to have a valid license.
Could I see that authority, please?
Yeah, it's under the California Constitution.
Okay.
So you can look that up on your phone. It's actually in the California.
Well, other motorists, travelers, it's
So
under
travelers
UCC
even-
9-109.
Travelers even in the state of California
Yeah,
require.
we have a fee schedule. Verbal contract is $3,000.
Look, man,
I
deal with
just
this
want
something
to
that
just
happens
make
all the
sure
time.
that you are
I get
okay
it.
with your offers
I
because
am.
we have a fee schedule.
I know what I'm allowed to do in the state of California. Number one is I'm able to stop motorists and motor vehicles when they don't have proper identification on it. The other thing is in the California's Constitution, it actually states in there that you're required to have.
Are you sworn under the Constitution?
I'm sworn under the United States Constitution, and I represent the California Constitution as well.
Good. Because we are private. And I am not obligated to show you anything of the sort. No laws broken. There's no crime committed. We have paperwork we showed you. But I don't have to show you any credentials assigned by the state that are copyleft, copyright, and trademarked.
Okay.
The lengths that these people will go to get out of paying for registration is astonishing. And they use the legal system, you know, the system they say they aren't a part of or doesn't apply to them to do it. But this cop knows all this, so ignores it and just carries on doing his job.
Again, one of the things here in the state of California is that you're required to identify when you're even stopped for a traffic infraction.
Well, I have no name. I work for no man. I'm not for hire. My handle is Avisal. Notice they call me Avi. You can call me Avi. But I don't have to show you any credentials.
Who is S310?
Well, you keep telling yourself that little story, because if it's between California state law and a guy who claims to be a private attorney general, then I'm going to go with the law on this one.
Can he respond Main Street at Diamond and Red Bluff, please?
Yes, and you can also let Dave know we're here too.
Yeah.
Dave Hancock is the sheriff locally.
Yes,
he's
he's
aware
also-
of who we are. We made notice when we got here that we would be doing some investigative work.
I code 4. I'm out with 2. You clear 4 of him.
I just love how these guys invoke the local sheriff like no other law enforcement has authority. That usually changes fast when the sheriff refuses to go along with their delusions. It's a thing of beauty to watch. So by all means, abuse 911 by calling the sheriff.
Living is 5 Tom, David, Zebra, Adam, 23 Charles, 55 Sam, 300
I guess Luigi's is pretty popular on Sunday nights, huh?
The pizza place, they make pretty good food. That is something they do.
I told him I was craving some Italian food. We haven't had anything locally other than the burrito bandito.
So how long have you working for this company?
Really?
Yeah. Who's your commander?
My commander here currently is Scott Pointer at the commercial scale.
Okay.
Yeah. Our lieutenant recently got promoted to captain. He's now up in Red Bluff.
Sweet.
Very well.
So in the meantime, I'm just going to get my supervisor here for the time being.
Please do. Yeah. We have committed no crime. Nothing. We weren't speeding, anything else. We showed you paperwork that the car is fine. We just purchased it, but I don't have to show you any credentials that are copyrighted. And I'm sorry. I'm trying to save you $1 million per use. Because every million used is 30 million could return through the IRS banking.
You see, I knew the guy from Florida was selling himself too cheap by asking for just $500 to give his name and $100 to spread his feet. You've got to think big when it comes to this stuff. You've got to think in the millions, not hundreds. I mean, you've got no chance of ever collecting a penny of it because you can't copyright your name. But if you're going to throw around fake numbers, then they may as well be big numbers.
No, I completely understand what you're going for.
I just want to save you the funds because there's a lot of credentials
there's a lot of
over
this,
codes being sold to us.
There's some differences that you're talking about that are not necessarily recognized in the state of California.
Right. Well, we're aware that state of California has some issues.
And outside the 8-mile district of Columbia.
But like I said, the one thing that is required.
His mom used to be a deputy sheriff. We're aware where your pension funds all ended up. So, yeah.
We know the banking end of it too. So it's like everything assigned is 30 million returned copyright. So I'm saving you that.
That's fine. Well, like I said, that's what we're going to wait for my supervisor to get here.
Sure.
And we'll go from there.
Sure.
Because like I said, I know what you're required to do, what you're supposed to do, and what is going to possibly happen.
Yes, we're waiting on tags and stuff like that. It's already been done deal, but we're just protecting our rights and our travel till then.
First of all, this waiting for tag story doesn't make any sense because they claim later on in the video that the car is new from a dealership. Well, if that is the case, then they would have been issued with a temporary tag. The supervisor actually calls them out on this later on in the video. And secondly, you're not protecting any of your rights by driving around without registration plates because the state of California, like every other state, has the right to enact and enforce vehicle registration laws under the 10th Amendment of the Constitution, which sovereign citizens conveniently ignore when citing the Constitution. Anyway, backup has arrived, but before we get to that, we have these pearls of wisdom.
So that's who was thinking about robbing us, huh? Well, Mr. Thomas accepted the fee schedule.
Yes, he did.
And I haven't been served a process of the California Constitution yet, so...
So let me get this straight. In your alternate reality, every police officer is required by law to carry around a copy of the state constitution and serve it to the driver automatically. And if that's not crazy enough for a fee schedule to have the force of law, in this alternate reality, all you have to do to agree to $1 million fee schedule is this. And these guys have the nerve to call police officers and government officials tyrants.
It's okay. He'll run the VIN number. He'll see that we've already ordered it. He'll see all our T's are crossed, all our I's are dotted. We are who we say we are. And everything's going to be fine. They're going to see we're not the droids they seek.
We're not the droids you seek.
Yeah, no, sorry, but your Jedi mind tricks only work on the weak-minded. And here's the Jedi Master in the form of a California Highway Patrol supervisor to prove it. Eventually.
Oh, There we go.
Hello.
Hello. How are you, Mr. Burns?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Excellent. You guys all right?
Yeah,
we just came from dinner.
We came into town to try out this Luigi's dinner. We just went over here to the park to eat because you're not allowed to eat in the restaurant.
All right.
So, and we hit Walmart. We probably wasted way too much money there.
Okay. So, how come you're not providing your driver's license or identification? Sir?
Because we're private.
We're private. I didn't do any breaking the laws. He pulled us over because there's no plates. I am not obligated to show anybody anything.
That's not
It's
true.
copyright, copyleft, trademark, and I'm asking you questions. You have your credentials. What's your name and badge number?
Sergeant Paul Burns, ID 16355.
Thank you. There's no crime committed? There's no crime committed? Was there any crime committed?
Driving without license plates on your vehicle is against the law, correct?
Well, we have paperwork we provided, and it's legit. Are we free to go?
No, you're not.
What crime has been committed?
What
Who's
crime
named your
has been
party?
committed?
You are driving the vehicle down the road.
I don't drive.
And how did you
We're
render
private.
that legal conclusion?
I wasn't here.
What?
I'm just telling you.
So
what
you're
happened.
hearsay of driving. Does it say taxi? Are we a taxi service? We're not a taxi service.
don't
We're
know,
not
sir.
commercial. We're
I don't-
private.
I don't know what you do.
That's right. You don't.
Nope.
You don't want to know.
Private individual.
Why don't we want to know? Oh, because your passenger is a supposed whistleblower of some kind, and you're both so-called private attorney generals who think they're above the law? No, dude. Nobody cares about who you are or what you do.
Individuals, just like your family and your home.
Correct.
This is our private household good, and it has been properly registered with
Where's the license plate?
They haven't arrived yet.
They haven't arrived.
Okay, well,
Yeah, we just got a new mailbox key
how long
here.
would you buy it?
It was purchased on August 14th, 2020, I believe, under our
16th.
corporation.
But they gave you a temporary. Where's
August
that?
16th.
No, we did not get a temporary tag.
The dealer has to give you one when you leave the
They
dealer.
did
The
not give us a
paper's
temporary
taped on the back window,
I don't know.
and I don't know what else to say. That's
He taped it on the back window. We haven't touched it since he gave it to us.
it's whoever taped it on the back window still there.
So the dealership stuck a not for hire sticker on the back of your vehicle instead of issuing you with a temporary tag. Yeah, I smell bullshit, and so does the supervisor.
We didn't break any laws, didn't speed, any crimes. Did we commit any crime? No.
That's how they deal.
Yeah, so they get that since January 1st, they give you like a printout. I'm sure you may have seen them on other cars. It's a bigger one with similar letters as a license plate. That's what they're supposed to give you until your new ones arrive. So
Well, that's why we marked our
That's probably why
auto
we didn't have
private, because we're not for hire.
So it was you and not the dealership who stuck the not for hire sticker on the back. What a surprise.
Right.
Did-
hire has nothing to do with it.
Well, that's what you have a
Regardless,
license for.
it's a
No.
federal, it's a federal,
In California, whether you agree with it or not, the law says
yeah,
that
well,
you're gonna
your
obligate
offer's
to
not
drive.
accepted, so
Do you,
if
do you want to
you,
listen or are you going to keep talking over us?
Oh, wow.
We have no
Nasty
problem
public servant.
explaining.
Okay. Anyways,
We can
Sergeant
explain, I
Burns,
just don't want
correct?
to talk over you.
Yes. Okay, so when you purchase a vehicle as of it was either started in October but became enforceable in January, they were supposed to put a temporary license plate, that just a paper one with the numbers, like a temporary number. Did they not give you that?
No.
we're private for now, because until we get our paperwork. We didn't get anything like
You
that.
keep saying you're
or-
private, but it doesn't.
Right, that's
exclude
correct.
The laws of California from.
Well, the laws of California are different from our province. So,
You're in California, sir.
yeah, you're on the Alvarado province also, so we're private.
Okay.
Verbal contracts, 3,000, give or take a minute out of the hour. It's 250,000 for 15 minutes, keeping us here
Okay.
on our fee schedule. Your name and badge number will be billed.
Yeah, that's not how any of that works at all. Both parties need to agree for a verbal contract to be binding. So a cop humouring you by saying that's fine and fair enough to your absurd fee schedule is not a verbal agreement. But then again, you think driving is a commercial term only, so I don't expect you to grasp it. So you can throw these big numbers around all day long. All you're really doing is wasting oxygen and taxpayers' money by keeping these officers tied up here. Speaking of which, shouldn't these guys be in handcuffs already?
Did we commit any crime?
You're driving your vehicle with.
I am not
That's a
driving.
legal conclusion. The definition of
It's
the
a-
word driving in the
it's a legal
English
conclusion.
language, which is the official language for the state of California, is different than the legal word, the legal definition.
We're
of the
law
word.
enforcement. We're not English teachers.
Well, actually, a jury is law enforced.
Jury's
But
no,
you are
that's
public
judicial.
office. Well,
That's
yeah.
judicial.
Do you have a
We are
license to
public
practice
servants.
law?
We appreciate that. We do.
Did you see any crimes committed?
I wasn't here.
Good. Then you didn't see anything.
But I can see that there's no plate on the back of your truck.
Right.
First of all, the definition of the word driver is whatever the state of California defines it as, not some random dictionary you decided to choose because that definition suits you. And secondly, you've got a nerve asking this cop if he has a license to practice law when you're the one calling yourself a private attorney general. And finally, like this officer has just pointed out, he can see with his own eyes that you don't have a license plate, so you haven't got a leg to stand on, mate.
Right. And
Well,
as
it's
we
a
have
private
explained,
household
we haven't
consumer
received
product.
it yet.
It
So
comes with
what
a
would
fee
you
schedule.
like us to do?
Well, all right. What I would like you to do is provide your driver's license or identification so that we can proceed with the contact and you can go on your
I'm
way.
not giving you credentials to sign. It's copyrighted. To save you $1 million for use, I'm not going to give it to you.
I offered to Mr.
well,
Thomas if he'd like to
if
call
you
the
don't-
I have a
local
handle.
sheriff
If you don't
who's aware of who
Identify
we are,
yourself
why
on
we're
a
here.
traffic stop, you will have to be arrested.
If you take me to jail, it'll be $1 million per hour on your bill. Your name and badge number. Your bond number, please.
I don't have a bond.
You have to have a bond number.
You have to have a bond.
I have a badge number, not a bond.
Well, who insures you for your errors and omissions when you make a mistake?
The state of California.
The state of California.
I don't give you consent to even
I'm not
touch
asking
this
for-
car or any of
I'm not
us.
asking
We're
for-
private household consumer goods.
Okay.
And it comes with a fee
Which
schedule.
is federal.
It's federal. Okay?
And the place to make that argument is in a court, not at the side of the road, or in this case, a parking lot. I mean, you will be laughed out of the courtroom because you cannot pick and choose which laws you want to follow, regardless of how much word salad you throw around.
Right. But the federal
Outside the
government
8
doesn't
mile
supersede into
square
state
district of
rights.
Columbia, you have no authority. Okay? So,
I hear
is there a
what
crime
you're-
committed?
I hear what you're saying.
Is there a crime
I don't
committed?
agree with anything you're saying, but that's okay.
I don't
That's the
agree with
great
what you're
thing about
saying.
this country. You're allowed
I
to have your own
understand
opinion.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay? I'm the Alpha Omega. I am who I am, for I am a live man. I don't do business with no other corporations. I have not for hire. I have no name. I work for no man.
Okay.
I'm the Alpha Omega in perpetuity. Witness.
Of course you are, buddy. Now slip into this straitjacket and follow me into this padded room until we can get you a psychiatric evaluation. I mean, I knew soft sits were delusional, but referring to yourself as Jesus, basically, is a bit weird on a traffic stop, I must say.
Well, by failing to identify yourself also, you are committing.
If you are going to create a law, you better have a law license to create that.
I didn't create it.
Well, I don't agree with you. So we
So
commit no
man to
crime, man to man.
Man to man.
You're not going to kidnap any of us.
You won't be kidnapped.
It's not going to be at all. You're not going to touch any of us here. I'm going to have to call your supervisor. You get your supervisor out here.
I am the supervisor.
You get your supervisor, your commander.
No,
I order
No?
you to get your commander.
I don't follow that order.
Then I would like to call the
There's
sheriff
no
on a
commander.
911
Call
call
the sheriff.
right now because this sounds like
We're
it's
gonna have
not
to call the
going
sheriff
the way
on
that it needs to be going.
And you think misuse of 911 on top of charges for driving without plates and refusing to identify will remedy that? Again, this stop could have ended in a simple warning or at the very least a ticket for no plates. But Mr. and Mrs. Alpha and Omega, in combination with their industrial strength stupidity, are determined to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Because you're failing to provide a federal case number 00101.
Identification or not?
Federal case number 00101. You have to provide your
Under
credentials.
threat,
Under threat, duress, and
you're
coercion.
armed, we're
You're
unarmed,
armed, you are not
peaceful
unarmed.
inhabitants.
So remember that he said he wasn't armed because that doesn't seem to be the case when they eventually go in for the arrest.
And you
Peaceful
are
inhabitants.
threatening our holy temple.
Is that a no?
Therefore, I am calling
You
911
are calling the sheriff
because I feel my
to verify
life is
your
being
credentials.
threatened for
You
no
failed
reason.
to failed
Is that a no?
a federal case
Is that a
number
no? Are you saying
00101.
yes or no?
I am saying nothing to you.
Okay.
I am commanding you
Step out of the vehicle.
that you are not going to touch none of us.
Step out of the vehicle.
You are not going to. No, we're a private
Yes,
community.
my life is being
We're
threatened.
being threatened
I'm
by
in
a
the
state
CVS
patrol.
pharmacy.
Nope.
parking lot,
I refuse to do
private
so.
parking lot.
I
red
demand
bus,
you to show me your credentials and call your
my
commander.
private vehicle, my temple is
Federal
being
case number
surrounded by a
00101.
bunch of armed,
You failing to provide
uniformed
your
public
bond number and your
servants, some of
insurance.
which have failed to identify.
I asked you for that.
Some of which are
You are
practicing law
provided
without
to
a
do so.
license. All of them are armed.
I ordered you to.
They are threatening
You work
to
for me.
remove us
I
from
don't
our
work for you.
vehicle where we have committed no crime.
That's right. No crime is
All of our
committed.
legal
You
documentation
asked
has
for
been provided.
credentials.
I need sheriff
You're escalating the situation by creating laws.
don't recognize the state of
You're
California.
creating No, you're creating a bullshit situation by creating your own laws.
Okay.
By asking people to do so. Slavery is illegal and unlawful. I will have to bill you $250,000 for 15 minutes. Do you want to continue?
Oh, yes, let's definitely continue with this, because listening to a couple so ignorant and out of touch with reality that they can quite easily and without irony compare registration plate laws to slavery, all while the passenger calls 911 on the police, is comedy gold. So, yes, please continue.
I will do my job.
It will be 1 million per frame, 30 frames per count, digital count per
I will do
second.
my job.
Video camera subpoenaed for federal court.
We will do our job.
Your name and badge number
I gave it to
will
you.
be law and liability for any damages to this auto or us. We do not give you consent to touch this vehicle or us.
We understand.
We do not serve private
We do not serve private
We've
corporations.
never been served a copy of
You work
the
for
California
us?
Constitution. We don't live
You may be
under the
you may be
California
dismissed.
Constitution.
Here's what's going to
You're free to go. We did not commit no crime.
Thank you. I didn't ask for your permission for nothing.
Well, I'm giving you an
Are
order.
you going to step out of the vehicle?
Call your
voluntarily?
commander. Call your
Are you
commander.
going to come out of the vehicle?
Call your
voluntarily?
commander.
Are you going to come out of the vehicle? voluntarily?
You need to call your commander.
Are you coming out of the vehicle?
Or wait for the
voluntarily?
sheriff to arrive to show credentials. You're committing a federal crime.
Sergeant Burns, you're committing a crime.
16355.
16355. How?
Are you going to step out of the vehicle on your own?
A man is attempting to kidnap us in our private consumer
Are you gonna
goods.
Step out of the vehicle on your own.
We're at the pharmacy CVS.
No, they're committing a crime.
They're committing a
I do
federal
not
crime.
obey my public servants when they're committing a crime.
Okay. It's time for you to step out of the vehicle, sir.
I'm not missing music.
We're not
They have
misusing
guns,
911.
They have
Yes, ma'am.
tasers. I'm not committing the crime here. You need to contact
You
the
are
sheriff.
wrong. You will step out of the vehicle. We will yank you out.
If you harm me in any way, in any
Is
fashion,
this
you're going to be law liability.
retaliation for the federal lawsuit
100
against your
million
police
law
department for
liability.
the murder of
I don't give you
Diane
consent to
Estes
touch us.
Steele?
No. We didn't ask
Is
for
this
any of this.
retaliation?
Don't
Is this retaliation?
get off me. Don't touch me. I do not give you consent to touch me.
He's got a knife on his right side.
Do not give you consent to touch me. Do not touch me. Don't touch me. No. Get off me. That's a phone. You're taking my phone out of my hand. What the
He's
hell
got
are
a
you
knife.
doing?
He's got a knife. Watch out.
Don't give you consent.
You can stay in the car.
I have a hand behind my back.
So he lied about not having a weapon, with one of the officers pointing out that he had a knife on his right side. What a surprise. Not that it's illegal to carry a knife, I just find it interesting that those who accuse others of dishonesty and criminal behaviour are usually the ones doing it themselves. Every accusation is an admission of guilt with soft sits. Anyway, the remainder of the video is just audio where CHP discussed towing the vehicle, but then the passenger hands over her driver's license. The video ends soon after that. Anyway, if you managed to get through to the end of this video, then I thank you and I salute you. I truly do, because this was a tough one to sit through with all that repetition. But that arrest at the end more than made up for it, I think. Anyway, thank you so much for watching, guys. If you enjoyed this video, then please leave me a like, share the video, and subscribe to the channel. Thank you also to my channel members and patrons for your continued support. I really do appreciate it. Right, take care all, and I will catch up with you in the next video.
And that little gem was from Van Balian, who seems to specialize in sovereign citizen and other wacky traffic stops. And Eowyn is weighing in too. Hello, kitty. So let's see what we've got in this lunch hour. Let's see. He says Brian Kohberger has a hearing today. Hey, kitty. Okay, let's go to this piece from News Nation on the Kohberger case.
You're in a courtroom in Idaho in a hearing that may change his defense. He's charged in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students in November of last year, and his attorneys have argued he was driving alone on the night of the murder, something he did often. The defense plans to argue 2 motions at a hearing this afternoon that may have a big impact on the outcome of his upcoming murder trial. Criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Joshua Ritter joins us now. He's also the host of the True Crime Daily Sidebar podcast. Joshua, always great to see you. So to start, what motion is the defense expected to argue this afternoon?
A couple of things, actually a few things. One, it's going to have to do with alibi. We've heard talk about how they're going to have to disclose evidence regarding what their alibi is. It's not traditionally the idea that we usually think of when we think of an alibi, but the other has to do with DNA and what the prosecution has to turn over. And that's probably the far more important motion, because what the defense is saying is that, listen, you've told us how that you have arrived at this conclusion. In other words, you've arrived at the idea that you believe our client's DNA was found at the crime scene. We want to know how. It's important for us to know how you got there. What mechanisms did you use? Where did it lead you? Did it lead you to other possible suspects? We need all of that information. The prosecution maintains that's not what's really important here. What's really important is that we did arrive at the idea that we were able to match your client to evidence found at the crime scene, and the how that we got there is not relevant, and therefore not something that we're necessarily going to need to turn over. That, and finally, they're going to talk a little bit about the grand jury standards, but I think that will be argued much more at a later date.
And I do want to ask you about that as well. So in light of these conversations, Joshua, Kohberger's trial, as you know, it's set for October. Is that likely to happen?
I don't think so. I think what we're seeing right now is the defense setting up the idea that they are going to make the argument we don't have the tools that we need to properly defend this case. This case is huge. It's not only are we involved talking about 4 different murders here, but just the magnitude of it, and also the national coverage of it is just going to add to the size of it. And I just don't think there's any way they could possibly be ready in that time, especially when we're dealing with a death penalty case. I think they're going to ask for more time. I think they're going to blame that on the idea that the prosecution is not being entirely forthcoming with all of the evidence that they have. But even in spite of all of that, I can't see them proceeding forward on this at the timeline that they currently have set.
All right. So what do you make of the defense's argument that there was a possible error in the grand jury selection process?
You know, this is kind of a typical attack. Grand juries are very frustrating for the defense because it's a hearing where they're not a party to it. It's where the prosecution presents the evidence and essentially has to wear 2 hats. They have to present evidence on behalf of their case to show to the grand jury why they believe there's probable cause to hold this person to answer at trial. But they also have to present some exculpatory evidence so that they're giving the jurors a full picture of what took place. But the defense is not present. They don't have the ability to cross-examine. They don't even have the ability to be able to present their own case. So it's typical for them to get these indictments afterwards and then begin to try to chip away at it. They're going to say that the selection process was somehow flawed. They're going to say that the standard of proof was somehow flawed. I'm not trying to be so dismissive, but I'm just saying that this is sort of typical, par for the course, and I don't imagine it's going to get them much anywhere with the judge.
Do you think the judge will demand the prosecution share at least some of the evidence, especially when it comes to those DNA results?
I actually do. I think that the judge is going to say, listen, you're the stewards of the evidence here. You have it all, and it's not up to you to decide what's important to the defense and what is not. They're allowed to go through that evidence themselves and say, hey, we've taken a look at this and we've decided that this is somehow important to the way we're going to construct our defense. And it's not up to the prosecution to say what the defense should be. In other words, they have the evidence. Aside from a few small exceptions, they really should be turning over everything. I understand the prosecution's arguments when it comes to the privacy of some individuals and not getting into the idea of red herrings and third-party culpability, but I think it really is incumbent upon them, and I think the judge will rule that they have to turn over more than they already have.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider, and don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Okay. Let's go back to the flagpole, and they want the judge to invalidate the grand jury process. Somebody, I was commenting on some community post about this, and they were saying that they want it sent back to the grand jury and something about the preliminary hearing. I'm going, no, they canceled the preliminary hearing because he was indicted by a grand jury, and that supersedes the need for a preliminary hearing. So, they already found there was cause, and the judge found that, upheld it. So, I don't see this going back to a grand jury, because they're trying to jump through all sorts of hoops to get out of this, because he's guilty. They've got his car on video at the scene. They've got his DNA on the scabbard, the knife scabbard at the scene. They've got he's a fascinating guy. What can you say? Let's take another look at what else has come up during the lunch hour here. Let's dip into JB. He's always good.
That we're getting out of Idaho, that there could be something between Kohberger and the judge in this case. Is that what you're saying? I want to explain that last part for our audience just joining us. And Peter, I think I have you frozen. Or you're just staring intently at me. I'm not entirely sure, but I believe that that things have froze on Zoom. Peter, you still have me?
Yeah, I must be frozen though.
Yeah, I think that you are, and I'm not sure if that's on your end or our end. It's always hard to tell on Zoom. In fact, I'll just kind of wiggle the mouse here and see if we have any signal indicators. Are you with me now?
Yeah.
Peter, we'll you know what? We'll come back to here in a little bit, and hopefully we can get the signal fixed. Again, apologies for the technical difficulty, folks. There's been a bit of a freeze, and I believe that I lost Peter, but I'm not sure if I lost our audience. Hopefully everybody can still hear me okay. We're going to be following again some of what's going on right now, but again, this is to cover a motions hearing in Idaho, and I'm reading through some of your comments. As always here on stream, you can use #KJB if you would like to interact with us. And I think Peter is now back. Let's see if we can bring Peter back on here. Peter, do you have me?
Because you're looking fine on my end.
Let's reset.
All right. So the alibi.
Yep.
So the state demanded Kohberger share his alibi. First time they gave kind of a vague answer saying the alibi will come if Kohberger wants to testify through expert witnesses, through cross-examination. The judge has discretion to disallow any witnesses or any argument about an alibi if you don't present it in time under the rules. So the state said that's not good enough. They filed a motion to compel an alibi and the supporting materials and witnesses and phone numbers and contact information so the state can refute that alibi. Well, on the second motion, the defense said Kohberger was out driving by himself as he had a habit of doing. Again, seemingly something Brian Kohberger would testify to. But they say it will be corroborated by expert witnesses and potentially cross-examination of the state's witnesses. That could be with cell phone data, cameras, CCTV, whatever it may be to corroborate where he was and where he was driving. And the defense also said they don't need to provide this information to the state in its entirety or any more than they already have, because it could affect certain strategy decisions on how the defense wants to handle the case. Additionally, they complained that the state is not even providing all the discovery the defense is entitled to, and therefore they can't answer these questions until they have this discovery. They went as far as to say, Judge, if you think we're lying or you think we're bluffing, we're willing to have an ex parte hearing, meaning a meeting where the state is not there and Brian Kohberger can tell you, Judge, here's where I was, here's what I was doing, here's what we need to prove that. And then again, he's not waiving his Fifth Amendment right to testify, but potentially the judge can listen to this and say, okay, I'm not going to disallow them from calling witnesses or making this alibi argument. I'll allow it. State, you've got to turn this stuff over.
And if that ex parte hearing, if that were to occur, who would be there? Who would be present?
Usually just defense counsel, the defendant, and the judge.
That's it.
Potentially a court reporter, but it would be sealed. It would not be something the public would have access to.
Now, we all have watched, crime shows and Law and Order and insert, true crime show here. Does that happen inside the courtroom or does that happen behind closed doors in the judge's office, so to speak?
So they can either be in chambers or in the courtroom because it's a defendant who, is in custody and cuffed most of the time when he comes in, and bailiffs. They could just have it in a closed courtroom if they wanted to. It really is just judicial discretion.
Very interesting. We'll be following along here, and I'm following Alex Capriello, who is a correspondent for News Nation, and I'm going to be reading some of his tweets here to kind of get everybody caught up and kind of up to speed. 17 minutes ago, saying the defense says that they are well versed in criminal defense and DNA genealogy. They will not be called as witnesses if this goes to trial, but are critical today when discussing DNA evidence and why it should be allowed into discovery for the defense's preparation of the case. Peter, how key is that DNA evidence being entered? We know it'll play a role at some point at trial, correct? I mean, that's pretty much a virtual certainty at this point. But as far as it being, or is it? No, correct me if I'm wrong.
Potentially, DNA evidence is going to be really important at trial. Yes, you're 100% right about that. What they're arguing about getting,
right?
Probably not, which is kind of like how they preserved the testing and what they used and what systems they searched to connect Kohberger's dad. Once they got his swab, probably going to be enough to connect it to the touch DNA to be using it at trial. But if they can, win these battles and get information to show the state did something wrong or the law enforcement did something wrong and potentially fruit of the poisonous tree, they never should have gotten to Brian Kohberger, throw the whole thing out. It could happen. It's really unlikely, but I really don't know if this is going to be the thing that affects the DNA presented at trial.
But it being granted in discovery, how consequential is that?
It depends on what they find. If law enforcement did nothing wrong, it's not going to be consequential at all. But if these experts or people they have look at it show that law enforcement bypassed the rules, planted DNA, planted evidence, found out Kohberger was the guy and did whatever they could to connect into the situation, then obviously it could be a big deal. It really depends on what they find.
Very interesting. Alex tweeting out a moment ago, the judge saying, quote, "There has to be some level of trust in discovery. You are all sworn attorneys. Mr. Thompson is saying that there is one more lab report coming your way." And then he follows up, the judge is asking prosecution to reach back out to the lab and make sure there are no other existing documents and results that the defense does not have. Defense is adamant that the prosecution has given everything that they have and calls the pleas for more information speculation. So a little bit of the back and forth exchanges now. And look, folks, we're going to hear all this play out when they do, in fact, share out the feed at the conclusion of the hearing. That's why it could be viewed as silly that we're not just able to hear this live and we're able to follow the tweets. We're going to have it in a matter of hours or less than that. What do you make of this back and forth exchange that's going on right now, Peter?
So, I mean, one of the interesting aspects of this is the state says you have everything. We've turned everything over. The defense is like, that's impossible. And they've even produced some experts and, affidavits that have said other documents and materials have to exist if you went through this process. So the judge, I think, based on those tweets, is saying, listen, if the state's saying they gave you everything they have, there has to be some level of trust there. We can't say produce something that doesn't exist. They say there's one more lab report. Maybe that's going to have the answers you were looking for. So wait till they produce that lab report, and then we can kind of reconvene and see, are there still things you're missing? And if the state says they don't have them, there's nothing really a judge can do to compel a state to turn over something they don't have. So that's part of the argument here, that there does have to be some level of trust in this process, which is why all of our bar cards and livelihoods and a profession of ethics are on the line every time we litigate a case.
We just have a tweet in from Alex a moment ago saying that the defense has called their first witness by the name of Stephen Mercer. Alex notes that there was a brief pause in the proceedings to excuse the other witnesses that are going to be expected to testify today. Mercer is from Maryland. He's a licensed attorney in Washington, D.C. in the field of criminal defense with a specialization in DNA. Is the defense conceding here that this DNA evidence is going to be perhaps the most significant evidence when this does in fact go to trial? The fact that this is being discussed pre-trial in these motion hearings so much, and it's being some of the methodology behind the obtaining the DNA has been so widely discussed and now is really the subject of this motions hearing, Peter. Is that the defense saying, my goodness, we are trying to do everything that we can to throw this out?
So there's a couple of different ways to look at it, right? If this is something the state wants to hide, the defense has said in some motions, then that makes it more significant to them. If they believe that this is something that could kind of nuke the whole case, then that's going to make it significant to them. I don't think we need the defense to tell us that the touch DNA on the knife sheath is going to be one of the most important parts of this case. I just don't think that the discovery they're seeking for is going to really be the thing that attacks that touch DNA. I think they're going to have to do that other ways, how it can be transferred, how easily it can move from one object to the next, how law enforcement could have even inadvertently done this, whatever it may be. There's a number of different arguments against the touch DNA. I'm not so sure that this compulsion of discovery is the same argument as that, but I think at this point, it's just something the state keeps objecting to, files a motion for protective order, and the defense absolutely believes that they're entitled to it. And I think they would do that on any piece of evidence in this case, not just something that they would call the most significant piece of evidence, because that's what defense attorneys do in cases like this. Any opportunity they can to find something good for their client or that would have a beneficial outcome for their client, they're going to do it.
Of course. And they're going to explore, Brian Kohberger is going to explore every legal option that he has, any legal strategy that he has to poke holes in the prosecution's case, of course. Peter, we're going to start to get to your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag lawyer, questions and comments, folks, as we kind of do a little bit of play-by-play and waiting for the feed to be transmitted our way to the Stream Center so that we can share it on stream with you, the actual court hearing itself, but we can't do that until the court hearing concludes. Peter, I want to circle back to one other thing before we go to the questions. I want to circle back to one thing that we were talking about as we were getting our technical difficulties there on Zoom. The alibi. The alibi comes out. We haven't been on stream. We haven't talked about the alibi since it has come out. The alibi, really, in essence, Brian Kohberger indicating through the paperwork that we all obtained that he was just simply just driving around. What is the legal analysis of that alibi? And additionally, will that have to be demonstrated in trial that this was somebody who would just casually just drive around in his car? The alibi didn't state that he was running an errand or going to pick something up or visit somebody. It just, in essence, stated that he was driving around. Is that something that will have to be proven? And what is the legal analysis overall of the alibi?
So the evidence has to at least infer something that the defense would argue. So that would mean if there is evidence of cell phone data or car movement, black box data from the cameras that he would drive around at night, that could be enough to, quote unquote, argue or prove this alibi. If he testifies, that's obviously evidence of this alibi. Now, how reliable is it? The jury will have to determine that, but that would be corroborating evidence as well. They don't have to prove that this was a habit and something he did all the time. This could have coincidentally been the only night that he drove around late at night and went for a drive. Now, what's interesting about that is when this first came out, and I talked about it on my YouTube channel, a lot of people in the chat said, I go on drives late at night. That's possible. I don't think it's the most impossible thing. And so maybe your chat can chime in here as they're watching if that's something that they do or know anybody that does it. But more importantly, one of the interesting parts about an alibi like this is it does actually fit with some of the inarguable evidence the state has that he was in a car driving around, potentially without his cell phone late at night. And they may have other evidence of what they're calling, or what some people in the media are calling, casing the joint, where he would drive similar patterns days before and in the months before the crimes occurred. So maybe he's going to use that as the habit evidence that, look, I used to do this all the time. No murders occurred when I did it on this night or that night or whatever. I just do this to clear my mind. That's a potential way we could see the argument coming out, but he doesn't necessarily have to do it that way.
You know, I might ask a poll question, and I'm just curious as to how many people just go for drives anymore. And I know that it's not a scientific poll. It's not. It doesn't inform us to all that much. But just, I'm a reporter. I'm curious by nature, and I can assure people that look, I don't really just go for drives. Peter, do you just get in your car and drive around just for driving, just because
Absolutely
you enjoy
not.
being in your car?
That's not something that's interesting or clears my head. No, I mean, I see people go out for a run or go play a sport of some sort or go sit in the pool or the hot tub or something like that and clear your mind that way. I'm not a drive guy like late at night, but I know there are people that are. And I think a poll is interesting because regardless of if it's scientific or not, it is at least a cross section of our community and communities around the world. And that's what a jury is at the end of the day. So if half the jury is like, yeah, I go on drives all the time, at least they're not going to think it's completely out of order or out of turn for somebody to do that. But if nobody thinks that that's normal, that's obviously a bigger problem when this is your alibi defense.
I'm just putting this in our YouTube chat, just because I'm curious. I'm just curious. Do people just casually go for drives anymore? And if you're joining us on YouTube Live, you'll see the poll that'll animate in our comment section. Do you ever just, some people might have a purpose behind it, such as, clearing your head. Sometimes going for a ride will just allow you to kind of get in a different headspace or get a change of scenery. But I'll share for our audience. I can't remember the last time that I just went for a drive just to drive around. But that's just me, and that doesn't have any legal consequence here. It's just a matter of me being a curious live streamer, a curious reporter here with, again, Peter Tragos, the lawyer who's joining us here on stream. Folks, we're going to start to animate your comments using hashtag HeyJB and hashtag lawyer for the next 15 minutes while we have Peter on stream, because Peter will be doing his own live stream on his channel, the lawyer and he's going to be doing, of course, a real deep dive into the legal analysis of what is unfolding today in Idaho. So let's start to get to some of those questions here. I see people that are using hashtag AJB or hashtag lawyer, in the meantime, really quick, as people punch those comments in, Alex, his most recent tweets, Stephen Mercer, who is testifying, he's an expert, says he's not here to discuss Idaho's discovery rules or offer legal opinions, but rather focus on his expertise in forensic DNA interpretation. His quote, who must comply with their duty to investigate, according to Mercer. He says it's essential for the attorneys to know about the details of the testing and the investigation of DNA evidence. There are pretrial concerns involving suppression and Fourth Amendment issues, again, according to Alex's tweet. So that's the latest. We're going to hear it all when we actually get the courtroom feed. But in the meantime, let's look for some of the questions. Beth wants to know. Oh, hold on, Beth. We'll get your comment up here on screen. It's just taking a minute because all of a sudden they're scrolling in very, very fast in the Stream Center. I'm trying to get to as many as I can. Let's see. It'll pop up here. But Beth is saying, is this a stall tactic? Is there anything here where Kohberger and his attorneys could be viewed as could this be a means of stalling, Peter?
So the only way a stall tactic works in a situation like this is if the judge grants something, because if they lose all of these motion hearings and they lose all of these arguments and motions to compel, and the judge says you're not entitled to this evidence, then it didn't stall the case. They're still within their 6 month and 37 days now that one stay has been granted. They're still on that timeline. They're still within that time period. So the defense can't really forcibly stall the case here. But if they prove that the state is stalling the case, then it has some potential repercussions when it comes to the defendant's speedy trial right. And I think that's why they're continuing to ask for motions to stay so that they can get more time. And they're saying, again, it's because the state is delaying. The state is not turning over evidence that they need to present this case. So the defense can't really control how slow evidence is moving back and forth because, as we know, the state has the vast majority of the evidence in every case, especially this case, and the defense is stuck within their 6 month timeline.
And what is your expectation, Peter, as far as I pop back on camera here? You and I, the last time we were on stream together, I forget the number that you put it at, but you pretty much said it was just not very likely that we had an October trial, and we might find out today exactly when a trial could be slated to begin, whether or not there is going to be a delay. What's your expectation?
I think that 37 days was a pretty big decision. And I think that I don't know if the camera's on the right thing. There we go.
There we go.
So I don't know that it's going to happen in October. I would say it's still a very, very, very slim chance. I think that 37 days was important. And I think there's a higher chance it happens between October and December of 2023. If the court will grant some more short stays potentially. But I still think most likely is it's going to get continued out. And it's not going to be something that happens within a speedy trial period. That's kind of how I felt the entire time. But I think as long as the court gives some small extensions, every time something like that is given, I think it's more likely that the trial happens within this period.
Let's go to Angie's question. Wants to know, are they keeping him isolated in jail? What do we know, Peter, about Brian's stay there in Idaho as far as him being locked up?
I don't know the answer to this. I think I remember reading somewhere that he was, but I honestly am not positive.
Yeah, I mean, well, let me ask you this question: how often do you think he's meeting with his attorney? What would be standard? I mean, how in a situation like this, high profile murder trial is expected to happen later this year or in the months ahead. How often would it be, sort of normal for for someone like Brian Kohberger to be meeting with his attorney?
So this high profile case is unusual, but in a case that is high profile that they're trying to, at least purporting to try to get the case tried within 6 months, at the very least, they'd be meeting weekly, probably multiple times a week. If you base it off of the number of motions that are filed, the number of hearings they're having, the number of affidavits they're having and meeting with expert witnesses. Now they can be working on the case and preparing these motions and prepping for these hearings without necessarily meeting with Brian Kohberger. But it seems like this case is basically all these attorneys have been working on since starting for Brian Kohberger.
Yeah, well, so much has been talked about online and on channels such as yours and in your comment section about what the defense strategy could be like, what those conversations are going to be like. Of course, we might get a bit of an inside look as to some of the look. Mercer right now is on the stand. He's being questioned. We'll be able to hear some of that and some of the questions that are being asked during testimony today. Once we do have the live feed, I mean, that's I guess again why we are here live, folks, is to tap into Peter's expertise, but also to let you know that we are going to be live streaming the press pool feed as it's being transmitted out of the courtroom there at the conclusion of this hearing. Let's go to some other questions that we have here in the comments section while we have another 5 to 10 minutes with Peter Tragos, the lawyer you know. Yeah, some of these questions are very, speculative, like, did he do it? And that's, of course, why we have a judicial system. Peter knows. I mean, Peter, how often do you get a question like, oh, do you think Brian's guilty? And then you just can't answer that question.
I have no idea at this point, right? I mean, that's the point of the process, the point of the system, the point of why they've got to turn over discovery, why they've got to share alibis so we can try to get down to the bottom of it. And at the end of the day, everyday lay people are going to make that decision. Did he do it based on all the evidence that's presented to them? I mean, he's presumed innocent right now. That doesn't mean he didn't do it. It just means as we look at it now, it has not been proven.
Yeah, I mean, this is why people watch court cases online on YouTube. I mean, this is why, I mean, they want to ascertain for themselves and in essence put themselves in the jury. And if you're there I mean, you can't ever be in that courtroom. It's not the same as actually being there, but being able to listen to the evidence get presented, being able to have discussions with your fellow commenters and to hear the expertise of somebody like Peter, that's part of how this all works now in 2023. People like to follow these trials to ascertain for themselves and form their own opinion as to whether or not they believe someone is guilty or not guilty. But maybe we can pivot to this question from Ali or Ali, either one of the two hashtags for us both. Do their lawyers know if Brian is innocent or guilty? This is a question that people wonder about. The reality of the conversations that take place between a client and who they hire to represent them.
So what I'll say is his lawyers know what Brian Kohberger is telling them, right? So if he admits that he did it, then they know it. If he says he didn't do it, then that's what they know at this point. Regardless of where the evidence points them, if your client said you didn't do it, that's usually what you go on. Now, a lot of times when a criminal defendant may admit guilt to their defense lawyer, some defense lawyers state prove that case beyond a reasonable doubt. And the state still has a burden to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt, regardless of what a criminal defendant tells their criminal defense attorney. Because if the state violated the criminal defendant's rights, then they still might lose the trial, even if they have the right guy, as people say, because rights are important and those rules have to be followed. And you can't just trample on constitutional rights of the citizens of the United States. That's how it's written. That's how it's set up.
Yeah. And it's the foundation of our judicial system. I mean, that's exactly the rules. Of course, policies have to be followed, and they can vary, of course, from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, state to state. Peter, I'm sure I've had to do homework as best I can. I'm sure you, focusing on the law, you've really had to about the particulars, some of the nuances when it comes to the Idaho judicial system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the alibi is one of them. They demand an alibi there. You've got to provide it with a certain number of days. The preliminary hearing versus the grand jury indictment. We spoke about that a lot during this, early phase of the case, how it seemed like it was going preliminary hearing. Then it went grand jury indictment. The defense has filed some objections and taken issue with that, but that's the process in Idaho, and that's how it's allowed to happen in Idaho. There was nothing wrong or improper about the state doing it that way. I know some people online feel like it might be shady or they wanted to hide the process, but all grand jury indictments are secret, and people don't get to be in that process and see how it happens. So I don't really have a big issue with that.
Destiny wants to know for us both, can they do a lie detector test on him? This is a question that we get a all the time is whether or not lie detector technology can be used, and it's not a simple sort of question to answer. But here, do your best there, Peter.
So the answer is they can, and if you mean his lawyers, they can do a lie detector test on him if he wants to submit to it, if they want to use it and see whether or not they believe what he's saying or test his credibility or see how he comes off as far as reliability goes. There's no jurisdiction I'm aware of in the United States that where lie detector tests are admissible evidence in court. There's a number of reasons for that, but basically their reliability can't be tested well enough. And some people have been known to be able to beat lie detector tests. And then you don't want jurors to put too much weight on something that can be beaten just in case it was beaten. So therefore, the defendant just takes the stand if he wants to testify, talks to the jury, and the jury determines whether or not they find him credible and if they believe what he's saying or not. So his lawyers can put him under lie detector test if he wants to submit to that and try to help prove he's telling the truth to his lawyers, but it's not going to be something that's used at trial.
Yeah, it's not a 100% foolproof technology, folks. I mean, people forget that. They think that it's going to be an automatic, oh my God, this person is guilty or not guilty, but there are many ways for, well, it can be fooled. There can be problems with the technology as well. And while we do hear about it a lot in movies and TV shows, actually how it's deployed and used, it's just doesn't give you 100% certainty. Destiny, thanks for the question here. Let's go to my bet, because it brings up a great point. If he has an alibi, why wouldn't he plead not guilty? Didn't the judge have to plead for him? And this is a good question, because again, let's remind, he decided to stand silent, which means that the judge in this case entered a plea of not guilty for him. So to this question, if he has this alibi, why exactly wouldn't he just enter a plea of not guilty, in your opinion, Peter?
So it's a good question by my bet, and it's really something that if we want to think logically about, this makes sense. If you didn't do it and you want to say you didn't do it, why don't you stand up in court and say, I didn't do it, I'm not guilty. But when we come to legal procedure, if there are reasons and ways to do something that have the same outcome, but you believe or your lawyer believe it protects rights in another area, then you're going to go with that. Because the way that they did it standing silent, his lawyers have filed in other motions that they felt it preserved certain rights in the grand jury process, and objecting to that grand jury process. By standing silent, they were able to preserve those rights while also having the same exact effect legally as pleading not guilty in this situation that you were saying. He's still saying he didn't do it. He's still saying he has an alibi and therefore he's not guilty, but he did it with the judge's words instead of his own in order to preserve another right that, whether I agree or disagree with that second part, doesn't really matter. That's why I believe Brian Kohberger did it in this situation, is it had the same legal effect by standing silent as if he would have said it with his own mouth that he was not guilty.
Yep, and of course he had his own legal reasons for doing so, and we still don't know if that was upon the recommendation of counsel or if that was his decision to stand silent. Of course, much has been made of that particular decision. Peter, we're going to let you go. Of course, I promised I would get you out of here at 2:30, so you're going to be live on your channel. We appreciate your time being able to lend us your expertise, folks. If you want to, of course, follow Peter Tragos, you can do so. He is known as the lawyer you know across his social media platforms, including now Twitter/X, I think we can call it Twitter/
whatever it's called.
Yeah, whatever Elon's calling it this week. You can find Peter at lawyer you know. Peter, I'll get you out on this really quickly. Multiple witnesses, multiple experts are expected to testify here today. We do have the time zone difference, but how long do I asked you this by text. You and I were texting before the stream. I mean, we have heard the same thing about the expectation that this hearing is going to be somewhere in the 60 to 90 minute range. But if these exchanges go on in court for a long time, is there any chance that this goes on all day, or even, my goodness, into next week? Is that even remotely on the table? And I think we froze on you, Peter, again, if you still have me.
I think we're good now. So I think the judge would do everything he could to finish this tonight, even if they have to stay late or cut off how many experts they can call, or maybe make them shorten some of the expert witnesses. I think it's going to take a couple of hours now because I think it could have been limited if the state would have agreed to certain things or, yeah, we're going to turn over this DNA stuff, not that. But it seems like there's not much they've agreed to since the last time they spoke. We're going to have to hear from the expert witnesses. The judge is going to have to make a call after both sides make arguments. So I expect it's going to last a couple hours, but I would guess it's going to finish tonight. There's no guarantees, though.
You know how I know you're good at what you do? Even when you're frozen, it's not one of those really awkward faces where you have one eye open and one eye closed and you look like, you look all blurry and everything. Even when you freeze on me, you're still looking as sharp as ever. Peter Tragos,
I work
everybody.
on that specifically,
Peter Tragos, the lawyer, friend of the program and total pro here in the Tampa Bay area. Peter, thanks a whole lot. You and I will be texting, I'm sure, and we'll be talking about this as the day unfolds.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
Yes, no, thank you for coming on. And folks, again, the lawyer, you can follow him on his respective channels. Peter's always great to have on the program. Back here with you live on stream, JV Buno here with you in the WFLA Now Stream Center. Again, we are awaiting the feed. I have all of these screens here in the Stream Center for the purpose of being able to punch up and calibrate the shot from Idaho. What is going to happen is the hearing is going to play out today. Right now, they're doing an expert testimony. This is something that began at 10:30 Pacific time. And of course, 1:30 Eastern. It's going to play out for however long it's going to play out. Again, Peter and I heard about 60 to 90 minutes. But if this goes on for a couple of hours, that'll delay, of course, when we can actually begin distributing the feed to you. We're going to have it here on this live stream, the exact feed out of the courthouse from the pool camera team. We'll be able to share that, but we cannot begin transmitting or live streaming that signal until, of course, the hearing concludes. So we're all just kind of following some of the reporters on social media, on Twitter. Yeah, I'm still calling it Twitter because it's weird calling it X. X just sounds weird, you guys. It does. I'm trying to do my best to get into it, but it's just weird to say we're following along on X. It just doesn't sound right. It doesn't roll off the tongue like Twitter did for so many years. But we're going to, of course, follow the play-by-play with some of the reporters, including Alex, who, again, is with News Nation, and he's live tweeting this. My goodness, thank God that we have we wouldn't really have much to go by if phones were banned from this courtroom. Like in many federal courthouses, usually reporters are not allowed to bring in their phones. Here in Idaho, they can bring their phones into the courtroom. So, of course, they are able to live tweet, and we're following a lot of those tweets as they unfold. But really, this is just a place for us to answer some questions. I'll do as much play-by-play as I can. I might have to pop off stream or at least mute microphones because we do have other stream programming that we are likely going to be providing today for WFLA.com. So there's a chance where we might take a break at some point, but stay with you up here live on stream, of course. And I'll do my very best to answer questions as we await the conclusion of this hearing so that we can watch it all unfold live, or at least as live, semi-live. Let's see here. Looking at some of the tweets. Oh, Alex had to step out for a live shot on News Nation. So he's hoping that the bailiff will let him back in. I would hope that the bailiff would let him back in. That's part of the. I mean, reporters come and go from courthouses all the time. Hopefully, they'll understand that he's just trying to do his job. So, really quickly, folks, let me just check in here with our team for 1 second, and then we'll start going back to the comment section and answer some of the questions that you have. Stand by. I almost forgot about the poll, you guys. The poll question. The alibi that comes forth that Brian Kohberger says he was just driving around. Of course, this goes back to some of the cell phone pings that investigators say that they have, digital evidence that he was in the area, of course, driving around around the time of the murders of the 4 students at the University of Idaho in Moscow. And so we were just informally, casually asking you as to whether or not you casually go for drives anymore. I can share that I can't remember the last time I just went for a drive. Trying to think of like the last time that I did that. And it's just not something that usually when I'm in my car, it's because I need to go somewhere or pick up somebody or see somebody or run to the grocery store or go to work or see a friend, whatever it may be. But some people will just go for a ride. And I'm going to ask everybody just a little bit, just again, while we're awaiting Alex returning to the courtroom, is while we're waiting for the live, we're really waiting for the hearing itself to be over so that we can get a look inside. People can share a little bit. And now the one comment that I saw that people were saying is, my goodness. Yeah, we'll go to this hashtag AJB comment from S. Hicks saying, what broke college student goes for long drives in an old car when gas is almost $4 a gallon? What is the price of gas in Idaho? Or I guess it's not very relevant now. It's really whatever the price of gas was in Idaho going back to really almost a year ago now. But just for, yeah, gas is about $4. Just say about $4 a gallon in Idaho. It's not like the good old days of, $2 or so. It's just, yeah, it's more expensive to just kind of drive around. But S. Hicks brings up a really good question. If that is your alibi, that's your alibi. You say, and look, everyone has the right, of course, to defend themselves legally and provide their version of events in contrast to what the prosecution is saying that you did. If you're saying that you were just casually driving around, people would wonder, it's only natural to wonder, why are you riding around in, late at night when gas is expensive, when most people are sleeping, and most college students, if they are up that late, they're either having a good time or studying, like at the library. Let's go to the poll results. We asked a very casual poll about casual driving. And we casually asked with our casual poll, do you casually go for drives just to enjoy driving? 43% said yes. 57% of people say no. That is crazy to me. Just because I usually have a pretty good grasp on where I wasn't expecting it to be that high. That means that more than 4 out of 10 people just say that they'll just casually go for drives, just to drive. I have our meteorologist here, Rebecca, Jeff. Do you guys just drive around ever, just to drive? No, you're on the phone. I'm sorry, Jeff. No. So nobody in this room ever just kind of casually goes for a drive. But that's that's the alibi that we have from the man right here on the right side of your screen, Brian Kohberger. Again, this video dated. We do not have the live feed yet, or the feed from the courthouse, the feed from the courtroom. But this is the first time we've been on stream since his alibi has come to light, and it's worth a discussion as we're awaiting the conclusion of this, this motions hearing. And there's so many different parts, components to this case, from, of course, the DNA to the sheath, to Brian being apprehended, to some of the reports that have come out about family members, the digital evidence, the cell phone pings, there's the vehicle. There's a lot of different threads to this case, and now we have the alibi. Just kind of driving around late at night. And to Peter's point, is there, and can it be demonstrated that there was, or if there was, a evidence that this was a routine behavior, that this is something that he did often, and that this wasn't. But even if it wasn't part of his routine, it is still the alibi that we have. Did he just feel like going?
I'd like to go back to the discussion that we were having relative to the defendant having indicated he'd gone to his sister's house that morning. And when I'm talking about that morning, I'm talking relative to the time frame after his contact with Officer Burkle up at the apartment complex. Now, with Mr. Dinkins having indicated that, going back to his cellular phone, were steps taken to try and identify his location throughout the morning?
It was done through cell phone records.
Okay.
That a search warrant was applied for his cell phone records, and then those records were turned over to FBI CAST data agent Rich Fenner, who then was able to plot the defendant's phone's activities.
Did you get an opportunity to review the results of the survey Special Agent Fennerin did of Mr. Dinkins' phone?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also have an opportunity just to review the results of the surveys conducted of Nita McQuay's phone, his sister, and his mother, Helen Mosley?
Their cell phone records as well, yes.
Okay. And from your review, did that cell phone of Mr. Dinkins hit towers in the area of where Nita McQuay lived?
That is correct.
Okay. Where does Helen Mosley live?
1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4.
Does Mrs. Mosley live with her daughter, Nita McQuay?
Yes.
All right. And Your Honor, may I utilize the Elmo?
You may.
Okay. Detective Obert, I'm going to direct you to State's Exhibit 62. I'd like to show you what that document is, just for purposes of perspective.
All right.
Okay. What is State's Exhibit 62?
It is the CAST data records and plotting of the defendant's phone number.
All right. And are these records that you had an opportunity to review once Special Agent Fennerin did his analysis of Mr. Dinkins' cell phone?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, relative to the activity for the cell phone that day, I'd like to direct your attention to page 25 of that exhibit. Now, in looking at this exhibit, let's go up to our legend there in the upper left-hand corner. Are there 3 entries on our legend?
There is.
Okay. Is there an entry that sets forth the address of Nita McQuay?
There is.
Okay. And what is noted on page 25 of State's Exhibit 62?
Just in general about the entire thing?
No, just her address.
Oh, it's 1321 East 39th Street.
Okay. Now, as we look at this particular exhibit, does this document then have an icon showing the location of where she resides? And I'm going to give you this pointer, and I want you to look back at what's displayed?
That would be the residence.
All right, for purposes of our written record, how is her residence denoted on this map?
It's a green box.
Okay, did you?
I'm sorry, I didn't get you to answer. It's a green box.
Okay, does that look green to you? Yeah. Are you colorblind?
Partially.
Oh, okay, all right, all right, all right. Now, is there also an icon for the address of 2744 East 53rd Street?
There is.
All right, and then can you show us what icon would represent that address? All right, and then I'll just ask you, what color does that appear to you on the diagram?
Red.
Red, okay, all right. All right, so if we look at this, what is the time frame that Mr. Dinkins is hitting off cell towers or sectors in the area of Nita McQuay's residence?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, as we look at this, what is the time frame that Mr. Dinkins' cell phone is hitting on cell towers and sectors within the area of Nita McQuay's residence?
From 9:35 a.m. to 9:44 a.m.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Going to page 26. As we look at page 26, again, if we go to our legend in that upper left corner, does it give us the address of Nita McQuay?
It does.
All right, can you show us where the icon is located on this page for where her residence is at? And then do we have Mr. Dinkins' cell phone hitting off towers in that area of town?
We do.
And what is the time frame for that?
9:44 a.m. to 9:52 a.m.
And then going to page 27. Actually, let me go ahead and move on beyond that. Going to page 29 of that exhibit. On page 29, in our legend, do we have the address for Nita McQuay?
We do.
Do we have Mr. Dinkins' cell phone hitting off cell towers in the area of her residence in this particular photograph?
That is correct.
And I shouldn't say photograph, but diagram. Can you show us what would represent the location of Nita McQuay's residence? And then during what period of time do we have his cell phone up in the area of her residence?
At approximately 11:46 a.m.
Okay, what's our starting range though? The top line.
11:29, but that's showing down in the southwest portion of Davenport.
Okay, all right, very good. So as we're looking at page 29 then, between 11:29 a.m. and 11:46 a.m., do we have him in two separate locations?
Yes.
Okay, so toward the 11:29 a.m., where is his cell phone hitting?
Southwest part of Davenport.
Can you go ahead and show that to us there on the diagram? Is that cell tower located anywhere in the area of Schmidt Road?
Schmidt Road's not on that portion.
Of the diagram?
Correct.
Okay, and then can you show us where the Mississippi River is? And then toward the 11:46, is that where he's back up toward Miss McQuay's residence?
That is correct.
All right, and then finally, directing your attention to page 30 of this exhibit. In the legend, do we have Nita McQuay's residence again?
We do.
And is his cell phone hitting off towers near her residence?
Yes.
Can you show us the icon that would represent her residence? All right, and then do we have an entry for the Davenport Police Department?
We do.
And how is that represented in this particular image?
With a blue icon and it says PD.
Can you show us where that's located at? What time would Mr. Dinkins' phone be up by Nita McQuay's residence?
Approximately 11:49.
And then what time then do we have his cell phone hitting a tower down at the Davenport Police Department?
At approximately 11:55 a.m.
What were the locations that Nita McQuay and Helen Mosley were identified as having been at? And actually, I want to rephrase that. What were the activities that they engaged in that morning?
Through statements made or through cell data.
We'll talk about the cell data, but through statements made.
Nita McQuay, in an interview, advised she went to the dog park, Northwest Dog Park, and then her and Helen Mosley eventually went to Meskwaki Casino.
Where's the Meskwaki Casino located?
Tama, Iowa, and that's northwest from here.
Okay. Did that bear out with what was noted in the CAS data for each of their cell phones?
That was.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been previously introduced as State's Exhibit number 110. Look at that.
All right.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's the CAS data for Helen Mosley's phone number.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 111. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 111?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
It's the CAS data for Nita McQuay's cell phone number.
Your Honor, may I use the Elmo to go through some documentation in each of these exhibits?
You may.
Focusing on State's Exhibit 111, Nita McQuay's CAS data for her cell phone. Page 4 of this exhibit. What is our date and time range on page 4 for Nita McQuay's phone?
It is from 12:58 p.m. on July 9th, 2020 to 8:26 a.m. on July 10th, 2020.
And generally, where is her cell phone located?
To the area of the apartment at 1321 East 39th Street.
Page 5. What do we have for activity here?
It is on July 10th, 2020 from 8:38 a.m. to 8:58 a.m.
Okay, and then what type of activity do we see relative to Nita McQuay's phone?
Appears like it's making some sort of movement from the northwest portion of Davenport back to the apartment.
All right, and would that be outside of areas associated with Andrea Kohberger's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Going to page 6. What is documented for Nita McQuay's phone?
It's from July 10th, 2020 from 9 a.m. to 10:13 a.m.
What are we seeing as far as activity associated with that phone?
Looks to be the general area of the apartment complex
And
of
which-
1321 East 39th Street.
Her apartment complex?
Yes,
And is her apartment shown as an icon on page 6?
it is.
Could you please point that out for us so that we can see where that's at? All right. Going to page 7 then. What do we have here?
Cell tower data from 10:13 a.m. to 12:28 p.m.
And then what do we have as far as movement of that cell phone?
At 10:13 a.m. it's in Davenport, and then its progression or movement is northwest, and appears to be 12:09 p.m. I can't make out any of those towns that are marked.
Where's Tama located on this diagram, though? And is that represented by an icon on page 7?
It is.
All right. Going to States Exhibit 110 for Helen Mosley. What is the date and time range noted on page 3 of this image?
July 10th, 2020, from 7:55 a.m. to 8:38 a.m.
Is there an icon for her residence there?
There is.
Can you show us where that is? And is her cell phone then hitting off towers in that sector?
It is.
Okay. Going to page 4. What do we have here?
Cell tower data from July 10th, 2020, 8:38 a.m. to 9:30 a.m.
Is there an icon showing where she would have resided?
Yes.
Show us where that is at. And then is her cell phone hitting on towers in that area?
Yes.
Going to page 5. What are we seeing here?
Cell tower data from July 10th, 2020, from 9:30 a.m. to 9:54 a.m.
Okay, and then is there an icon to show where she lives at?
There is.
Where's that at? And again, is her cell phone hitting off towers in that area?
Yes.
Going to page 6. What do we have in page 6?
July cell tower data from July 10th, 2020, from 10:19 a.m. to 12:06 p.m.
And what is happening there?
Very similar movements, are almost the same as Nina McQuay's cell records.
Okay. So based on that information, were the cell phones of Nita McQuay and Helen Mosley away from their residence at points in time when the defendant would have been over there at the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any overlapping times when his phone places him in the area of the apartment, and that would be Nita and Mosley's, where their cell phones are there?
That is correct. That happens around 9:40 a.m.
All right. And then as we get later on in the morning, then is that where you see a separation of the family members' cell phones hitting at different locations as compared to his?
That is correct. Their movement starts at around 10:13, 10:15 a.m.
Okay, all right. I just want to go back and then speak to one issue, so this is clear for our record. When you were speaking with Mr. Dinkins about his cell phone, the contact name that he has for Aisha Langford in his cell phone was what?
A little dink.
So any entry that has little dink would actually be the telephone number for Aisha Langford in his records?
That is correct.
All right. The next topic of conversation. Mr. Dinkins did identify for you a specific location that he went in the middle of the night. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What location was that?
There's two over the middle of the night, 509 Taylor Street, and then the second one, the Quick Shop on West 53rd Street.
Where is that Quick Shop located in reference to a business that we would have all been familiar with at some time? Across the street from it.
North High School, and the North YMCA is across the street from it.
All right. And would that be in the vicinity of what would have been the old Menards?
Yes.
Okay. So 53rd for our record runs what direction?
East-west.
All right. And then, so what side of the street would the Quick Shop be on?
South side of the street.
If you are at the apartment complex, they're at Jersey Meadows, and you come out onto 53rd, what direction do you have to travel to get to the Quick Shop?
West.
All right. In the middle of the night, how would you describe the traffic flow on 53rd?
In my experience on night shift patrol for 2.5 years, at 3 in the morning, it's pretty light traffic.
That being said, then, can an individual travel fairly quickly from the apartment complex at Jersey Meadows to the Quick Shop?
Yes, they would run less chance of running into traffic or being stalled in the middle of traffic.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Dinkins, did he give you any idea of when he believed he had gone to the Quick Shop?
No.
Okay. Did he ever pinpoint a time for anything in that interview?
The only thing he said it was after hours.
After hours? And after hours meaning what?
We didn't really elaborate much more on that.
Were you provided a frame of reference to work with to establish when he had gone to the Quick Shop?
There was no time given, no.
Let me be just a little bit more, I guess, be a little clearer. When Andrea Culberson was interviewed, did she give us times to work with for his movement during the middle of the night?
The only thing she could account for is at 3 a.m. when she woke up, he was no longer there. And then at approximately 3:30 a.m. is when the defendant arrived at the apartment complex and left shortly thereafter.
And at 3:30 a.m., was that the time when she looked out that bedroom window?
That is correct.
And at 3:30 a.m., when she looked out that bedroom window, what did she report seeing?
Seeing Breasia standing on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay. Does that framework then have any bearing on what you would have done relative to video surveillance camera at the Quick Shop?
Yeah, the objective there, regardless of even that time, was just to get a general recovery of video footage from the Quick Shop to establish when the defendant would have went there.
Okay, let's step outside that discussion for the time being, and I'd like to establish a general framework for how the collection of video surveillance footage worked. All right, was there a massive canvas done of areas here in Davenport?
There was.
Okay, looking for what?
Any either canvas of witnesses that have seen anything or have seen Breasia, and then video surveillance that would capture either her whereabouts or any other things related to her disappearance.
Okay. What areas of town were the canvassing? Where was the canvassing conducted to try and collect video surveillance footage that would show us movements?
We collected almost the entire city of Davenport. I mean, we had a bunch from the southwest end, a bunch around the area of the apartment complex, and then it was roughly 100 different businesses that were canvassed.
Okay. Outside of Scott County, were there areas that were canvassed for video surveillance?
Yes.
Describe.
There was we attempt video collection along Highway 61, along Highway 30, and then into Clinton as well. There was a large video collection canvas.
Okay. Were there a significant amount of video, or was there a significant amount of video footage that was seized from various locations?
There was.
Okay. With the collection of a significant amount of video footage, then describe what process was put in place to conduct a review and determine whether any of that video footage was relevant to this investigation.
The detectives that would go out to the field to try to recover that video footage, they would make contact with either the manager of the business, or if it's on a personal residence, they'd talk with the owner. Depending on how that video footage could get downloaded, the detective would either bring a thumb drive or bring a DVD that it could be downloaded onto. Things were checked in place on timestamp to make sure that was accurate from that, so that could be reported accordingly when reviewing the video footage. Once that was collected from the detective, from the business owner, or the person that lives at that residence, it was taken down at the station, and then turned over to what we call light duty officers or other detectives that are at the station that were assigned strictly to video review.
Okay. Now, in that video review, were there characteristics and vehicle descriptions that were provided for each of these officers so that they could use that to determine whether or not there was relevant activity in any of the footage?
Yes. When it came to stuff around Davenport, obviously the focus was number one is everyone knew what Breasia looked like, and so to keep that in mind while reviewing video footage. And then the Highway 61 or Highway 30, it was relayed to that the maroon Impala that was Andrea Culberson's was a point of interest.
Okay. Why was that a point of interest along Highway 61 and even going into Clinton?
Because the defendant is located at the Walmart in Clinton at from approximately 6:51 a.m. to 7:10 a.m.
All right. And what vehicle was he associated with?
The maroon Impala is registered to Andrea Culberson.
Were there any types of identifiers on the maroon Chevy Impala that would help distinguish it from any other maroon Chevy Impala that might be out driving in Davenport, along the highway, or even in Clinton?
There was a couple different distinct features about it. Have it very dark tinted windows. The sticker on the back passenger trunk, and then there's also, that's white in color, and then there's also a sticker on the driver's side windshield that would be distinct from other vehicles having that.
Okay. And then were those characteristics utilized to determine whether or not you were observing the correct Chevy Impala?
It was one of the things that we used, yes.
Okay. Now, if video footage was determined to have something relevant, was that submitted to someone within the Detective Bureau to review and verify if it was significant to this investigation?
Yes.
Explain.
We had our own working spreadsheet of different vehicles that we thought could be the defendants or any other thing of significant evidentiary value. When that was logged into that spreadsheet, I would go in and take a look, and then I would review that stuff separate and determine if it was considered relevant or not to the investigation.
By going through that process, then, were you able to narrow down all of that video footage to specific locations where the Chevy Impala was traveling through?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now let's jump back in to where we left off. So at 3:30 a.m., we're at that point in time where Andrea's looked out the window and described Mr. Dinkins leaving the apartment. At the quick shop, then, was there activity associated directly with Mr. Dinkins and that maroon Chevy Impala?
That is correct.
Describe.
The defendant and the maroon Chevy Impala arrive into the parking lot of the quick shop at approximately 3:33 a.m. The defendant gets out of the vehicle and enters into the quick shop and purchases $35 worth of gas and 2 Newport packs of cigarettes. And then a separate transaction was made for 1 Bic lighter.
Was there a receipt that was obtained for that transaction?
There was.
Okay. We've heard testimony from Detective Poyer relative to that receipt, and then photographs taken of the gas pumps to show the prices of the different gasolines available. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
All right. So to be clear, is Mr. Dinkins captured pumping gas into that car?
Yes.
And then as he comes into the store, can we clearly see what type of clothing he is wearing and what type of shoes he has on?
The the pumping of the gas would have been after he exited the store.
Certainly. But as
Okay.
he's coming into the store initially
Yes,
and even exiting, can we see what he's wearing
that is correct.
and the shoes?
Yes.
When you watch that video footage, what did you notice about the behavior of Mr. Dinkins when he went into the store?
At a point while he's at the counter, at approximately 3:34 a.m., he glances out to his left, which would be out towards the parking lot where his car would be parked. He makes 7 glances within a minute span.
Did that catch your attention?
Just off common sense, it appeared to me that he was concerned about something out in the parking lot, most likely his vehicle.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Dinkins have any keys in his possession?
He did. He had a lanyard that's shown on video. So that would, again, reduce the thought of he's not worried about it getting stolen because he has the keys with him, and the Impala headlights do go out while he's still inside the business.
Okay. And then as far as his pulling into the parking lot, can you see the vehicle where it pulled up to a gas pump?
Yes.
With the tint on the windows, are you able to see anything inside the vehicle?
You cannot.
When he pulled into that parking lot, was there any other vehicles out in the area of the gas pumps?
Not in the area of the gas pumps.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel has been marked as State's Exhibit 151. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 151 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 151, and feel free to get into that envelope?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 151?
It is the quick shop footage from 201 West 53rd Street. It is strictly from the time period of 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. on July 10th.
All right. Does that capture the activity of Mr. Dinkins when he pulls into that parking lot, enters the store, leaves, pumps gas, and departs the parking lot?
It does.
All right. Now, as far as how that surveillance system is set up there at the quick shop, give us a perspective of what it would appear like if that disc was utilized.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, explain how it would be formatted.
In its original format, it requires a player that was downloaded when the video footage was downloaded. When you'd open up the player itself, you would have to then go into the files, individual different camera angles. It only can show 4 different angles at one time, but there's 6 different angles inside the store and outside the store. Then you would click play, and then you can kind of jump into different times throughout that hour.
Okay. Now, were you able to take that feed and just create one continuous feed from the point in time that he came into the parking lot, entered the store, left, pumped gas, and departed?
That is correct.
Okay. So within that exhibit, is there a thumb drive that would include that consistent feed you have been able to produce? And I have it over here.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And have you had an opportunity just to review the feed that you put down on the thumb drive or put onto the thumb drive?
I was.
And is it consistent with what you would see in the disc format, but not just having to jump from frame to frame to frame, depending upon the camera angle?
Yeah, so it'll go to different camera angles on that, whereas compared to this, you have to watch them all separately.
Sure. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 151. Is that right?
Yes.
With the understanding that both the disc and the thumb drive are being offered, I have no objections at all.
Ms. Cunningham, can you verify that, please?
That is correct. And Your Honor, on the exhibit sticker, in addition to marking it as State's Exhibit 151, I noted disc and thumb drive.
Thank you very much. With that, Exhibit 151 will be admitted.
Okay. Your Honor, may we play this exhibit?
You may.
All right, we're ready, Your Honor. Was this camera accurate?
Yes.
Or I shouldn't say camera, was the time accurate for this footage?
So there is no timestamp on this one. But in the disc, when it shows, the timestamp is 2 minutes off.
Okay, so if it were to say 3:31, what time would it actually be?
3:33.
Okay. What has happened here?
The defendant has exited the vehicle and is now walking towards the quick shop.
And then can we see that lanyard?
Yes.
Now, as he's walking in, and let me pause this video if I could. How would you describe the clothing that he was wearing?
The subject is wearing a black do-rag, a white wife beater. Looks like white/blue shorts with a little darker blue on it, as well as possibly some pink. And then he's wearing gold shoes.
All right. Yeah, and so we're just going to go back just a little bit so that we can see that again as he's walking in. All right. And were those gold shoes consistent with what you observed when you were watching Officer Burkle's video, body-worn camera video?
It was.
Now, what do we need to pay attention to?
The subject glances out towards the vehicle.
How is he paying for this transaction?
With cash.
And what happened here?
It appears he might have was about to walk out with some of his change.
Now, in this segment, what did we see him doing?
Exit the quick shop and walk back towards the vehicle.
Okay. Initially, when we saw him coming back from the door, was that where he was turning to pick up whatever item had been left there on the counter?
That is correct.
And Detective Obert, what happens at this point?
Appears the defendant is pumping gas into the vehicle.
Okay. In the video, even when Mr. Dinkins, does he get in the car now?
Yeah, I just showed him briefly get in the car.
And just based on your observations, did he leave the gas pump going while he sat in the car?
It's due to the quality of the video footage and the car blocking majority of that. I can't say for certain. I would assume.
Okay. Can you even see him in the car from this video footage?
No.
All right. So does he stay in there just for a little bit before he gets back out?
That is correct.
And what's the weather like this time of year?
And during the summer months, I mean, it's cool. All depends on the weather for that day, but fairly warm in July.
What has happened now?
He exited the vehicle and is back towards where the gas tank would be, or the spot to put gas in.
Now, as he exits the lot, what direction would he be traveling?
East.
What would that take him toward that becomes relevant to conversation that we're going to be having here in a bit?
Continuing on 53rd Street would get you towards Welcome Way and Brady.
Okay. And which of those two streets would take you out of town onto Highway 61?
Brady.
Brady runs what direction?
North-south.
Okay. But if you catch Brady in that location, is that simply a one-way going out of town?
It is a one-way going north.
Okay. Now, we can see a time counter on the footage that you've been able to put into that stream on this thumb drive, but did you document the time of arrival and the time of departure so that we've got a perspective of the time element associated with this activity?
That is correct.
Okay. Could you give that to us for purposes of our record?
The approximate time that he arrives is between 3:32 and 3:33 a.m. And then the time that he's leaving is approximately 3:38 a.m.
Detective Obert, depending upon the clock in Andrea Culberson's apartment, would that be a sufficient amount of time to travel from Jersey Meadows over to the quick shop with minimal to no traffic on 53rd at this time of night?
If we're considering it to be exactly 3:30 a.m., it is a possibility to get there in 3 minutes.
Sure. What's the distance between the two locations?
I imagine a couple miles.
Okay. Now, I want you to look at State's Exhibit 38. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 38?
I am.
How are you familiar with State's Exhibit 38?
It's a printout that I worked with Sergeant Pfeiffer on that covers the overview of Davenport and Scott County as well as Clinton County. And it shows our defendants' movements on the day of July 10th.
As we look at this exhibit, we need you to provide some further explanation. Sergeant Pfeiffer described just the general map and areas that were depicted on this map. But are there various images that have been placed on the map for Scott County and Clinton County?
Yes, majority of them are stills of the maroon Chevy Impala. Along with the associated times it would have been traveling past that camera. And then there's also the still of the defendant himself with a cart with 2 bottles of bleach inside it, and the receipt next to that.
Okay. For each image that appears, does it give us the location where that vehicle would have been traveling at to be captured on video surveillance footage?
Yes,
Does it give us a direction of travel?
it does.
And then does it give us a time?
That is correct.
Do all of these images come from video surveillance footage that was identified as being relevant to this investigation?
That is correct.
All right. On State's Exhibit 38, do we have an entry that has been placed on the map for activity there at the Quick Shop? And then if you would like, go ahead and step down, look at the map, and then take your pointer and then go back to the microphone and explain what it is that you're seeing.
The arrow that I just pointed to was showing 3:38 a.m. Of the maroon Impala traveling eastbound.
And would that be its time of departure?
From the Quick Shop, yes.
All right. Let's reflect back to statements that Mr. Dinkins made during his interview. When Mr. Dinkins was talking about locations that he had traveled after his contact with Mr. Burkle, do you recall him referencing possibly going down to the RV, but he couldn't quite remember if he had or not?
Yes, he wasn't sure if it was before or after meeting with Aisha.
All right. And then what was his stated purpose for going out to the RV?
To get gas money.
Okay. And why did he need to go out to the RV to get gas money? Based on,
He was running low on fuel, according to his statement.
okay. Did he give you an idea of what little cash he had on his person that would have prompted him to go out to the RV to get cash?
We did not have that discussion, no.
All right. With the receipt that was obtained by Detective Poyer for the transaction at the Quick Shop, did it set forth the items purchased,
Yes,
the cost of those items purchased,
that is correct.
how those purchases were paid for,
Yes,
and the denomination of bill or bills that was given to complete the transactions we observed?
on the, so we'll give the total and then it says cash next to it. The total is $51 and some change. And then it says cash change on the next line. And that was $48 and some change.
Gotcha. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 88-1, which is already introduced into the record. May I approach?
You may.
All right. So I'm handing you State's Exhibit 88-1. I'd like you to look at that. Did you review this receipt after your interview of Mr. Dinkins?
Yes.
Okay. And was this actually seized a little bit of time after your interview with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes, I believe it was a week or so.
Okay. With the purchase of gasoline at the Quick Shop, how much gas was purchased?
$35 worth.
What is the gallon capacity for the gas tank on a 2007 Chevy Impala?
17 gallons.
Looking at the gas prices in the following exhibits, 8-2, and I don't remember what the last number is. Give that to us.
88-3 3 through 5.
All right. In looking at the gas prices for low grade, mid grade, and premium, a purchase of $35, what would that be consistent with?
So if the subject were, if the defendant were to fill up with unleaded, which is 87 at $2.14 a gallon, that would bring you to about 16.3 gallons worth of gas.
Okay. And then so with the $35 purchase, does that suggest that he filled up the tank of gas there?
Yes, that would almost fill it completely.
Okay. That being said, then what are the items that were documented as being purchased?
2 packs of Newport cigarettes and $35 worth of gasoline.
What was the total cost of items purchased?
$51.63.
And what was the amount of change that he received back?
$48.37.
Recognizing that, did he make any other purchase that morning that we know about?
Just following this, he did pay for that lighter, and that was $2 and some change.
Got it. All right. And then did he make any additional purchase that morning that law enforcement was able to establish?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would direct counsel to State's Exhibit 87, which has already been introduced. May I approach?
You may.
Okay. Handing you State's Exhibit 87. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 87?
I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 87?
It's a Walmart receipt from the defendant on July 10th.
Does that reflect the purchase that he made at the Walmart in Clinton?
It does.
What was the cost for the 2 bottles of bleaches that he purchased?
The total was $9.46.
All right. So if you were to subtract the bleach and that lighter from the change that he had received, where would he have been as far as cash that he would have had on his person?
Approximately $35 to $36.
Is that distinctly different than his statement to you that he only had a couple of dollars on his person and had to go out to the RV?
Yeah, I mean, he was able to fill up almost the entire tank with $35 that night. And if he has that same amount still on him, he can fill that up whenever he needs to.
Okay. When the search warrant was obtained to drop the gas tank, to identify how much gas was still left in the tank, how much gas was still left in the tank?
4 gallons.
And again, what was the total capacity of this gas tank?
17.
Why were officers interested in knowing how much gas was still left in that tank?
It was to try to help establish how much distance was traveled with that Impala.
Normally, if a gas tank is filled up, generally How many miles will you get out of a particular tank of gas?
Objection, this witness is not qualified to give such an opinion.
Sustained.
All right, and let me ask you this then. What type of vehicle do you drive on your gas tank?
21.
21? All right. Just as a frame of reference, if you fill that up, how many miles, total miles, can you get out of that tank of gas?
Objection, irrelevant and immaterial to the issue in this case.
Your Honor, I think it bears a lot of relevance.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. From there, did you collect still photos from that video surveillance footage or generate still photos from that video surveillance footage at the Quick Shop?
I did for my own, but I believe in what you're referencing to, that was done by the FBI and provided to us.
Okay, and then did you go through and review each of those still images?
I did.
Okay, does it give us a date and a time count for the surveillance cameras there, either outside the store, inside the store?
It does, and the timestamp on there is what would have been on if you were to play it as the player and not real time.
Okay, and again, what adjustment would need to be made? How many minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay, so if it says 3:30 on the counter, what then would that adjust to?
3:32.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26. I'd like you to look at that group exhibit and tell me if you recognize it.
It is still photos of the video footage we just watched of the Quick Shop and the defendant arriving there, purchasing gas and cigarettes and filling up his vehicle and leaving.
Okay, and then as we go through these still images, Will is captured in an image where we can definitively see his clothing and what it looked like.
There is.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce States Exhibit 145-1 through 145-26.
No objection.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor? All right. Let me go back and look at page 4 real quick. All right. Would that be Mr. Dinkins, more down here toward the lower portion?
It is.
Okay, and then on page 5.
More of the same.
Okay, now, what point do we have him approaching that outside door as documented on page 6?
You can faintly see he hasn't entered the store yet, but he's at the door.
Okay, so the counter says what time?
The timestamp on the sheet says 3/31/45, but it would be 3/33/45.
And then in our bottom photograph,
He's just now entering the store.
all right. Now on page 7, does that simply show him there at the counter as purchases are being made?
It does.
Page 8, would that also be the case?
It does.
Page 9, is that also the case?
Yes,
Page 10, is that also the case?
it is.
Page 11, is that also the case?
It is.
Page 12, is that also the case for that top photograph?
Yes.
Detective Obert, there are a number of images associated with his presence there at the cash register. Were there certain things in particular that was being captured as he stood there in the photograph?
Yes, there was a few of them of stills where you can see the direction of his head is facing out towards the parking lot.
Will that give us a sense of how many times he kept looking out toward the parking lot as you go through those series of photographs?
Yes.
All right, now let's go to page 13. On page 13, what do we have here?
The top one is him getting closer to the entrance doors, and then the bottom one is him entering the business.
Okay, so is this at the point of his first entry?
Yes.
All right, as we look then at this photograph or these photographs, give us very specific physical descriptors. First of all, for his top.
For his what?
His top.
Yes.
Give us
White,
a very
white, wife beater.
Okay, the shorts.
Again, they're white or blue, or light blue, and then with darker blue and possibly some pink on them as well that come at it at like an angle for some sort of emblem or signature on there.
Okay, and then the shoes.
If you want to push
Pull
it
it up,
slightly
sure.
up,
I will,
because I'll have a
absolutely.
clear shot. Yep. So there are the gold shoes that were also seen on Officer Burkle's body camera.
Going back to State's Exhibit 128, looking at what he was wearing when he came into the police department, and even looking at what he was wearing as far as clothing when he dealt with Officer Burkle. Is the t-shirt different?
Compared to the Quake Shop, yes.
Are the shorts different?
Yes.
In search warrants that were applied for, were search warrants looking for the clothing that he had on when he was in the Quick Shop?
We were set out to look for those pieces of articles of clothing, sorry.
What steps were taken to try and identify the articles of clothing that he was wearing there at the Quick Shop?
Can you re-ask that question?
Yeah. What steps were taken to try and locate the articles of clothing he was wearing as depicted in the Quick Shop video?
Search warrants at several residents and vehicles.
All right, which vehicles?
The maroon Chevy Impala, the Camaro, the black Camaro with the features or the imprints on them, and then as well as the Kings Highway motorhome that is registered to Nita McQuay, the apartment complex at 2744 East 53rd Street, and Nita McQuay's apartment complex at 1321 East 39th Street, apartment 4, as well as 1909 Grand Avenue.
Okay, I'll talk with you about 1909 Grand Avenue here in a minute. Were those shorts, that t-shirt, and those gold shoes ever located in the course of the investigation?
The shorts, we are confident to say we did not locate those. The wife beater, white, that's a fairly common thing to have, so we might have come across a couple of those in one of the search warrants.
Certainly. In the back of the black Camaro, was there a white wife beater's t-shirt?
I can't speak on that.
Okay, all right. Did Mr. Dinkins actually have more than like one of the white t-shirts that you noted when he came into the department?
Through search warrants, yes, we were
Okay.
able to locate multiple like t-shirts.
And the white wife beater t-shirt, was that another article of clothing that was more common for him?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then did you ever locate the gold shoes?
No.
What's the significance of 1909 Grand Avenue?
The defendant had phone communication with a subject by the name of Genesis Johnson the night on July 9th. So detectives went out and spoke with her. Her first statements to police was that she hung out with the defendant that night. So when we executed a search warrant on that residence to try to locate those items that we just mentioned.
And were they located at the residence of Genesis Johnson?
They were not.
To this date, were those gold shoes ever located?
No.
To this date, were those shorts ever located?
No.
All right. And then because of the nature of the T-shirt that he was wearing, do you believe that you've ever located that T-shirt?
I can't say confidently yes
Sure.
or no.
Going back to State's Exhibit then 14, very simply, or page 14 of State's Exhibit 145. Yeah, going back to our Exhibit 145. Looking at page 14.
The top one looks like he's about to head out, but he's turning it on. He's walking towards the vehicle.
Page 18.
He's
19.
He's getting closer to the vehicle.
And then actually from pages 20 through 36, is it just more of the still images capturing what we see out in the parking lot?
Yes, which was captured in the video we watched.
Okay, and then finally, let's just go to that last page for a time stamp. What time do we have him departing?
It's at 3:36 on the timestamp, but accurate and true time would be 3:38.
Detective Albert, after you concluded your interview of Mr. Dinkins, what was your next step in the investigation?
After I was done interviewing the defendant, I also spoke with Aisha Langford and DL
Okay, where did that conversation take place?
at the Davenport Police Station.
Okay, what was the substance of your conversations with Aisha Langford?
Again, gathering her information and then understanding the family dynamics of Breasia, Terrell, and DL and relationship with the defendant, and then how it came to be on the defendant having Breasia and DL for that night, and also clothing that was packed or worn as a part of it as well.
Okay, in those discussions that you had with Aisha Langford, did she indicate to you where she had been at on July 9th when Mr. Dinkins came to pick up DL and then Breasia ultimately ended up leaving and going with the two subjects?
She advised she was at work, which is on Checkers on East Locust Street.
And actually, did you go ahead and collect her time card records just to lock down the times that she had been at work?
Yes, it included what she was scheduled to work and then her actual timestamps.
All right,
time
and I would
punches.
I would represent, we've introduced that through Miss Langford. All right, now, when you were talking about the clothing items though, was there any discussion about whether or not she would have packed pajamas for the children?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Did that particular fact become something of interest when considering what happened after the children took their baths that night there at the apartment?
The changing of the kids' clothes, or for example, what we've heard is the changing of them into the large white t-shirts provided by the defendant.
Okay. And then what size of t-shirt are we dealing with when we talk about large white t-shirts?
For the one that was located on the defendant on that day, it was a 4XL.
All right. Was there a large white t-shirt located with the skeletal remains of Breasia?
There was.
And what size was that?
4XL.
All right. Now, when you talked with Miss Langford at the department that day, could she provide you any definitive information about the shoes that Breasia would have been wearing when she went with Mr. Dinkins?
There was at least established some sort of sandal or flip-flop or slide, and potentially white or blue.
Okay. And beyond that, was there discussion of a potential pink flip-flop that she may have been wearing?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, as you went throughout the course of the day then, law enforcement, in terms of their perspective and what they would be looking for as far as clothing for Breasia or shoes that she potentially would have been wearing, what was in play?
The sandals, because Aisha Langford did just get some of the clothing back. So the sandal and then potentially some black shorts that she was wearing as pajamas, and then large white t-shirt.
Okay. All right. All right.
The
And
4XL, sorry.
the 4XL. Okay. So what were the two the shoes then that we were looking for?
The flip-flops or sandals that were possibly pink or blue or white.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Now, once you concluded your interview with Miss Langford, who did you speak with next?
DL.
All right. What time of day would your interview with Aisha Langford have started?
Approximately 1:48 p.m.
So were you done with your interview with Mr. Dinkins?
Yes,
Any information you gained from Aisha Langford then, did you not have that? You didn't have that information available when you spoke with Mr. Dinkins, would that be fair to say?
that would be fair to say.
And then when you spoke with DL, describe what occurred during that conversation.
We talked about the activities over the course of the night, and then what happened this morning.
Okay. Did DL provide information about where he, his father, and Breasia went after Mr. Dinkins picked them up at Grandma's house?
He provided the apartment complex as
Okay.
a place that they went.
Okay. But before that, did he talk about them having stopped off at a friend's of Mr. Dinkins?
Another friend's, yes.
Okay. And then did he describe what it is that they did at that friend's house?
Played video games.
Was that consistent with what Mr. Dinkins had reported to you?
Yes.
All right. And then the address you were able to identify as what address?
509 Taylor Street.
And that came through here, who?
Just through conversation with the defendant, and we were able to figure out that's where that subject lived after he identified who that was.
And then when law enforcement reached out to Vincent Howard, did he corroborate essentially what Mr. Dinkins and DL had reported?
That's correct.
All right. After going to the Howard residence, then DL, did he indicate the next location that the three of them would have gone to?
The apartment complex.
Okay. Did you know what vehicle the three parties were in that day when Mr. Dinkins picked them up?
It was mentioned the Camaro, but in my interview with the defendant, he wasn't entirely sure.
Okay. Was the child pretty certain about what vehicle it was?
Yes.
And did Danita Gardner even know what vehicle it was? And I don't know if, well, you didn't interview Danita Gardner, did you?
I did later in the investigation, on in the investigation.
And then did she know what vehicle Mr. Dinkins had picked the children up in?
It was advised the Camaro.
All right. Then was there a description by DL about what happened after they left the Howard residence?
They went up to the apartment.
Okay. What did the activities consist of?
Playing video games, eating supper. He went into detail about popcorn and two other things. Blanking on that, sorry. And then they also showered that night as well.
And then after showering, what information was provided to you about what happened?
That DL and Breasia were in the bedroom for the remainder of the night, and that Andrea and the defendant were in the living room for the remainder of the night until several of the parties fell asleep.
Okay. Did DL ever report being awakened by something?
Not in my interview, but it was relayed that he was kicked at some point,
Okay.
or that he woke up and started crying and realized Breasia wasn't there.
All right. You described interviewing him. You'd also mentioned another detective was involved in the interview of DL. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was that a topic of discussion that he had with the other detective?
Yes.
And who is that detective?
Detective Hamas.
All right. And then as far as what happened in the middle of the night leading up to the discovery that Breasia was no longer there in the apartment,
I'm sorry.
then what was the further discussion about what happened throughout the middle of the night and his discussions about the discovery of Breasia no longer being there in the apartment?
He talked about Andrea calling out to him to have him come into the living room. And then at some point it's realized that the defendant comes back and then takes DL with him.
Okay. And so is that the point in time where he is awake and actively describing events that are developing?
Yes.
Okay. Once Mr. Dinkins picks DL up, does that give us information relative to where he had been traveling that morning?
Yes, and we found that out through video surveillance and the defendant's cell phone records.
Okay, all right. So the child's description of what happened, was it consistent with independent evidence that corroborated what the child had said?
As far as to what point?
Let's talk about the Walmart area.
It does.
Okay. What happened up there in Walmart or at Walmart in Clinton?
They arrive at the Walmart parking lot at approximately 6:50 a.m. The defendant exits out of the vehicle, goes up to the doors, tries both doors, is realizing that the store is not open. He returns back to the vehicle. They leave the lot at approximately 6:54 a.m. They come back into the lot at 6:57 a.m. The defendant exits the vehicle at 6:58 a.m., goes up to the doors, has to wait outside for several minutes. He's not able to get inside Walmart until 7:04 a.m. And then he is seen purchasing bleach, and then he exits and gets back towards his vehicle and leaves at approximately 7:10 a.m.
Okay. Did the child provide any information as to why there would have been that ping that was noted having occurred on a cell tower in the area of Comanche and Clinton?
According to interviews with other detectives, DL advised that he grabbed the defendant's cell phone out of this center console and put the battery back in the phone and powered it on. This happened at 7:02 and 7:03 a.m. This would have been while the defendant was outside of the vehicle.
Okay, all right. And would that have placed Mr. Dinkins inside the store?
He'd been at the front entrance doors.
Oh, at the front entrance doors, waiting to enter?
Waiting to enter. He doesn't enter until 7:04 a.m.
All right. And then in the child's statement, did he indicate what he did when Mr. Dinkins exited that store?
The DL advised that he took the battery back out of the phone and put it back where he found it.
Why?
So the defendant wouldn't find out that he was messing with the phone.
And then, of course, when we talk about location information from the cell phone at that point in time, did we have any information other than that ping?
No.
Okay. Did you review video footage that had been flagged by light duty officers showing a path of travel for that Impala out of Davenport and to the Walmart in Clinton?
That is correct.
Describe.
Detective Rashi was reviewing mile marker 124 camera, which is on Highway 61, just north of Davenport. She noted a maroon Impala passing that mile marker 124 at 6:11 a.m. We are confident that that's the one because of the sticker on the rear trunk, as described earlier, that when comparing images of Andrea Culberson's maroon Impala, that's why we can say it's that vehicle. And then we have it again at Posh Farms, which is 6441 Lincoln Way, just west of Clinton. And that it's seen on that camera at 6:43 a.m.
On State's Exhibit 38, can you show us where mile marker 124 is? Okay. Now, is there a still image that was taken from that video surveillance footage showing that path of travel at 6:11 a.m.?
There it is.
Okay. What direction is the Impala traveling?
North.
Okay. Do you identify the time and video footage or location of where that video footage was taken? Okay. All right. So looking at Highway 61, what would have been the path of travel of the vehicle then, based on observations made at Posh Farms? Presumably.
Presumably, it would have taken Highway 61 north and then gotten off at the Highway 30 exit, and then would continue east towards into Clinton. And then what I'm marking now is what Posh Farms would have captured on the camera at 6:43 a.m.
What direction was the Impala traveling on at that time on Highway 30? East, okay. And then do you have an image from the Posh Farm video surveillance footage that shows that vehicle traveling east on Highway 30?
It is not displayed here.
Okay. However, is there an image that will show that vehicle traveling back past that location?
Yes.
Okay. Is there an entry, though, that is not an image, but an entry for Posh Farms that gives us the time it traveled past that location going east into town?
That is correct.
Show us where that's at and indicate what is documented.
6:43 a.m. on 7/10/2020 eastbound.
All right. And then after the vehicle passes Posh Farms, is it captured on any other video surveillance footage before going into the Walmart store?
First Central Bank in Clinton, which is just around the corner from the Walmart, and that's at 6:49.
Okay. Once it passes First Central State Bank, does it enter the Walmart store?
It enters the Walmart parking lot, yes.
Okay, the Walmart parking lot. All right, now do we have a still image on this diagram for what was noted in that video surveillance footage from First State Central Bank?
It is not depicted here. No.
Okay. Would the image have covered areas of interest, for example, where canvassing would have been done and searching would have been done?
Yes.
All right. So the entry, how does it appear? Is it simply a descriptor?
Yes, it just says 6:49 a.m. eastbound.
All right. Then we're at the Walmart, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, now I'll talk with you about the Walmart video footage, but let's continue that path of travel if we could. Is that vehicle picked up on any video surveillance cameras after it leaves the Walmart?
Yes.
What's the first camera it's picked up on?
As it's leaving the lot, it's quickly picked up back on that First Central State Bank at 7:10 a.m.
What direction is it traveling?
westbound.
Is it picked up on the video surveillance cameras at Posh Farms?
It is.
What time is it traveling westbound on Highway 30?
7:15 a.m.
Okay. And then as it continues traveling westbound on Highway 30 and before it gets to Highway 61, is it actually picked up at another location?
Yes.
And what is that location?
DeWitt Travel Center at 7:26 a.m.
Where is the DeWitt Travel Center?
Just on the south side of DeWitt.
Okay. So what time does it travel westbound past the DeWitt Travel Center?
7:26 a.m.
And then do we have that vehicle ever going back south on 61?
We do.
Where's it picked up at?
Again, on mile marker 124.
Is there an image showing it going past mile marker 124 traveling southbound?
There is.
And what time then does it travel southbound past mile marker 124?
7:52 a.m.
Detective Obert, where is mile marker 124 relative to our more rural communities as you travel out of town? You know, we've got Eldridge, Long Grove, Parkview. Where is it located at relative to those communities?
It's in between Eldridge and Davenport.
All right. And would that be before the LeClaire Road exit that would take you into Eldridge?
That's correct.
Go ahead and take your seat.
Ms. Cunningham, I think we'll take our afternoon break at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll be in adjournment for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if we've got some coverage still on Kohberger hearing. Come on. Says Amber Heard hires new law firm and trial lawyer Elaine steps down. Let's see. What else do we have? Okay, here's JB again.
Or so now 4:09 Eastern, and a feed just popped up here, and I just want to see if that feed is related to at all this story. Stand by 1 second, folks.
Looks like they pull them up just in time for a break. Let's see what the comments are saying. Well, let me go look at Twitter. And some people are calling it X, but it still says Twitter on the address. It's just the logo that changed.
All right, Mike's back up. So paying close attention to the feeds here because a feed might be getting closer. I'll pass that along. Again, monitoring things here in the Stream Center and ready. At the moment, we are given the green light to share that feed with you. Aha. So they have taken a lunch break. And I'm trying to, as I understand it with court policy, you know, I'm not entirely 100% sure. Again, being not in, I'm not presently in Idaho. And also, too, I was explaining to Peter earlier that I have been trying to do my very best to do homework on Idaho court policy and procedure. But I believe that this feed, now that we're in lunch break, might be getting closer. They might feed this back. Very interesting. Stand by. Muting mics again one more time to confirm.
Let's see if they're having lunch. I'm looking to see what we've got on Twitter. Oh, sounds like we might be getting close to coming back from break. No. Oh, we're in Idaho. We are court hopping again.
They win. Good. Good.
Okay, we are on the record. This is State of Idaho versus Brian C. Kohberger, CR 29222805. Mr. Kohberger is here in the courtroom. He is represented by the team of Ann Taylor, Jay Watson, and Elisa Massett. We also have representing the state, Mr. Thompson, Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Ingrid Beatty, and Jeff Nye. We have several motions set for today. The state's motions are motion for protective order that is related to the investigative genetic genealogy DNA issue, which is related to the Mr. Kohberger's motion to compel, seeking those genetic genealogy information and discovery. We also have a motion to reconsider the order staying time for speedy trial. There's also in opposing that, a second motion to stay proceedings regarding alleged irregularities of the grand jury. And from the state, we also have a motion to compel notice of defensive alibi and motion for scheduling order. So that's what we're going to hear today. I think we're probably going to use most of the morning with the motion for protective order and third motion to compel. We expect some testimony from Mr. Kohberger's team, and go first in terms of the arguments. Mr. Thompson, go ahead.
No, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, who would first make the argument on the protection order? Would you prefer to do that after you hear the argument from the defense?
It may make more sense, Judge, to do that. I think the record will be better for Your Honor.
Okay, that's why I suggested that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we'll hear the testimony and argument from Mr. Kohberger's team, and then to the state.
Your Honor, just for the record, Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty are the ones handling this particular motion. Ms. Beatty has the witnesses, the proposed witnesses, Mr. Kohberger and Mr. Nye, of course, briefed the matter and will be prepared for the legal argument.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, call your first witness.
Your Honor, along those lines, I can inform the court that I'll be handling all of the witnesses that we call today. Ms. Nassau will be presenting our argument for our motion to compel. And probably the rebuttal to it for
Okay, you all might need to remind me as we go on here.
Sounds fair.
Okay, Ms. Beatty.
Sir, as a housekeeping matter, I have some objections that I'd like to bring
Okay.
with regard to these witnesses. With regard to Ms. Barlow and Mr. Mercer, the state made its concerns on these two witnesses clear in its reply brief filed on July 14th. But the state believes that calling two attorneys to testify about legal conclusions during a discovery dispute is simply not proper. Both Mr. Mercer and Ms. Barlow consult with defense attorneys on discovery issues, and calling them to testify about legal conclusions in a discovery dispute is tantamount to the state calling prosecutors as fact witnesses to testify about trainings that they've done in a specialized particular area. That's a path I don't think we want to go down, and it's not relevant to the court, and it doesn't fall within 702, which requires specialized knowledge for the fact finder, which is the court in this case. Additionally, Ms. Taylor is an attorney practicing in Idaho who's well regarded and seen as one of the preeminent defense attorneys in the state. There's nothing that these witnesses can call the court that Ms. Taylor can't simply consult with them about and then argue to the court. So our position is that these witnesses' testimony is duplicative of whatever Ms. Taylor can argue, and it does not fall within the scope of 702. With regard to Gabriela Vargas, the state is objecting to her testimony as well, Your Honor. We received her declaration just yesterday. There was no CV attached. Ms. Vargas is being submitted to this court as an expert witness, and the state has no way of vetting her expertise without a CV. There's no way for us to verify anything in her affidavit. It puts the state in essentially an ambush position where we're being presented with this witness with no way to verify her qualifications. We would ask that this witness be excluded from testifying today as well. And then finally, the state would just make a blanket motion in limine that these witnesses not be allowed to testify about legal decisions or legal arguments. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the first two witnesses that the state objects to, Victor Barlow and Steve Mercer, are two people who have been known to the state for quite some time. What they say to you in court now is their objection was made known on July 14th in their reply to, in support of their protective order after we did a response to their motion for protective order and an objection to it, that it's not an objection to them testifying. They spent a lot of pages telling the court why the court should not pay any attention to the declarations that were attached to our third motion to compel. So that's not an objection to them testifying at all. These witnesses have been made known for a long time. They were certainly known last week when we had a planning session and we talked about the number of witnesses that were going to testify. No objection was stated at that time either. Waiting until today, when those witnesses have both traveled and been here and been prepared to testify, that's an ambush, Your Honor. They're here, they're prepared. Their testimonies are relevant to the issues that the court has to decide. They're going to talk to the court about two different things as it relates to our discovery rule and the information that Mr. Kohberger is seeking so that we can do our job. Your Honor, you're going to hear from a witness, Leah Larkin, Dr. Leah Larkin as well, and she's going to talk about the process of genetic genealogy. Both Ms. Barlow and Mr. Mercer are attorneys. Both are well-versed in criminal defense. Both are well-versed in DNA and genetic genealogy. The state's position has been that this is not discoverable because we're not going to present it at trial. That's not the end of the story. That's not the discovery rule. And those are the things that Victor Barlow and Steve Mercer will talk about. Victor Barlow has a lot of training in DNA. She does a lot of teaching on DNA as well. It's not a simple little process, and they'll describe what kinds of materials we should have in discovery. Mr. Mercer will talk about what we will do with those kinds of materials and why they're necessary to Mr. Kohberger's presentation and preparation in this case. They'll talk about our constitutional duties to Mr. Kohberger. Those are not conclusions. Those are things that have to do with this material, these things that we're seeking the court to order the state to turn over to us, and why they're necessary to the preparation of this case. So for those two witnesses, I can make the argument, but I don't have the expertise in the DNA or the genetic genealogy that the court needs to hear to understand that they fall squarely within our discovery rule. Your Honor, I'll speak about Gabriella Vargas. Her declaration was disclosed yesterday. Much of that declaration has CD-related items in it. It talks about her background and training right in the body of that declaration. That declaration is not as soon as we would have wanted that. Gabriella Vargas met with me a few weeks ago, and for personal reasons that I'm not going to put on the record, she was unable to complete that until a later period of time. So that, that one is, like, I know that one came in yesterday. She's here, she's prepared to be cross-examined by the state, and certainly there are many other remedies besides just excluding her. The court could allow us to present her testimony, and the state doesn't feel that they've had opportunity to cross-examine her or present a witness in response to her. The court could leave this open and take that up. The court could even order Ms. Vargas to appear by Zoom for further cross-examination. But we should at least let her testimony come out here in court today. She's here.
Your Honor, I think Ms. Taylor has just conceded that the attorney witnesses are going to be testifying about the scope of discovery rules. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that Ms. Taylor can make those arguments to the court that having fact witnesses interpret the law is not appropriate in a discovery dispute. As to Ms. Vargas, our understanding was that there were 3 witnesses testifying today, and that was our understanding up until yesterday when we got into town. So we would ask that Ms. Vargas be excluded. And I would note that we made our objections to these witnesses clear when we asked the court to disregard the contents of their declarations in Mr. Nye's reply brief. Certainly, we're going to put that same objection on the record. Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, a couple of things. I'm concerned about these opinions about sort of constitutional law or the procedures of discovery. I think that's fully capable for all of the counsel here. Those are going to be my decisions. However, in reading through, and I have read through all of the declarations, pointing on specifically genetic genealogy and their experience with that within the law, I think that's potential. And I think that it would go to the weight of the consideration. The other thing that I am concerned about is this is a death penalty case. And if I deny particular presentations that one or the other side believes have some bearing on the case, it's probably more wise for me to allow it, even if it might be on the edge, than not allow that record. It's especially important in a case like this to have a record for appeal. So I'm not saying one way or the other how this might fall, but I think it's important to preserve the record. Now, however, I don't want to get into arguments about the law or what that exactly means. I think I have a pretty good understanding of what the issues are about the genetic genealogy issues and why the state wants to get more information about that. I also understand why the state believes that it has nothing to do with the case. And that's what I'm going to hear from today. And I think it's important to have both sides weighing in on this. Now, with regard to Ms. Vargas, she is here. I don't know where she came from, how far away. I'm inclined to just allow the state to come back and address that. Also, filing a brief objection. So that's where I landed on all of that. So I'm going to deny the objections. Testimony. If you get too far into this is what the law requires.
Okay. Thank you.
All your first witness.
Your Honor, if I may, one point of clarification. It occurred to me while listening to the court talking about genetic genealogy and really that being the focus. There are a couple of other areas contained in the motion to compel that have to do with the other DNA that the state doesn't have the discovery to us that are included in that third motion to compel that we're up for today. The big focus has been the genetic genealogy piece, but I wanted to make sure that that was still in the scope of the court.
Well, my understanding was that the state did provide all the information about the laboratory, let's say the laboratory DNA, that was, that analysis was not related to the genealogy. Am I mistaken about that? What are you saying that they didn't provide?
Your Honor, in our, we had a section called standard lab discovery, and that has to do with other DNA profiles down at the scene. They have provided full discovery for the sheet, the DNA found on the knife sheet, but not the other 3 unidentified male DNA samples, 2 from within the house, 1 from outside of it.
All right, so if I'm understanding your question there, or your assertion that we're talking about 3 potential analysis of DNA that was not provided to you, but that has no connection to Mr. Kohberger.
Correct.
Okay, any response?
Your Honor, we didn't realize this was going to be an issue today. We have given the defense everything that we received from the lab. They've asked for DNA workups on other people to the extent that they don't.
He traveled out of town and headed into Clinton. Now, by virtue of information that was provided in an interview of Andrea Culberson, did her statement correlate with a path of travel taken by Mr. Dinkins before he headed out and was documented going past mile marker 124 at 6:11 a.m.?
Not through any interview or anything that I conducted with her. It was just that that the defendant arrived at the apartment, picked up Notorious, and left.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then the time frame that we were working with, if he, that Impala is traveling down Highway 61 going north at 6:11 a.m., was there a specific time that could be provided as to when Mr. Dinkins got back to the apartment and picked Notorious up?
Sometime prior to that. I mean, so there's video footage of the Impala at 5:55 a.m. near the, it would appear as if it's possibly leaving from the apartment complex. And through video surveillance and cell phone records, it appears that the defendant makes a loop back to the apartment complex.
Okay. What is the first location that his vehicle is picked up at where it appears that he's left the apartment complex?
5:55 a.m., which is at the Quick Star, 2000 block of East 53rd Street.
And then what 2 major north-south streets does that Quick Star lie between?
The 2 main ones would be Eastern Avenue and Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. Relative to Jersey, would it be to the east or west of Jersey?
It'd be to the west of Jersey.
And then relative to Eastern, would it
be to the eastern.
And which side of 53rd does it lie on?
North side.
The north side. All right. Then from there, were you able to determine a path of travel based on additional video surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. Describe.
In the 6100 block of Eastern Avenue, we have the vehicle going northbound on Eastern. This is captured from a residence at 6138 Judson Circle, and that's at 5:57 a.m.
5:57. And then after it passes that location, well, what direction is it traveling on Eastern?
North.
Okay. What major street would it be heading toward once it passed that residence on Judson Court, heading north on Eastern?
It'd be Veterans Memorial.
Okay. And then where is it picked up next traveling?
Southbound on Jersey Ridge Road in the 5900 block. This was captured from a residence at Woodland Avenue, 5915 Woodland, and that was at approximately 5:59 a.m.
Okay. Does that video camera face
5:59 a.m.
Does that video surveillance camera face out onto Jersey?
It does.
Okay. for purposes of our written record, can you use Veterans Memorial Parkway to travel from Eastern back east toward Jersey?
Yes,
Okay? And then when is it picked up next?
it would be northbound off that same camera at 5915 Woodland Avenue, heading north at 6:05 a.m.
And then from there, then the next camera that it would be picked up on would be what?
6:11 a.m. on mile marker 124.
Okay. Now, Andrea Culberson had testified that when Mr. Dinkins had picked up Dotorius, he had left with a bag of the children's clothing. She had him take his cell phone and then called him back because there was another bag that children's clothing was in. And so he returned to the apartment. That path of travel that you've described through that video surveillance footage from those three locations, would that be consistent with the testimony provided by Andrea Culberson?
That would be.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay. I'm handing you State's Exhibit 62, and specifically, I want you to look at page 14 of that exhibit. Again, had you reviewed this CAS survey that Special Agent Fennerin completed for the defendant's phone records?
Yes.
All right, on page 14, as far as locations where Mr. Dinkins' cell phone was being plotted, the locations of where it's being plotted, is it consistent with the path of travel that you've described based on the camera at the Quick Star on 53rd, the camera for Judson that faces out onto Eastern, and then the other camera, Woodland Avenue, right?
Yes.
That faces out onto Jersey Ridge.
It does match that, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this?
You may.
Describe what we're seeing on page 14 of this exhibit. And if you could take the pointer and then just look back on the screen to walk us through that. Where's 2744 East 53rd Street? And is there a number beside it?
Yes, it's labeled, there's a number below it that has 1.
All right. From there.
The motion, I mean, the arrows are indicating that it's up towards west on 53rd, and then the next direction is north on Eastern.
And then from there?
It's Veterans Memorial, and then heads back east on Veterans Memorial, and then south on Jersey Ridge Road.
All right. And then when you go back to that video surveillance footage, do we see it then traveling back north on Jersey Ridge?
We do.
All right. The numbering there, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is that consistent with the path of travel that you noted in the video surveillance footage?
It is consistent, yes.
Detective Obert, after those locations were plotted in the telephone records provided by Mr. Dinkins' service provider, do we see that phone hitting off any cell phone towers on Highway 61?
No.
Do we see that cell phone hitting off any cell phone towers as that vehicle turns onto Highway 30 and heads east into Clinton?
No.
Other than the pinging there at the Walmart, Do we see that a phone hitting off any cell phone towers as it travels west on Highway 30 out of town?
No,
Do we see that cell phone hitting any towers at all as it travels south back on 61?
no.
And then at what point are we able to determine the location of that phone once again?
It's at approximately 8:08 a.m. And it's southwest part of Davenport.
If you could go down to our diagram and show us what area you are talking about. And that would be State's Exhibit 38. Describe the area that you're pointing to. Don't take me there, just tell me the area generally, and then we'll walk a path.
Southwest part of Davenport, and it's lined by Mississippi.
Okay, would that be in the area of Credit Island?
Yes.
And would that be in the area of Schmidt Road? Okay, now if you're going south on Highway 61, is there a major interstate that runs east and west that an individual can then access and travel around what would be our westernmost border of Scott County?
Yes.
Show us where I-80 is located on the diagram. Okay. So if you travel west on our diagram, if you're standing looking at it, where would it be located? Okay. And would that be to the left side of the exhibit?
Yes.
Now, as you continue west on 80, is there a north-south thoroughfare that runs along Davenport's western border?
There is.
What is that?
I-280.
Can you please show us? If you travel then south on 280, will that take you down to the area of River Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you get off of 280 and access the area of River Drive?
Yes.
Okay. For purposes of discussion, during this period of time, was there any construction going on down in that area along River Drive?
There was, and it's on the map as well.
All right, go ahead and take your seat. We'll talk about that. Describe the construction work that was going on during that period of time.
It was at the intersection of River Drive and Rockingham Road.
Okay, and so if you got off of Highway 280 to access River Drive, could you drive straight along River Drive toward Credit Island, or would you have to take another route around that?
You'd have to take a detour around that.
Okay, can you describe a detour that would be taken that was consistent with cell phone activity that was picked up for Mr. Dinkins' phone at 8:08?
The only thing I can speak on or will speak on is that there is a possibility to get onto Concord eventually and then head north towards Rockingham Road. And at the Hy-Vee on Rockingham, 3019 Rockingham Road, there is video surveillance that shows a maroon Chevy Impala north on Concord and then east on Rockingham.
All right. Let's just set the stage for that area of town for the time being. And then we're going to come back to that when we discuss further contact that you had with DL at the apartment complex. All right. Now, Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86, consisting of 3 discs.
Could you wait just a moment, Ms. Cunningham? Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. My court reporter and I just had to discuss the real time that I'm utilizing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 86 for purposes of identification. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 86?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 86?
Walmart surveillance video footage.
Is this for the Walmart in Clinton?
Yes.
All right. I had a thought. Let's address this and we'll go back to it. Detective Obert, if an individual wanted to purchase Clorox and they lived in the Jersey Meadow apartment complex, is there a location where they could very quickly go to purchase Clorox?
There's a Walmart within 1.5 miles from the defendant's, from where the defendant was staying at the apartment complex.
Okay, and so therefore, would there be any need to go to Clinton County to purchase Clorox?
No, there's 3 Walmarts within a 10-mile radius of that apartment complex
Okay.
before you have to get to Clinton for another Walmart.
All right, going back to State's Exhibit 86, what is it?
It is the Clinton Walmart surveillance video footage.
Okay, how many discs are within that particular exhibit?
There are 3.
Okay. Does this exhibit capture activity in the parking lot related to the maroon Chevy Impala and Mr. Dinkins during the early morning hours of July 10th?
That is correct.
And does it also capture activity of Mr. Dinkins when he approached the store and entered it?
Yes.
Does it capture his activity inside the store?
Yes,
And then does it also capture activity involving his departure?
it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 86.
Exhibit 86 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I play portions of these discs?
You may.
Okay. Are there a number of different camera angles for the parking lot at the Walmart store in Clinton?
There are.
Okay. Now I'm going to play this first video. And if you could, describe what it is that we need to look for. As you do that, is it giving us a date?
It does. I'll point to it. Which is Friday, July 10th, 2020, and then 6:49 a.m. as it's counting.
All right. When generally does Mr. Dinkins first enter the parking lot in that maroon Chevy Impala?
It's going to be coming up here shortly, right before 6:50.
Okay. And then can you give us a sense of what direction it will be coming into the parking lot?
I can point to it on the screen.
Is that the maroon Chevy Impala that's coming
That
in?
is.
Okay.
Come from the top right to the left of the screen.
And then the time generally would be what?
6:50.
Now, is there feed that shows us approaching the Walmart?
Like if the person was to walk on foot and enter the business.
Well, yeah, and we're probably going to be more circumspect, but will we see him approaching and waiting at doors for the store?
Yes.
Okay. Is the store open at this point in time?
Not before 7 a.m. now.
Detective Obert, what do we have here right now?
It is the general, one of the general entrances to the business camera views. It's 6:59 a.m. right now. We see the defendant standing near two other people in line waiting to go into Walmart.
Okay, I know that we're not showing all views, but when he got there originally, was he able to get into the store?
No, he approached the store at approximately 6:51, went to both general entrances and returned back to his vehicle
Okay.
and left.
And then did he come back into the parking lot?
He did
Okay, and what time would he headed back into the parking lot?
at approximately 6:58.
All right, so then is this the second time that he's approached the doors to enter the business?
It is.
All right. When are customers finally able to get into the store?
From this angle, the defendant tries to go up to the door closer and ends up just walking over to the other entrance. So we're not sure what time these people were able to enter, but we know he used the other door and he was eventually able to get in around 7:04 a.m.
How is Mr. Dinkins dressed?
Gold shoes, appears to be the same shorts that we had him, that he was wearing when he came down to the police station, white t-shirt and then a black do-rag.
Okay, so still he has those gold shoes.
That is correct.
Are we past the 7 o'clock hour at this point?
We are.
Where are we at?
7:01 a.m.
Where are we at relative to our time frame?
7:03 a.m., which would have been the approximate time of that phone ping in Clinton.
When you watched video surveillance footage, was there any footage that ever picked up the vehicle traveling at a point where we could see through that front windshield?
That was when he was leaving the lot for the first time at approximately 6:54 a.m. There was a passenger.
Okay, and then for purposes of our written record, what just happened?
The subject went up to the door, the defendant went up to the door, and then now has moved over to another entrance to try to gain access into the business.
Okay. The frame that we're playing, what is it numbered as?
2.
Okay, now let's jump over to frame 4. Let's go ahead and set up frame 4. Tell me what we're going to see in frame 4.
It should be the other entrance to the Walmart and eventually show the defendant being able to enter the business.
Okay. Where are we at on our counter?
7:04 a.m. There, the defendant just entered the business shortly before 7:05 a.m.
All right. I'm getting a little help from my younger assistant here. All right. And then what time did he enter the store?
Just a little bit before 7:05 a.m.
All right. Now we're going to jump over to another video segment. Is there a segment that will show where he goes in the store and makes a selection?
It does.
Okay. What video are we going to be playing as far as the number?
8.
Okay. All right. Where are we at in the store now?
Just from the view of the video footage, it looks like there's cleaning supplies along the left aisle, and then looks like some clothing on the right of the screen.
Has Mr. Dinkins come into view yet?
He's just now coming into view on the top part of the screen, and he has a cart with him, and he's walking over towards the cleaners section.
Okay, what was the time?
7:06.
What is Mr. Dinkins doing at this point in time?
He's placing 2 bottles of Clorox bleach into his cart.
What was the size of those bottles of Clorox bleach?
81 ounces each.
And were those smaller in sizes compared to the bleach that was found in the apartment of Andrea Kohberger?
It was the same size.
Okay. And did Miss Kohberger ever describe the defendant bringing any bottles of bleach back to the apartment that day?
It was never mentioned in any testimony or any interviews that I had with her.
Okay. All right. Now, is there a view of the transaction when he purchases those items?
There is.
Okay. And then as far as the video feed that we're going to be playing, what number is assigned to that?
12.
Where is the purchase made from?
Self-checkout.
What time are we looking at on our counter right now?
It's approaching 7:08 a.m.
For a written record, what is Mr. Dinkins doing?
He has scanned 1 bottle of bleach, but from the receipt, we can tell that he scans it twice to pay for 2 bottles.
And then how does he pay for it?
With cash.
And is that consistent with what we noted on the receipt itself?
Yes.
And then what time generally is he taking the receipt, completing this transaction? transaction?
I'm almost at,
Detective Obert, we had conducted a review of this footage last night for purposes of playing it. Is that correct?
yes.
All right. Do you recall what video segment would show the Chevy Impala passing under camera where it would have picked up DL in the vehicle? Today, for some reason, things don't seem to be working out quite right.
You would go back to the DPD file. No, sorry, go back to the DPD parking lot.
Gotcha.
And then it would be the, there's a still shot of it, but then it should be number 8.
Number 8?
Yep.
Okay, so let's play number 8. And this would be under the file that's denoted DPD parking lot?
Yes, this is it when he first comes and leaves the business.
What is the time on our counter here?
6:54 a.m.
Has he already left the store that first time when he wasn't able to get in?
This is now showing the Impala leaving before he could get in the store.
And as we look at it, does it show?
It shows a passenger, appears to be black male or yeah.
All right. After this, is that where we then observed him coming back into the parking lot that second time that you've described?
Yeah, at approximately 6:57 a.m.
Thank you. Detective Obert, did you determine the distance between mile marker 124 to a location there in Clinton where Mr. Dinkins in that maroon Chevy Impala was seen traveling past?
Yes, so 2 focal points I focused on was the mile marker 124 and Posh Farms on Lincoln Way / Highway 30. And his travel took on the way there 32 minutes. Me driving it personally myself, going the speed limit, it took me 22 minutes and 30 seconds. Google Maps also puts it at roughly 22 minutes.
All right, so we're talking about 10 minutes longer in his trip from mile marker 124 before he's shown up at the video for Posh Farms?
That is correct.
All right. Go to our whiteboard and write that up there. Just up there in that left corner where we've got a bit of an open space. Yeah, going north. Now, did you then look at the time when he was traveling west past Posh Farms to the time that he got back to mile marker 124 coming south back to town? What was that travel time? Write that down. And what was your travel time when you traveled the speed limit?
22 minutes.
Write that down. Go ahead and take your seat. I want to take you back to State's Exhibit 38. Were you involved in the investigation with the recovery of Breasia Terrell's remains?
I was.
Okay, show us on State's Exhibit 38 where her remains were located. Using Highway 61 and the exit going onto Highway 30 into Clinton, how much further north would you travel on Highway 61 to get to the location where her remains were located?
Approximately 5 miles.
5 miles. Go ahead and take your seat. So for a 22-minute trip, how much additional time was there on the trip out?
For the defendant was 10 minutes.
Is that 10 minutes unaccounted for?
Yes.
On the trip back, how much additional time did it take?
15 minutes.
Was that 15 minutes unaccounted for?
That is correct.
Okay. When DL was interviewed, did DL describe any awareness of his father having acquired bleach?
Through interviews with other detectives, that's what was disclosed.
All right. Were you involved in a trip that was taken with DL where they went up to the Clinton County area?
I was not involved in that car ride. That was Sergeant Pfeiffer and Detective Hamas.
Okay. Now, were you involved in a car ride with DL on July 10th?
Yes.
Through that car ride, was DL able to show locations where he and his father had traveled to after they got back into town and Aisha Langford was notified that Breasia was missing?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15-1 and 15-2. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you State's Exhibit 15-1 and 15-2. Do you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
How do you recognize those exhibits?
There were Google Map printouts that I put together marking those travel times and what I just explained about how long it would take to travel that mile marker 124 to that Posh Farms.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit. Give me a moment, Your Honor. I may need to correct the record. Write this down. Your Honor, may I correct our record to have the exhibits read 153-1 and 153-2?
You may proceed.
Again, let's go back over that. Looking at States Exhibit 153-1 and 153-2, just to reset the stage, what is that group exhibit?
153-1 is the Google Maps printout of the time it would take to travel from mile marker 124 to Posh Farms.
And then States Exhibit 153-2.
This would be the same route, but it would include stopping near where Breasia remains were found and then to Posh Farms.
Okay. Your Honor, the state will move to introduce those exhibits.
Those exhibits will be admitted.
If you factored in a trip to the location where Breasia Terrell's remains were located on the trip out, would that account for that additional 10 minutes of time?
It could, yes.
Okay. If you were to factor into the equation a trip out to the location of her remains after the Clorox had been purchased, would that account for the additional 15 minutes?
It could.
Okay. Now let's go back to the Davenport Police Department. We're back on July 10th, and we're at the point in time where you are speaking with DL. Is there another detective who is with you when you're having conversations with DL?
Detective Hammis eventually, I spoke with DL briefly by myself, and then I went back in and Detective Hammis began speaking with DL.
Okay. What would have been the substance of the conversation that you and Detective Hammis were having with DL?
About the events that unfolded from when they were with the defendant up until he arrived at the apartment with his mother and the police officer was present.
Okay. Was there a discussion about events up in Walmart or in Clinton?
On that day, no.
Okay. On a later date, was there?
On a later date, there was, yes.
Okay. At any rate, on July 10th then, was there a discussion where DL then talked about what happened when they returned to town?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do to understand what the 8-year-old was communicating?
We had him come with us in a CID vehicle, and we drove down to the southwest portion of Davenport and had him pick out places that looked familiar that he possibly was with when the defendant stopped.
What was the variable that made you choose to go down to the southwest portion of Davenport?
The defendant's motor home being down in that area.
Okay. Describe then your path of travel when you left the Davenport Police Department and who was a part of that trip, if you will.
It was myself, Detective Hammis, and DL. We went on 4th Street and then went towards Division Street and then south on Division Street towards Rockingham. After south towards Rockingham, then we continued west on Rockingham Road, drove past Burger King and went out towards River Drive and then went down Concord onto River Drive and back.
Okay. Where is the Burger King located that you've mentioned?
It's near Schmidt Road and Rockingham Road.
And what is the relationship of the Burger King to the Hy-Vee there on Rockingham Road?
It's roughly a mile east of the Hy-Vee.
Okay. So then describe what locations you were directed to. And as I asked that question, the locations that the child identified, did that form the basis for any canvassing of locations that would have video surveillance cameras affixed to the structures?
DL pointed out Credit Island, and we did do video surveillance canvassing of that area and then also of the area where the defendant's motorhome was.
Okay. Did the child recognize Schmidt Road when you traveled past it?
Not one way, but then initially a different way. He was able to recognize it.
All right. Did the child describe what occurred when he was down in that area of town with his father after they returned from Clinton?
In regards to the Credit Island, he said he saw his dad parked just after entering Credit Island, and he walked out towards a muddy wooded area to wipe off a knife.
All right. And then from there, after his father had walked out to a muddy, wooded area to wipe off a knife, where did the child describe the two of them going?
To the motorhome.
Okay. And did the child describe anything happening there at the motorhome?
I can't recollect on exactly what would, besides that they went in there briefly and then left.
All right. Was there anything about that mobile home that then became a point of interest in looking for evidence?
It did.
What was that?
A machete that was located on microwave inside of the RV.
Okay. And what was it about the machete when it was seized through a search warrant that was noted?
There was some sort of cloth or fiber stuck in the teeth throughout the machete.
Okay. Given those two locations, then, was there video surveillance footage that was collected down in that area of town?
There was.
Okay. Describe those locations and the relevance of those locations either to Credit Island or the RV at 743 Schmidt Road.
There's one video we recovered that shows the entrance of Credit Island. That's Sarah Lowe's residence, which is 2358 West River Drive. There is Jack's Break and Alignment. That is 2160 West River Drive. It captures north and southbound traffic on Schmidt Road, right near where you would enter to the defendant's motorhome lot. There's also Devon's Self-Storage. That is for approximately a block east of Jack's Break and Alignment, and that different camera views include River Drive and then also points north, and two of the camera angles capture portions of the lot that the defendant's motorhome was parked in.
Okay. And then beyond that, were there two other businesses more toward the northern end of Schmidt Road and on Rockingham?
Yes, the other business that we recovered video from that we thought was of evidentiary value was the Hy-Vee at 3019 Rockingham Road. Then also Purina, which is just north of the lot where the defendant's motorhome is parked. And that camera angle captures both traffic on Schmidt Road and traffic on Rockingham Road.
Okay, let's go back to State's Exhibit 38 so that we've got a bit of a perspective. As you look at State's Exhibit 38, show us where Credit Island is at. And then I'm just going to adjust your microphone. Stand off to the side if you could, and we'll just move that microphone over here so that you can speak into it. All right. Where is Credit Island?
Right here, it's on the southwest portion of this map.
All right. Where is Sarah Lowe's residence located in relation to the entry onto Credit Island?
Just because of how far it's kind of zoomed out, it's going to be kind of in this area.
Okay.
I thought we had a different one that we could. Yeah, go ahead.
Will we get a different perspective on a different exhibit?
Yes.
All right. But for purposes of this perspective, is there a drive that you turn off onto from River Drive when you go into Credit Island?
West River Drive and is where you gain access to Credit Island.
Okay. Is Sarah Lowe's residence right there on River Drive?
It is.
If you were standing or if you're sitting there at that drive into Credit Island, but actually facing north as if you're going to turn either east or west onto River Drive, which side of River Drive is Sarah Lowe's residence located on?
To the west.
No, which side of River Drive? The north or southern portion?
North portion of River Drive.
And then Credit Island is located on which side of River Drive?
South.
And then her residence, is it to the east or the west from that access point, either going in to River Credit Island or exiting Credit Island?
It's west.
Okay. How many structures down would you say?
Approximately 4 buildings or houses, and then there's also a bait shop.
Okay. What is the location where her camera is affixed on her residence?
It points from the residence to the southeast.
Okay. And then what activity would it pick up relative to Credit Island?
Vehicles entering and exiting Credit Island.
All right. Now let's talk about Schmidt Road. Schmidt Road, is it to the east or west of that access point onto Credit Island?
East.
If you were at Schmidt and River Drive, what's the distance from Schmidt to that access point onto Credit Island?
Within a minute, I mean, maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds.
Okay. Let's talk about a track. Did you run track growing up?
Yes.
All right. If you were to think about the single lap around a track, how many meters or yards would that be?
400 meters.
Okay. And then if you were to compare the distance of, if you were to turn from Schmidt Road, heading west on River Drive to get to that entry point onto Credit Island, what would you estimate it to be?
Approximately that.
Okay. So it's just a short distance?
Yes.
All right. If you turn onto Schmidt Road from River Drive, Jack's Break and Alignment, is it on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
East side of Schmidt Road.
And then how close to River and Schmidt?
It's at the corner.
It's at the corner. The video surveillance camera affixed to that building, is it action motivated or a constant feed?
Constant feed, but it downloads in different time frame of clips.
The camera at Sarah Lowe's residence, is it action motivated, motion activated? There we go. My goodness, I'm getting tired. Or a constant feed?
Constant feed.
All right. Devon Self-Storage, what would be its location?
It would be further east of Jack's Break and Alignment.
Okay. And would it be on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
It would be on the east side of Schmidt Road, but it mostly shares West River Drive.
All right. The parking lot that the RV was parked in, what relationship does it have to Devon Self-Storage?
It is to the west from that building.
Okay, northwest. All right. At Devon Self-Storage, is the video surveillance camera a constant feed or motion activated?
That one is motion activated.
All right. And then if you've turned onto Schmidt Road from River Drive, what direction would you be heading up Schmidt Road?
North.
Okay. Where is Purina located there on Schmidt Road?
At the corner of Schmidt Road and Rockingham.
And then is it on the east side or the west side of Schmidt Road?
East side of Schmidt Road.
And then our Hy-Vee, what's its location relative to Purina?
Relative to Purina, again, I'm estimated to be about a mile west of that location on Rockingham Road.
Okay. And then on Rockingham Road, is it located on the south or north side of Rockingham Road?
It's on the south side of Rockingham Road.
All right. Go ahead and take your seat. Your Honor, would it be a good time to stop since we've laid that foundation before we get into the specific details?
That would be fine with the court. We'll be in adjournment until Monday morning. And is there a request as to what time we start on Monday morning? 9:30 would be great. Any issue with that, Ms. Cunningham?
No, the state understands that counsel has to travel.
We'll be in adjournment until Monday at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Okay, that wraps up that. I'm not sure how long the Let me see how long the hearing was. Ooh, Aowen's going to weigh in. Let's see. Hey, kitty. Let's see. Court TV says there's a part 1, so that implies there's a part 2. So let me take a look and see what we can learn. Let's see. I think we saw like the first 17 minutes, so there might be 20 minutes more on this. So let's take a look. Maybe it has better audio.
Everything that we received from the lab. They've asked for DNA workups on other people. To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. We can't produce something that doesn't exist. We've provided everything. There's one outstanding lab report that relates to the forensic examination by the lab personnel of the crime scene itself. We'll be receiving today. That's the only outstanding lab report. Everything else, along with all the notes, is what there is, and it's been provided to the defense. And they're hoping that there's something else there. It's not there.
Taylor? Well, Your Honor, it's part of our third motion to compel. It's still something that we don't have. We also don't have the unexpected corrective actions, unexpected results from the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab for the 6 months before and the 6 months after November 13th, 2022. We did get some, but it's a narrow scope, and we asked for the full year, 6 months before and 6 months after. That's also in our motion.
I understand your responsibility is to turn over every rock, but you can't get things that don't exist as well. So, I mean, there has to be some level of trust in discovery. You're all sworn attorneys. And so Mr. Thompson is saying that there's one more lab report that is coming your way today, I heard you say.
Maybe not today. We were waiting to receive it so that we can process it for discovery. It's supposed to be in any time.
Okay, I misunderstood that. So it's coming soon. It has to come soon because we're 6 weeks away from a trial. So we're going to be very rushed about a lot of things, but I'm going to talk about that a little more later too. So what about the other claim, Mr. Thompson? Do you want to address that? The other mistakes?
Corrective action log, unexpected result log. We have that in part, but not the full scope.
I don't know what exists that we haven't received. We provided all the requests to the lab, and they've assured us that they have provided us with everything they have within the scope of those requests. I'm not sure what else to say. I mean, we can make a supplemental inquiry to clarify that after we finish report today. But I'm kind of sitting here saying, the judge was giving me everything we know to exist.
Well, that would be wise to check on that.
We will.
Because we don't want this to come back on the eve of trial.
Yes, sir.
Or, 4 years from now and an appeal.
Yes, sir.
So we want to make sure that we have combed through all the information that has any bearing or argument of bearing on this case. That's all. So,
Ms. Jennings is making a note right now. We'll send the inquiry out later today. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, just for point of clarification, we also ask for all emails, text messages, electronic messages, or other messages. And some have been provided, but we don't have assurance that that's all. And so for the same reason, we want to make sure that we have the complete file.
Okay, Mr. Thompson.
We have told them, we have given them everything that we know to exist. We've asked the lab provided it to us, we sent it to them. At this point, all I'm hearing is speculation, is they think maybe or they wish something else was there. But as far as we know, it doesn't exist. I don't know what else we can say. You can't respond to something that isn't real. Sorry, Judge.
I mean, we're just sorting it out.
Yes, sir.
Making sure that everything that there is shared. Except for the ones that you don't want to.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And that's one of the reasons we're here.
We'll make an additional inquiry to the lab to see if there's anything else in the form of emails that they haven't already provided to us.
I would add, I mean, there are times, okay, in the world of the law, that sometimes people forget to do things, or sometimes things fall through the cracks. And so it's always healthy to make sure that it is done thoroughly.
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
You're now ready to call Steve Mercer.
Okay. Are your just one moment. Are your experts in the courtroom right now?
Yeah.
Do they need to be in the courtroom?
Your Honor, I asked if they be allowed to remain in the courtroom, seated where they are, so they're just kind of alone.
Right. Any objection to that? I don't know who to point to here.
Sure, we also have witnesses.
I'm going to exclude your witnesses, so they're not hearing what the other witnesses are testifying by, and that will be, I think, a cleaner, accurate response. So then I don't want to have them reacting to the other testimony where each testimony or each witness's testimony be independent. Okay, so if you please have your other experts excluded from the court.
Where would the court like them to go? This is a media intensive environment, and I don't want them to be bothered by media along with
The law library.
May I escort them there?
Sure. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mercer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Okay, Mr. Mercer, hang on up. Please raise your right hand. Hey, yeah, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Go ahead, get some water there. I'll take care of that. And once you're seated, could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Stephen with a PH Mercer, M-E-R-C-E-R.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Taylor.
Good morning, Mr. Mercer.
Good morning,
What city and state are you from?
Rockville, Maryland.
What do you do for work?
I am a licensed attorney in Maryland and the District of Columbia in the field of criminal defense with an area of specialization in DNA and forensic litigation.
How long have you been an attorney?
I was licensed in the state of Maryland in 1995 and in the District of Columbia in 1997. I'm also a member of several federal bars, including the Supreme Court, where I appeared as co-counsel in Maryland v. King, a DNA database case from 2013, as well as the Fourth Circuit, the DC Circuit, and a number of federal district courts.
I want to back up a little bit and have you tell me about your educational background.
So I have a undergraduate degree, bachelor's degree in English from Syracuse University, 1984. Juris Doctor JD from the District of Columbia School of Law from 1994.
And you mentioned you have a specialty in DNA. What does that come from?
So my experience with DNA began with the first constitutional challenge to Maryland's DNA database statute, and that started in 2002 in the case of State v. Raines, where it raised a Fourth Amendment challenge to the compelled collection of DNA from convicted offenders. Prevailed on that case in the trial court, as appealed to the Court of Appeals, which is now called the Maryland Supreme Court. The Maryland Supreme Court, in a sharply divided 4-3 decision, reversed, sent it back for trial, tried the case, and that was really the beginning of my experience with forensic DNA litigation. And then from that point, I continued in that field, attended training with the District of Columbia Public Defender Service. I began to collaborate with the Innocence Project and the Forensics Division at the Maryland Office of Public Defender, doing indigent defense work and innocence work, and began to work closely with DNA scientists who actually did the wet chemistry work, had numerous opportunities to tour law enforcement labs, including the NIST lab, as well as Montgomery County's lab, Bodie Technology, the FBI lab as well. And so I continued working in the field, providing both direct representation in DNA cases as well as consultation through my private practice. And then in 2010, the public defender recruited me to head up the forensics division at Maryland's Office of Public Defender, which is a statewide public defender system. And then there, I really dived much deeper into the field of DNA forensic litigation at that time. And if there's some questions, I can explain that further.
I may ask you some others about that in just a moment. Will you tell me about any publications, any articles that you
Yeah, so I published an article, co-authored an article of Maryland's DNA Databank back in the early 2000s following the State v. Raines decision. I also published an article in the NYU's Law Review about shadow DNA databanks with a co-author, Jessica Grable, and those are the principal articles with respect to forensic DNA.
And I think you mentioned a couple of professional organizations that you belong to. Are there others?
Yes, so I'm a member of the jurisprudential section of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and I've given presentations there. For example, in 2018, I gave a presentation on proposed regulation of the field of forensic genealogy. And then I'm also a member of the National Criminal Defense Attorneys Association and a number of local bar associations in Maryland, as well as the State Bar Association.
You mentioned forensic genetic genealogy. Can you tell me your background related to that?
So following really the advent of forensic genealogy in 2018, that is when I had the opportunity to litigate cases, criminal cases involving that technique, the testing and the investigation related to the testing, and to receive discovery of the testing and the interpretation of the test results that were obtained through the searching of genetic databanks.
You are here on Brian Kohberger's case. How did you become involved in this?
Yeah, so the question was, what would a reasonable defense attorney do when confronted with DNA evidence that needs to be litigated? What are the minimum practice standards? So I'm not here to discuss Idaho's discovery rules or offer legal opinions about constitutional standards. Rather, my area of focus is based on my experience, training, and expertise in forensic DNA litigation, and what a minimum practice standard would be for a reasonably competent trial attorney who must comply with their duty to investigate the case on behalf of their client.
And is that because of what you did when you did genetic genealogy materials?
Well, yes. I mean, forensic evidence is often central in the case, and DNA evidence in particular. And so when there's an item, for example, here of an environmental sample of trace DNA evidence that, as I understand it from reviewing the pleadings, was twice tested, first for an STR profile, and then later for a genomic profile. the question becomes, what is the minimum practice standard for an attorney to be effective in their representation of a client given that type of evidence?
When you're talking about two samples happening, or two tests happening, why should an attorney know about that?
Well, there are a number of reasons why it's crucial for the attorney to investigate any testing of evidence that is central to a case. And again, here it's an environmental sample of trace DNA that is being tested. And so it's essential for the attorney to know, for a number of reasons, about the details of the testing and the investigation when we're talking specifically about forensic genealogy. Number one is there's pretrial concerns. And those pretrial concerns that can be raised would involve suppression issues and potentially Fourth Amendment issues. These are questions that are very much evolving in the state of our litigation. But to understand the viability of a Fourth Amendment challenge, there has to be a factual investigation. There has to be a determination of the conduct that law enforcement undertook during the forensic analysis of the genealogy. So, for example, was it fast and loose? Was there searching of databanks that violated the terms and conditions of those databanks? Was there surreptitious DNA collection from individuals, targeted individuals in family trees? So these are very fact-specific inquiries that the attorney must know in formulating a suppression challenge under the Fourth Amendment, because it's all about reasonable expectations of privacy. And what's really critical here to understand, and this is close to me from my litigation, early on, the government and law enforcement's argument was always there are minimal privacy interests at stake because forensic DNA profile is like a fingerprint, and it says nothing about who the person is. But now with forensic genealogy, we're talking about genomic profiles, potentially whole genomic profiles, or at the very least a SNP profile, single nucleotide polymorphism profile. Single nucleotide polymorphism. An SNP profile that contains a vast amount of information that is very, very private. And so this is a real game changer in the privacy interests that are at stake, and that the attorney needs to understand in investigating the case to assess and to evaluate that suppression issue, that Fourth Amendment issue. So that's one issue pre-trial. There's also concerns about reliability. And by reliability, I'm not talking necessarily about the forensic genomic profile, but I'm talking about the STR profile. And again, because as I understand it from the pleadings, there were multiple tests on the same evidence, environmental sample of trace DNA. One produced a STR profile that I understand from the pleadings is represented as being a single source male profile. The reliability of that needs to be investigated, and certainly through one aspect of that is investigating the laboratory documentation that is provided for the STR testing. But we also have to appreciate, and again, I'm not a DNA scientist or a biologist, but I'm an attorney that works with experts, and I need to know what type of expert to hire. And one thing that I do realize in looking at this is when there's multiple tests of the same piece of evidence, and you have a genomic profile, in other words, potentially the entire human genome that is typed from this environmental sample of trace DNA, or at least an SNP profile, which is somewhere in the neighborhood of 700,000 locations of data. What does that tell us about the STR profile markers? So for example, the STR profile markers, which are typed, are 20 out of 30,000 STR markers overall. And so what I would be investigating with a qualified expert is, number one, I don't know from the pleadings if there's a whole genome profile that's been developed for forensic genealogy, but if there is, that should contain STR markers. What does that tell us about the reliability of the STR testing? Is there any potential for artifacts? Is there any potential for an undetected low-level mixture? Those types of questions that are potentially available to inquire and ask about, where you have multiple tests of the same piece of evidence, and it's an environmental sample of trace DNA. Now, if it's just an SNP profile, I say just, but that's 700,000 locations of information that is like a probabilistic future diary of someone's health, medical, and all manner of conditions that are linked to genetics. That may not have the STR markers in it itself, but it will have information, SNP markers in the neighborhood of, so to speak, of STR markers that will also shed light potentially on those STR markers and the reliability of those STR markers. So these are, particularly in a capital case, crucial areas of inquiry that must be undertaken by the defense team in conjunction with experts that they retain. But they can't even decide what experts to retain without having the discovery. And that's the minimum practice standard. And that's a point that I've made in testimony before courts where I've been accepted as an expert in Maryland, DC, and Virginia, that the minimum practice standard is that the attorney must obtain discovery of the scientific testing of an evidence sample. And that, particularly so in a capital case, particularly where we're talking about an environmental sample of trace DNA, it's absolutely crucial to get that discovery, because then that informs the scope of the investigation, the experts to hire, what happened. Now, also with respect to forensic genealogy, it's important not to separate this out into all these different components. It is, you have the SNP testing, and you also have the development of these family trees and database searching. This is all part of the same testing and experiment. They go really hand in hand, and you can't unravel them. They really have to be considered together as a single cord of different strands of the testing and experiment, because the attorney needs to know how these family trees have been developed, because we're talking now about trial issues, and the government is introducing the STR profile. They have to introduce statistics that explain the significance of any STR match that the government is identifying as central to its case. And so the defense must investigate ways to cross-examine those statistics and the rarity of that match that the government is attaching great significance to. And so an area to look into and to inquire about are the limits of the statistical tool that the government is using or the state is using, which is based on the premise that sort of what's called the random person not excluded. And that's answering the question of the rarity of a profile in a population of unrelated people. But the key point there is unrelated. So we know there's no universe where a STR profile has no relatives. And in fact, in a case involving forensic genealogy, the way that the defendant is identified is by searching a pool of related people. And so we need to be able to investigate and evaluate the rarity of a profile within a related population. And that's a different question than what the government answers with its random person not excluded statistic that is typically used. And so, again, without the discovery of the forensic genealogy, both the testing as well as the experiments that were done with the test results, i.e. the database searches, as well as the family tree build-out, the attorney can't investigate that. And in that situation, by not investigating it, is not complying with their duty to investigate that is required, especially in a capital case.
I've heard you say that when you got a sample, in this case, the sample from the night, that was STR testing done, and then when you go, when you have genetic genealogy testing, you end up with whole genome testing or an SNP profile. Did I understand that?
Yes, and it's unclear to me at this point what type of genomic profile was developed, whether it was a whole genome sequence or whether it was an SNP profile, which contains about 700,000 locations of very personal private information.
I think I heard you say that no matter which one of those were done for genetic genealogy, that you need to look at those to test the reliability of the STR profile. Did I do that right?
Yes, so this is, as an attorney, and not a scientist, but as an attorney who has a duty to investigate, this now is an area where the attorney will look to retain a qualified expert who can evaluate and assess the linkages between an SNP profile or a whole genomic profile and an STR profile. To be sure, an SNP profile or forensic genomic profile can't be searched in codes. It's not that type of situation. They can't be directly compared. But there are techniques that can evaluate if it is a whole genomic profile. You would look to a scientist, who then would be targeting the areas of the whole genomic profile that comprise the STR profile, to then evaluate the reliability of the STR profile, the potential for any mixtures, the potential for any artifacts in the STR profile. Or if it's an SNP profile which doesn't have the STR locations in it, then you would look for an expert who understands that the neighboring regions around where the STR markers can be evaluated and assessed to provide information about what the STR markers could be.
Can I clarify something? Sure. So what you're saying is that you need to look at the qualified scientists would have to look at the SNP profile to compare it to the SPP profile for the reliability of the SPP profile.
The STR profile.
STR.
Yeah, so there could be clues, absolutely, that could be discerned from an analysis of the SNP or whole genomic profile. Because again, we're talking about two different tests of the same piece of evidence. And there have been, in peer-reviewed publication, I mean, one that comes to mind is Jae-Hwa Kim, who published in the journal Cell about how an SNP profile can be linked to its STR profile. And that's by zeroing in on sort of the neighboring regions and examining those. So again, I'm not a biologist or a scientist, but I'm an attorney, who has a duty to investigate. And to investigate requires hiring experts to examine this data, this discovery that hasn't been released yet. And so that's why the minimum practice standard is to get that discovery so that the attorney can then assess that discovery and then retain a qualified scientist to help understand the extent to which the SNP testing will shed light on the reliability of the STR testing that has already been done on the same piece of evidence.
So that having that profile on the SNP can verify the legitimacy of the STR.
Right, so that's my hypothesis. That's what I go to the expert to inquire about. Because again, this is a very much an emerging area of forensic science and litigation.
Sure.
Yes.
I'm going to step in. I don't believe that this witness is qualified to opine on what's needed in the scientific processes. He just indicated that it was his personal hypothesis. I would remove my objection, Your Honor.
Well, I'm going to overrule that because I asked some questions. I apologize. Go ahead, ask your next question.
When we're talking about either the whole genome or the SNP profile, am I looking for just like a sheet of paper that has a bunch of numbers on it, or is there a packet of information that I need to go to my expert?
No, you need the raw data of the profile along with, it's similar to the sort of data that you obtain through the SDR testing. You get the raw data of the profile, you get the laboratory protocols, you get all the bench notes, how the profile was generated, but also you should get the discovery about how the profile was then searched in different databases and family trees constructed.
That was going to be my next question. I heard you say that we can't look at this whole genome sequencing for the SNP in one category and then look at the building the tree to identify from the genetic genealogy piece, the genealogist piece, in its own separate areas. That they're not two separate lanes that they combine.
Yes, they go hand in hand. You do one or the other. I mean, they go together.
Why?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell me why? Can you explain why you say they go together? Why you both?
Well, the SNP profile is what is searched in the ancestry database to then identify potential relatives, and then family trees are built out. That's the object of the SNP testing. What's important to know from a defense perspective in terms of trial work and potential areas of cross-examination, the government is going to be introducing a statistic that is premised on the assumption of an unrelated universe of people. So what's the chance of finding a profile in a population where there's no relatedness between that profile and anyone in that universe? And so, as you know from talking about this whole concept of friendship genealogy, people who are related have similar DNA. And so the statistics change when you are talking about the chance of finding a profile within a related pool or related universe of individuals. And that's a legitimate area of inquiry from cross-examination for the defense to demonstrate the limitations of the statistical question that the state is presenting to its expert witness. And to do that, you need to know, for example, who the population of related people are, who is often, from my work on the forensic genealogy, what I've seen is that when a match is found, when the STR match is found, then all building out all further testing stops on the forensic genealogy side. And so it's important to know who hasn't been tested on the related person side in terms of developing cross-examination about the limitations of the statistical tool that the state uses in its case to demonstrate the verity of the match that you're presenting.
Have you received metagenealogy materials in this case?
Yes, so which wasn't surprising to me, because even though typically the government doesn't seek to introduce the forensic genealogy in its case, it nevertheless is evidence that is a scientific test of material in the case. And so the discovery rules typically call, and for example in Maryland, in the District of Columbia, call for discovery of scientific testing of evidence in a case, and that's regardless of whether the government is going to introduce it or not. DC is a little different, where it requires either a materiality showing or that the item is introduced into evidence. And so even when there's a limitation on the item being introduced into evidence, that really goes to the item tested, which here is the environmental sample of trace DNA. And of course, the government has twice tested it. And so for the attorney to be able to fulfill their duty to investigate and satisfy the minimum practice standards, they should have access to the scientific testing of that item of evidence, which is central to the case.
Just 1 minute. Thank you. Mr. Whistler, I don't have any other questions, so I'm going to be hanging on just a minute. I want to make no questions for this witness, Mr. Knight will be making other arguments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, may this witness be excused? Any objection?
Objection.
Okay, you're excused.
Sorry, my phone is for some reason not letting me turn off this obnoxious music. I don't know what the deal is. I've turned it off twice. Okay, we've got another section. Let me see. I'm trying to turn it off and it won't let me. Okay, I've managed to mute the phone. Let me look at Court TV because they were saying they had, this is part 1. And I'm trying to find a part 2 here, but I'm not seeing one. I'm seeing 3 parts from East Idaho News. So let's see what we've got over there. They've got a 10-minute segment, a 53-minute segment, and a live segment. Well, let's go to the live one. Oh, this is 46 minutes in. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the beginning of this segment and start it at the beginning, and we'll see if it's covered any old ground.
All right.
Get on the record, please. That's our, it's a facing. Technology. Sports. No. It's happening. Just good, good class. There we go. No? Taylor, what's your preference?
Your Honor, my preference is that it not focus in on the table on my council next morning.
Okay, so angle it this way.
They went.
Good.
Good.
All right. All right. Okay, we are on the record. This is State of Idaho versus Brian C. Kohberger, CR 29222805. Mr. Kohberger is here in the courtroom. He is represented by the team of Ann Taylor, Jay Logston, and Elisa Massa. We also have representing the state, Mr. Thompson, Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Ingrid Beatty, and Jeff Nye. We have several motions set for today. The state's motions are motion for protective order that is related to the investigative genetic genealogy DNA issue, which is related to the Mr. Kohberger's motion to compel seeking those genetic genealogy information and discovery. We also have a motion to reconsider the order staying time for speedy trial. There's also opposing that, a second motion to stay proceedings regarding alleged irregularities of the grand jury. And from the state, we also have a motion to compel notice of defense of alibi and a motion for scheduling order. So that's what we're going to hear today. I think we're probably going to use most of the morning with the motion for protective order and third motion to compel. We expect some testimony from Mr. Kohberger's team, and that's where we're going to start. So anything preliminary, Mr. Thompson?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Taylor?
Nothing preliminary, Your Honor, we're ready to call it.
Okay, so we'll do that, and then we'll move to argument from both sides. I thought about who should go first in terms of the arguments. Mr. Thompson, go ahead.
No, it's good.
Yeah, I mean, who would first make the argument on the protection order? Would you prefer to do that after you hear the argument from the defense?
It may make more sense, Judge, to do that. I think the record will be better for Your Honor.
Okay, that's why I suggested that. Thank you. All right, so we'll hear the testimony, then argument from Mr. Kohberger's team, and then to the state.
Your Honor, just for the record, Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty are the ones handling this particular motion. Ms. Beatty has the witnesses, the proposed witnesses, Mr. Kohberger and Mr. Nye, of course, brief the matter and will be prepared for the argument.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, call your first witness.
Your Honor, along those lines, I should inform the court that I'll be handling all of the witnesses that we call today. Ms. Massa will be presenting our argument for our motion to compel and probably the rebuttal to the protection order request by the state.
Okay, you all may need to remind me as we go along here.
That's fair enough.
Okay, Ms. Beatty.
For out of housekeeping matter, I have some questions that I'd like to put on record.
Okay.
With regard to these witnesses. With regard to Ms. Barlow and Mr. Mercer, the state made its concerns on these two witnesses clear in its reply brief filed on July 14th. But the state believes that calling two attorneys to testify about legal conclusions during a discovery dispute is simply not proper. Both Mr. Mercer and Ms. Barlow consult with defense attorneys on discovery issues, and calling them to testify about legal conclusions and a discovery dispute is tantamount to the state calling prosecutors and staff witnesses to testify about trainings that they've done in a specialized particular area. That's a path I don't think we want to go down, and it's not relevant to the court, and it doesn't fall within 702, which requires specialized knowledge for the fact finder, which is the court in this case. Additionally, Ms. Taylor is an attorney practicing in Idaho who's well regarded and is seen as one of the preeminent defense attorneys in the state. There's nothing that these witnesses can tell the court that Ms. Taylor can't simply consult with them about and then argue with the court. So our position is that these witnesses' testimony is duplicative of whatever Ms. Taylor can argue, and it does not fall within the scope of 702. With regard to Gabriela Vargas,
The state is objecting to her testimony as well, Your Honor. We received her declaration just yesterday. There was no CV attached. Ms. Vargas is being submitted to this court as an expert witness, and the state has no way of vetting her expertise without a CV. There is no way for us to verify anything in her affidavit. It puts the state in essentially an ambush position where we're being presented with this witness with no way to verify her qualifications. We would ask that this witness be excluded from testifying today as well. And then finally, the state would just make a blanket motion limiting that these witnesses not be allowed to testify about legal decisions or legal arguments. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the first two witnesses that the state objects to, Victor Barlow and Steve Mercer, are two people who have been known to the state for quite some time. What they say to you in court now is their objection was made known on July 14th in their reply to, in support of their protective order after we did a response to their motion for protective order and an objection to it, that it's not an objection to them testifying. They spent a lot of pages telling the court why the court should not pay any attention to the declarations that were attached to our third motion to compel. So that's not an objection to them testifying at all. These witnesses have been made known for a long time. They were certainly known last week when we had a planning session and we talked about the number of witnesses that were going to testify. No objection was stated at that time either. Waiting until today, when those witnesses have both traveled and been here and been prepared to testify, that's an ambush, Your Honor. They're here, they're prepared. Their testimonies are relevant to the issues that the court has to decide. They're going to talk to the court about two different things as it relates to our discovery rule and the information that Mr. Kohberger is seeking so that we can do our job. Your Honor, you're going to hear from a witness, Leah Larkin, Dr. Leah Larkin as well, and she's going to talk about the process of genetic genealogy. Both Ms. Barlow and Mr. Mercer are attorneys. Both are well-versed in criminal defense. Both are well-versed in DNA and genetic genealogy. The state's position has been that this is not discoverable because we're not going to present it at trial. That's not the end of the story. That's not the discovery rule. And those are the things that Victor Barlow and Steve Mercer will talk about. Victor Barlow has a lot of training in DNA. She does a lot of teaching on DNA as well. It's not a simple little process, and they'll describe what kinds of materials we should have in discovery. Mr. Mercer will talk about what we will do with those kinds of materials and why they're necessary to Mr. Kohberger's preparation in his case. They'll talk about our constitutional duties to Mr. Kohberger. Those are not conclusions. Those are things that have to do with this material, these things that we are seeking the court to order the state to hand over to us, and why they're necessary to the preparation of the case. So for those two witnesses, I can make the argument, but I don't have the expertise in the DNA or the genetic genealogy that the court needs to hear to understand that they fall squarely within our discovery rule. Your Honor, I'll speak about Gabriella Vargas now. Her declaration was disclosed yesterday. Much of that declaration has CD-related items in it. It talks about her background, her training, right in the body of that declaration. That declaration is not as soon as we would have wanted that. Gabriella Vargas met with me a few weeks ago, and for personal reasons that I'm not going to put on the record, she was unable to complete that until a later period of time. So that one is, I know that one came in yesterday. She's here, she's prepared to be cross-examined by the state, and certainly there are many other remedies besides just excluding her. The court could allow us to present her testimony, and the state doesn't feel that they've had opportunity to cross-examine her or present a witness in response to her. The court could leave this open and take that up. The court could even order Ms. Vargas to appear by Zoom for further cross-examination. But we should at least let her testimony come out here in court today. She's here.
Your Honor, I think Ms. Taylor has just conceded that these attorney witnesses are going to be testifying about the scope of discovery rules. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that Ms. Taylor can make those arguments to the court that having fact witnesses interpret the law is not appropriate in a discovery dispute. As to Ms. Vargas, our understanding was that there were 3 witnesses testifying today, and that was our understanding up until yesterday when we got into town. So we would ask that Ms. Vargas be excluded. And I would note that we made our objections to these witnesses clear when we asked the court to disregard the contents of their declarations in Mr. Nye's reply brief. Certainly, we're going to put that same objection on the record. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Well, a couple of things. I'm concerned about
these opinions about sort of constitutional law or the procedures of discovery. I think that's fully capable for all of the council here, and those are going to be my decisions. However, in reading through, and I have read through all of the declarations, pointing on specifically genetic genealogy and their experience with that within the law, I think does have some relevance, potentially. And I think that it would go to the weight of the consideration. The other thing that I am concerned about is this is a death penalty case. And if I deny particular presentations that one or the other side believe have some bearing on the case, it's probably more wise for me to allow it, even if it might be on the edge, than not allow that record. It's especially important in a case like this to have a record for appeal. So I'm not saying one way or the other how this might fall, but I think it's important to preserve the record. Now, however, I don't want to get into arguments about the law or what that exactly means. I think I have a pretty good understanding of what the issues are about the genetic genealogy issues and why the state wants to get more information about that. I also understand why the state believes that it has nothing to do with the case. And that's what I'm going to hear from today. And I think it's important to have both sides weighing on this. Now, with regard to Ms. Vargas, she is here. I don't know where she came from, how far away. I'm inclined to just allow the state to come back and address that. Also, file another brief objection, and I may decide to reject that. So that's where I landed on all of that. So I'm going to deny the objections a little bit, and we shall proceed with hearing testimony. Now, if you get too far into this is what the law requires. Okay.
Thank you.
So call your first witness.
Your Honor, if I may, one point of clarification. It occurred to me while listening to the court talking about genetic genealogy and really that being a focus. There are a couple of other areas contained in the motion to compel that have to do with the other DNA that the state doesn't have complete discoveries to us that are included in that motion to compel that for today. The big focus is then the genetic genealogy piece, but I wanted to make sure that was still in the scope.
Well, my understanding was that the state did provide all the information about the laboratory, we'll say the laboratory DNA that was, that analysis was not related to the genealogy DNA. Am I mistaken about that? What are you saying that it didn't provide to you?
Your Honor, in our first motion to compel, we had a section called standard lab discovery, and that has to do with other DNA profiles found at the scene. They have provided full discovery for the sheet, the DNA found on the night sheet, but not the other 3 unidentified male DNA samples, 2 from within the house, 1 from outside of it.
All right. So if I'm understanding your question there, or your assertion that we're talking about 3 potential analysis of DNA that was not provided to you, but that has no connection to Mr. Kohberger.
Correct.
Okay, any response?
Your Honor, we didn't realize this was going to be an issue today. We had given the defense everything that we received from the lab. They've asked for DNA workups on other people. To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. We can't produce something that doesn't exist. We provide everything. There's one outstanding lab report that relates to the forensic examination by the lab personnel of the crime scene itself. We received today. That's the only outstanding lab report. Everything else, along all the notes, is what there is and it's provided to the defense. And they're hoping that there's something else there. It's not there.
Well, Your Honor, it's part of our third motion to compel. It's still something that we don't have We also don't have the unexpected corrective actions, unexpected results from the Iowa State Police Forensics Lab for the 6 months before and the 6 months after November 13th, 2022. We did get some, but it's a narrow scope, and we asked for the full year, 6 months before and 6 months after. That's also in our motion.
I understand your responsibility is to turn over every rock, but you can't get things that don't exist as well. So, I mean, there has to be some level of trust in discovery. You're all sworn attorneys. And so Mr. Thompson is saying that there's one more lab report that is coming your way today, I heard you say.
Maybe not today. We were waiting to receive it so that we can process it for discovery. It's supposed to be in any time.
Okay, I misunderstood that. So it's coming soon. It has to come soon because we're 6 weeks away from the trial. So we're going to be very rushed about a lot of things. But I'm going to talk about that a little more later too. So what about the other claim, Mr. Thompson? Do you want to address that? The other mistakes?
Corrective action log, unexpected result log. We have that in part, but not the whole scope.
I don't know what exists that we haven't received. We provided all the requests to the lab, and they've assured us that they have provided us with everything they have within the scope of those requests. I'm not sure what else to say. I mean, we can make a supplemental inquiry to clarify that after we finish the report today. But I'm kind of sitting here saying, Judge, give me everything we know to exist.
Well, that would be wise to check on that.
We will.
Because we don't want this to come back on the eve of trial.
Yes, sir.
Or, 4 years from now at an appeal.
Yes, sir.
So we want to make sure that we have combed through all the information that has any bearing or argument of bearing on this case. That's all.
Ms. James, making a note right now. We'll send the inquiry out later today.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Your Honor, just for some clarification, we also ask for all emails, text messages, electronic messages, or other messages. Some have been provided, but we don't have assurance that that's all. And so for the same reason, we want to make sure that we have the complete file.
Okay, Mr. Thompson.
We have told them, we have given them everything that we know to exist. We've asked the lab provided it to, we sent to them. At this point, all I'm hearing is speculation. They think maybe, or they wish something else was there. But as far as we know, it doesn't exist. I don't know what else we can say. We can't respond to something that isn't real. Sorry, Judge.
I mean, we're just sorting it out.
Yes, sir.
Making sure that everything that there is shared. Except for the ones that you don't want to.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And that's one of the reasons we're here.
We'll make an additional inquiry to the lab to see if there's anything else in the form of emails that they haven't already provided to us.
I would add, I mean, there are times, okay, in the world of the law, that sometimes people forget to do things, or sometimes things fall through the cracks, and so it's always healthy to make sure that it's done thoroughly.
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
You're already call Steve Mercer.
Okay. Are your just one moment. Are your experts in the courtroom right now?
Yeah.
Do they need to be in the courtroom?
Your Honor, I asked that they be allowed to remain in the courtroom, seated where they are, so they're just kind of
Right. Any objections to that? I don't know who to point to this here.
Or we have other witnesses.
I'm going to exclude your witnesses, so they're not hearing what the other witnesses are testifying by, and that'll be, I think, a cleaner, more accurate response. So then I don't want to have them reacting to the other testimony, where each testimony, each witness's testimony be independent. Okay, so if you please have your other experts excluded from court.
Where would the court like them to go? This is a media intensive environment, and I don't want
the library.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mercer.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Okay, Ms. Mercer, hang on up. Raise your right hand. Hey, yeah, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do. Ms. Mercer, go ahead. Get some water there. I'll take care of that. And once you're seated, you please state your name and spell your last. Yes, my name is Stephen with PH Mercer, Mercer. All right, thank you, sir. Okay, Ms. Taylor.
Good morning, Mr. Mercer.
Good morning.
What city and state are you from?
Rockville, Maryland.
What do you do for work?
I am a licensed attorney in Maryland and the District of Columbia in the field of criminal defense with the area of specialization in DNA and forensic litigation.
How long have you been an attorney?
I was licensed in the state of Maryland in 1995 and in the District of Columbia in 1997. I'm also a member of several federal bars, including the Supreme Court, where I appeared as co-counsel in Maryland v. King, a DNA database case from 2013, as well as the Fourth Circuit, the DC Circuit, and a number of federal district courts.
I want to back up a little bit and have you tell me about your educational background.
So I have a undergraduate degree, bachelor's degree in English from Syracuse University, 1984, Juris Doctor JD from the District of Columbia School of Law from 1994.
And you mentioned you have a specialty in DNA. Where does that come from?
So my experience with DNA began with the first constitutional challenge to Maryland's DNA database statute, and that started in 2002 in the case of State v. Raines, where it raised a Fourth Amendment challenge to the compelled collection of DNA from convicted offenders. Prevailed on that case in the trial court, is appealed to the Court of Appeals, which is now called the Maryland Supreme Court. The Maryland Supreme Court, in a sharply divided 4-3 decision, reversed, sent it back for trial, tried the case, and that was really the beginning of my experience with forensic DNA litigation. And then from that point, I continued in that field, attended training with the District of Columbia Public Defender Service. I began to collaborate with the Innocence Project and the Forensics Division at the Maryland Office of the Public Defender, doing indigent defense work and innocence work, and began to work closely with DNA scientists.
Okay, we have a bit of an issue because different providers have broken down the stream at different points, and so we've already seen this witness, and so it looks like that East Idaho News is now on another segment with a new witness, so we'll skip over to that one now. So let me just set that up.
Yeah, it's about 25.
And we'll go back in time here.
What kind of work do you currently do?
I am an investigative genetic genealogist and also a woodworker.
Woodworking sounds really interesting. I think we're going to focus on your investigative genealogy today. But before we talk about your work history, I want to know a little bit more about your educational background. After high school, did you have more formal education?
I did. I went on to the College of San Mateo and received a degree and certificate in administration and justice and post-certification. And then I went on to San Jose State University and studied criminology and with a minor in sociology.
Did you graduate?
I did.
And was that with a bachelor's degree?
It was.
What year was that?
I want to say 2010 maybe. I don't remember.
Has it been a few years since you graduated?
It's been 5 years.
Did you take any courses in forensic genetics?
At that time, this did not even exist. And the courses only have started to recently come out. There is no current standard of certification for the work of investigative genetic genealogy.
Is that newer than your college education degree?
Absolutely. This is a technique that only has come to light in the last 5 years.
You know, we're talking about the forensic investigative genetic genealogy.
Yes.
How did you get interested in it?
I really had no knowledge of it when I got involved. I had some health issues that I was going through and needed genetic testing. Unfortunately, my insurance wouldn't cover it, so I took direct-to-consumer DNA test and used the results to upload to a medical site. In the process of that, I found out that my father was not my father, and I then went on a mission to figure out how to identify who my biological father was.
So personally involved in the justice is very much self-taught.
100% self-taught. And this was a time in my life where I was going through cancer treatment. I had a very short prognosis of lifespan left and became incredibly depressed. And so once I identified my biological father, I then wanted to give back. And so I started a free online Facebook group for people who had gotten the same results or were adopted or donor conceived. And I started finding their relatives for them.
That turned into you attending the trainings for genetic genealogy?
So at the time, I did not. So in 2018, in the spring, is when I started doing just genetic genealogy, which is the same concept essentially, but you're just doing it with adoptees, donor conceived and unknown parentage cases. I did a lot of online readings and reading scholarly articles, watching tutorials, just learning about the technique itself. I didn't have any involvement in investigative genetic genealogy until August 2019, when I was asked to join one of the companies that provides that service.
When you joined that company, did they train you in those methods?
No, they actually presume that you have to know what you're doing in order to be a part of the team. And so the presumption is made that you already have enough experience. I continued my own education and training by attending conferences, doing workshops, following other pioneers in the field that had successful case rates, and continued to just educate myself through what I could find on the internet. Because at that time, certification programs, accreditation, any sort of courses, they didn't exist. Those are very, very recent things that have come out.
You mentioned that there were groups of people that you learned from and worked with. Did you check your work or have them check your work?
Oh, absolutely. The first company, so I've worked for two well-known companies in this industry, and then I have created since my own company. One of the first company, you worked individually on cases, but it's a collaboration amongst the team. And so you keep each other up to date on what's going on. You ask for advice, guidance, help. The second company that I worked for was more of a team structured way of working cases. And that was at the point when I began actually training all incoming volunteers that wanted to get to learn how to work these cases.
That first company you worked for, what was that called?
Identifinders International.
How many years did you work for Identifinders?
Just over 2.5 years.
And that's where you did investigative genetic genealogy and other genetic work.
Yes, with Identifinders, I only did suspect cases, so only murder and rape, violent crime cases. They did not do DOE cases at the time that I was working with them.
So you're talking about those kind of cases that you did, the law enforcement, you were identifying somebody that was under.
Yes.
Okay, you worked with check there while you did that for 2.5 years.
Yes.
The next place you worked, what was that?
The DNA DOE project.
What do you mean by that? You mentioned that.
DOE is an unidentified remains. The DNA DOE project specifically takes on adult DOE cases, not baby cases. So I work those cases on my own with my company, but it's identifying not suspects, only unidentified remains.
And you were not law enforcement there. You were not doing anything for law enforcement there, so it's a little bit different. Do I understand that?
So for both companies, we were working on behalf of law enforcement. We would contract these cases with law enforcement, but law enforcement was not in fact working the case. The genealogists were working the cases.
For law enforcement.
Yes.
All right. And so how long did you work at that point?
I was with DNA Doe Project for about 2 years.
And is that where you did some teaching and training about genetic genealogy?
Yes.
From there, where did your career take you?
Well, I ended up opening my own company, but the DNA Doe Project offered me the opportunity to be an intake specialist. So my primary role was when somebody was interested in doing this type of work and wanted to learn the technique, we would bring them on board. And I was the one who would teach them the process. So all new volunteers were on a specific case that was run by me, and I would not only train them, but also check their work, make sure that they were documenting things properly and that the documents matched with the proper person that they put in the tree. I also, the University of New Haven had also started a forensic investigative genetic genealogy course that you could take that had a practicum at the end of it. The DNA Doe Project was the first organization that took on a cohort of students. The first year of this course that was offered, it wasn't fine-tuned. So the students that I took on for the internship, there were 6 students in total. They really had very limited knowledge of the technique, of the meaning of anything really. And so I would spend hours training them, and at the end of 7 weeks, I led them to a solve of a case.
You were trusted with me?
Yes, I was.
Do you know roughly how many law enforcement forensic investigative genetic genealogy cases you've worked?
I have worked just for law enforcement cases, probably around 25 to 30.
And the Doe Project, how many of those kind of cases?
So that would include all cases.
The 25 includes the Doe cases?
Yeah, it's about 25 to 30. It would encompass any case that I have worked that is law enforcement case, not including the cases that were unknown parentage cases.
And of the other kinds of genetic genealogy, how many times have you worked a case in genetic genealogy other than that?
How many cases? Minimum 25. I still have people every day who, it depends. Some people just don't know what any of this means. And so it's as simple as just looking at their matches and explaining it to them, and they do it on their own. But actually working cases, probably another 25 to 30 that are just unknown parentage cases.
And have you classified what you work?
I have not.
Let's talk about what did you get. How did you get involved in our case?
I was contacted by defense. Well, I take that back. I was contacted by somebody in this field. I don't know if I can say who it was or if it's relevant. Asking if I would be willing to talk to the defense. And I agreed. And I had that, it was a Zoom call in which I was asked basically just to explain the process in which I go through from start to finish on a case. So what is, from when law enforcement contacts me to when I provide the investigative lead back to law enforcement, what is the process? And that was the extent of my involvement at the time.
Ms. Vargas, what I want to do is I want to briefly run through what do you do when law enforcement calls you and you get what's your first step?
So it's a complex, it's very complex. Essentially, law enforcement will contact me and say they have a case that they are unable to solve and they would like to, they like my services. I first evaluate what type of case is it, and are there any, what is the DNA that is involved? Do we have to extract the DNA? Have you already extracted the DNA? So there's a lot of preliminary questions. Once we establish that and they agree to take, have me take on the case, I have them set up to ship the sample, whether it be something that needs to be extracted to the lab that does that, or DNA that's already been extracted that needs to be sequenced the law enforcement agency will then send that to a third-party forensic lab. At that point, when the lab receives the sample, I essentially take over the case until I provide the genetic lead back to, or the investigative lead back to the agency. In the meantime, I will stay in contact with usually the detective and provide updates on, did it pass quality check in the lab? It's being sequenced now. The data file has been complete. It's gone through bioinformatics. I've uploaded it, to GEDmatch. Do you want to upload to FTDNA, family tree DNA, because there's an additional charge for that? And so I keep them kind of abreast as to what's going on. But essentially, the case is mine. It's in my control until I am done.
And do you, during those communications with law enforcement, do you take their direction? And if they say stop working, you stop working?
Absolutely. The case belongs to them. It is not my case. It is not my data. I am providing service for them. The only request that I have is they not have another company work the case at the same time, because it's just a lot of work that you go through. But I am at their direction. Yeah, I don't.
But it's not as easy as just getting a profile and sticking it in your computer and having it.
Oh, absolutely not. I've had cases that have taken me 14 months to solve.
Why, you mentioned you use GEDmatch for family tree DNA, but there's an extra fee involved in that. Can you explain that a little more?
So there's many direct-to-consumer databases: Ancestry, 23andMe, MyHeritage, Family Tree DNA, all of which you can order from the company a DNA test, spit in the tube, and send it off back to the company. Ancestry and 23andMe allow you to download your data and upload free to these other sites as a normal consumer. Law enforcement cases, however, are only permitted to be uploaded into Family Tree DNA and to GEDmatch for a fee. GEDmatch, however, is not a direct-to-consumer testing site. It is only a database where people take their test results from the company in which they tested and upload this site to the site to get more matches, essentially, or higher, closer relatives, higher matches.
Does law enforcement have access to all of GEDmatch?
If properly uploaded, there's a fee that you must pay. You must upload through a separate database than the one in which consumers upload through. You must pay the fee, and you, depending on the case, may be limited on the matches that you are able to see.
Why is that?
The terms of service have changed several times since the Golden State Killer case came out, and which investigative genetic genealogy became very popular. It used to have everyone opted in, then GEDmatch opted everybody out, and you had to choose to opt into law enforcement matching as a consumer. Then it decided to automatically opt Doe cases in. So to break that down, if you were to take a DNA test in Ancestry and want to upload to GEDmatch, when you input that file, it's going to ask you, do you consent to law enforcement matching? And if you hit no, and I am working violent crime non-Doe case, I should not be able to see that you are a match to my unknown DNA contributor.
You said should not.
Should not.
Does it happen anyway?
It does. It has.
And is that because there's a problem with GEDmatch? It's just if you upload it and all of a sudden these things that shouldn't happen did?
There are a lot of tools that are available in GEDmatch. These tools allow you to make comparisons of two or more people and how they relate to each other and share DNA. One of these tools allows you to compare many matches, not only against your DNA profile that you're working, but also against all of their matches to see if their matches match each other. When you utilize this tool, there is a feature that you can edit the list of kits that are originally selected.
What does that mean? Edit the list of kits?
So when you upload your profile, it takes about 24, 48, 72 hours max to batch and tokenize in the system. It then produces a list of matches, okay? And these matches are biological relatives to the unknown DNA contributor. We don't know right away what relationship they are, but they are all biological relatives, okay? One of the tools is called the matrix tool. And what the matrix does is it compares the match, the DNA profile against a specified number of the profile's matches. So for example, if I run the profile's kit number, they're all given a kit number. If I run profile's kit number and I compare it to 100 of the profile's top matches, it will in turn compare the profile to all of the matches and all of the matches to everyone on that list of 100 people. Okay?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Let me make sure. So you have one person, you get a list of their matches, but this tool also gives you a list of those matches.
So it's a multi-step process. So initially, if I am putting my subject's DNA in the system, I don't know who it belongs to, I put their kit number in. You get a kit number after you upload the data, okay? I put the kit number in, I run a tool called one-to-many, and it's gonna show the top 500 matches that this subject has. I then would go to utilize the manipulation tool, the loophole. You would then go click the top match and run their matches. So the top match of your subject's top match, you would run their matches, okay? Once you run their matches, there is a tool that allows you to edit that list of matches. So we're looking at the matches of the subject's top relative, not the subject's matches, right? When you edit the kit list, if you put the subject's kit number into this tool that you're going to now analyze, these matches, it tricks the system and allows you to see matches that you wouldn't have seen when you ran your initial match list.
Okay. And those can be people that did not agree with law enforcement to see their DNA.
Those matches that are revealed are only matches that have been opted out.
And that is only the ones that are supposed to be.
They're only the ones. If you see that the subject matches one of these people, because again, you're not looking at your subject's matches, you're looking at that person's top cousin, let's say, that top cousin's matches, right? When you put your subject's kit number in there, you're gonna see now his kit, her kit, compared against the matches of their top match. When you find, you then scroll down and you look, oh, here's a match for 100 centimorgans. You go back to your screen where you have your list of your subject matches and you say, I don't have a match with 100 centimorgans. That proves that that person has opted out of law enforcement matching, but I'm still able to see them.
And so that's a way to use the tool to get past what law enforcement is supposed to do.
I struggle with this. I'm sorry. It is a tool that is provided in the database that essentially allows you to see things that you're not supposed to see. And as a result of seeing those things, you're then using that match to find who, to identify your subject. So you're violating the terms of service by seeing these matches.
This is in Denver.
This is in Jet Match.
How about family tree DNA? That's the other law enforcement academy.
There's two things that I'm aware of in family tree DNA. One is not paying to upload. So there's very strict parameters when it comes to law enforcement kits. One of the parameters is if you as a consumer are a match to a law enforcement kit, you cannot see that kit as a regular consumer. So law enforcement kits can see everybody in the database that have opted in. Now Family Tree also has an opt-in out feature that is not the same as GEDmatch. You have to go into the settings and find it and toggle whether or not you choose to opt in or out. Many people are unaware of this. Another instance is uploading the data as if you were a consumer. You bypass the fees that you're supposed to pay to Family Tree DNA or a law enforcement kit, whereas a consumer it's free. And you also get full access to the database, including matches that have opted out.
Does this happen?
Yes.
If I'm an attorney and I have a case where genetic genealogy is being utilized by law enforcement, and I want to know if they follow the protocols and rules, do I need genetic genealogy information that like you produce as a forensic genetic genealogist? Do I need that information so I don't know?
If you wanted to know what the process was, whether or not there was work product, if you wanted to verify how did you come to your conclusion, absolutely.
How about if I wanted to know what the rules were?
You would need the data. You would need to see the data.
This is the second one I know. You have a question about another database, is that one that law enforcement uses?
Many in this industry have been known to upload to MyHeritage. Essentially, these databases, you're only bound by the terms of service. And there are workarounds in every one of the databases that somebody knows about and has told you about, or you yourself have tried. There's really no justification for it. You think you're doing the right thing, you want to help, and
There's a lot of information in genetic genealogy.
there is. It is a very tedious process. There is a lot of time, effort, and work that goes into it. In the end, what I provide to law enforcement is an investigative lead, and it is up to the agency to then take over their case and confirm that my lead is in fact correct.
How does law enforcement upload MyHeritage?
So the upload to these databases is you go to the website, you create a free account, you take the data file, you hit upload, and voila, you've got now a list of matches. It's the same as a regular consumer would do in both MyHeritage and Family Tree DNA. GEDmatch law enforcement uploads now through a separate portal called GEDmatch Pro. But there are instances of people doing work on behalf of law enforcement uploading to GEDmatch through the consumer portal as if it were a consumer kit.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions. I'm not sure if you have your judgment.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. Appreciate you.
Our last witness is Becca Barlow. She's probably in the small library.
I'm not sure. It looks like it's might be frozen here. Let me turn up the speed, see if anything. I mean, sounds to me like we got lost what was going on before they had a chance to ask the or have the state ask questions. Looks like let's see. Huh. Strange. Okay, let me see if there's another part from East Idaho News. Looks like that's it. Let me try. Let's take a quick look. This might be it for the day. Okay, well that appears to be that for the day. I think that they got a sample from the father and did the match to the father, and then I'm not sure what happened after that. So she sounded to me like she was against it because she did it and she found out that her father wasn't her father, and she's saying that most people don't know they can opt out of law enforcement looking at it, and it's not fair for law enforcement to have access to this data. So it sounds like she's against it. So the first witness, the guy, was for the state, and the second one was for the defense. And so let me take another look and see if there's anything. And it's almost the end of the court day up there in Idaho. So let me take a quick look. Looks like all the other feeds, except for some that are doing court commentary, have stopped. So I guess this is a good place for us to end. And we will come back for the hearing on, or the next session on Monday. So I guess it's time to wrap things up. And I guess I've got an hour to get the tire fixed if I'm going to do it today. Good night, Indiana. Good night. Not crazy bike crazy lady, and any of our people who just like to watch in the background. So yeah, maybe we'll get a summary of this to look at during lunch on Monday. So it's been an interesting day. I liked some of the stuff that the state had in Iowa, and it was interesting. So I'll bid you a good evening, and you have pleasant dreams over there in Indiana, because it's your bedtime soon, I bet. Okay, we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.